From the trembling of his closed fist, the only one he still had attached to him, it was clear that Naruto Uzumaki was more than frustrated. "Team, why?" Naruto said, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, who lay collapsed on the remains of a tree. It was their last dance, a duet of lethal proportions and conflicting intentions, the one that would decide him once and for all. Naruto had won. And yet, if Naruto could earn a Ryo for every time he felt annoyed by the shinobi in front of him, Gamachan would never go hungry again. "You'll never come back to me," Sasuke spat, blood trickling from his split lips, still clinging like a fish to a hook to his idea of revenge. His one remaining arm rose to point accusingly at Naruto. "You're just like the rest." Naruto had also lost an arm due to the collision between the Rasengan and the Chidori. Even so, he was still standing, and scathed, well, not physically, but at least in spirit. He clenched his teeth and fist, digging his nails into his skin. Thinking of a better use for his bleeding hand, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's neck, pulling his face back so he could see the pathetic expression on it. The bitterness of defeat, the rage, the anguish. Naruto almost spat at him. "Me? Like everyone else. I've been the only one who's believed in you. I've been the only one who hasn't given up on you despite everything you've done. And you'd still give your life even after everything you've been through? After everything you've seen?" Sasuke responded with a snarl, fearless, defiant. "I will have my revenge. And vengeance will catch up with you," Naruto growled, shoving Sasuke back into what would likely be his grave if he didn't receive medical attention. "Don't you see how your vengeance has corrupted you your whole life? How it keeps leading you to your own destruction? That's my goal. It's your downfall," Naruto retorted, though he could see his words didn't reach his friend's glassy eyes. Despite all his special Sharingan and Rinnegan abilities, Naruto couldn't understand how he could be so blind. "TCH, you'll never know my pain, my suffering," Sasuke said. "Naruto." "Sasuke," Sakura said as her body moved quickly towards them. "Great," said Naruto, eager to stop talking to the wall he called his friend. "There you go. I'm done with this." She turned her back on Sasuke and walked away, looking for somewhere to clear her head, but she didn't go too far. She knew how dangerous Sasuke could be, even with that disability. In the distance, he heard Sakura's murmurs as she too tried her best to convince Sasuke to come home, to not get lost any more than he already had. "I knew it was useless." Sasuke, even when he helped him defeat Kagaya Ritsuki, had always fought for his own agenda, his own idea of retribution. What good was their revenge in a world where people lived in dreams? He fought to see his ultimate goal realized, to lash out at the world for its suffering, to have the opportunity to inflict pain himself. Why? A tragedy ordered by Danzo? Injustice? The ninja world was rife with betrayal. He wasn't the only one suffering its cruelty. He failed to see that the only way forward was to let go of anger and hatred, to break the cycle that trapped him and so many others. That was impossible for Sasuke. Naruto remembered those years ago when he promised to bring Sasuke home. He said that if he failed, he would break his shinobi code and forbid himself from becoming Hokage. How foolish and naive I had been then. Now that he had witnessed the bloodshed, the terror, and the senseless destruction of war, there were times when he realized that his dreams mattered very little in the face of the waves of death, the collective suffering of the masses. It was like a disease festering like a festering wound throughout humanity, a disease caused by misunderstanding, arrogance, short-sightedness, and despair. The last few years had weighed heavily on him. Strongly. Naruto was about to turn around, his legs trembling under the load he was carrying, before he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He was still in his sage mode, the energy of nature still coursing through him, but Naruto felt like a broken receiver that couldn't accept its generous gifts, but he still had enough in him for his senses to alert him to danger. He turned around. He saw Sasuke's muscles twitch, Sakura's indifference to his safety as she wept uncontrollably, the grimace on his face, Sakura's sobs, the hatred, the love. "Sakura," Naruto warned, and as if the wind itself had given him strength, he moved his body and arrived just in time to pull Sakura away and received the tip of Sasuke's Kusanagi in his left eye. AGH. Naruto screamed as he gripped the sword with his hand, reflexively channeling wind chakra to keep its damned edges from separating his fingers. Sakura arrived a moment later, and a swift punch, propelled by her monstrous strength, pierced Sasuke's chest. There was no hesitation in her movement, no delay in her blow, no remorse for delivering the final blow to the one she once considered the love of her life. She grabbed Naruto to pull him away. "Naruto!" she cried in a panicked voice, overwhelmed by the emotion she had shown just a moment ago. "Sakura-chan," Naruto said as they carefully lowered him a few steps away. He used his one remaining eye to look at her. His voice also sounded strained, though for different reasons. Exhaustion, fatigue, regret, failure. She stared at her, her eyes glazed and blue-green. Her face was bloodshot. Her eyelids were swollen with tears. Her expression was petrified, as if paralyzed by the tragedy unfolding before her. She couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. "I'm sorry," Naruto said, thinking not of his health concerns, but of entirely different things, the promise. It took Sakura a moment to process his words and understand what he meant. "To hell with the promise," Sakura shouted, snapping out of her panic. She began to heal him, using everything she could from her years of training with her mentor, Tsunade. Still, even so, his hands were trembling. She was always taught to remain calm, no matter how serious the situation. It was something instilled in her, a fundamental part of Tsunade's teachings. She had remained calm even when everyone believed Naruto was dead. She always believed that saving him was within her reach. Now he saw the sign of death. The only thing that had been a pillar in his life, the firm and silent strength of his companion, was about to be lost in the relentless and cruel currents of this wretched world. She wanted to believe he could still be saved, that he would somehow pull through. She was a genius in the medical arts, and with Naruto's prodigious healing abilities, being a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki, she believed nothing could defeat him. But Sakura saw that Naruto had nothing left to give. She saw the weakness in his body, the flickering fire fading behind his single eye, dying out with each passing second. She didn't feel so hopeless even when her heart stopped beating after the QB was extracted. He felt as if Naruto's spirit was fading away, that all hope was truly lost. Was this how Tsunade felt when Dan, the love of her life, died in her arms? Sakura didn't love Naruto like that, not the way he wanted, not even after their escape, when she lied to him and said she loved him only to try and sacrifice her life to stop Sasuke. Her love for Naruto was only platonic, but even then it was as intense as she could ever have felt for anyone. He was like a brother to her, and yet, fate would take her away, just like all the others. Naruto turned his one eye to the sky, disappointed. He didn't know what he was disappointed in. Was it himself? Sasuke? The world? Perhaps he was disappointed in everyone. He thought of Hagoromo's words, the words of the prophecy, how Indra and Azura would unite to save the world. Naruto thought he would end the cycle once and for all. Perhaps he was still too naive, too optimistic once again. "Stay with me, Naruto, stay with me," Sakura said in a trembling voice, her tears falling onto her face as her mystic palm created a strange tingling sensation at the site of the wound, but Naruto knew it was useless. "I failed," Naruto said, his voice even weaker. "No, you didn't do it," Sakura said firmly. "Cheer up, Naruto. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right." He said those words as if he were chanting a prayer. With a jerk and the sound of a scream, the sword was ripped from his eye socket. A moment later, he realized that the sound of a scream was coming from him. "You should have put him to sleep before doing that," Naruto joked before coughing up blood. Sakura looked frantic and hysterical. She was trying her hardest to compose herself, but Naruto could see the tremors in her body. "I'm sorry," Naruto repeated, almost like a broken record. "I couldn't bring him home." "Damn it, Naruto, stop talking," Sakura growled, concentrating on healing her wounds. "I don't care. I don't care about that stupid promise. I should have known it was a lost cause and made you pay for it. I'm the one who's sorry. I was stupid and blind." "No," Naruto laughed weakly, "despite everything, I'm the one who's blind. I only lost one eye." Idiot, Sakura muttered, her voice breaking along with her heart. I should have freed you from that burden years ago, and I did. I release you from your promise, Naruto. Just stay awake. I can't lose you. You, of all people. A gasp was heard in the distance. Naruto-kun, a voice called out. It sounded familiar. It sent a shiver down his spine. A memory from so many months ago surfaced. If anyone had ever loved him romantically, it was her. He simply hadn't known how to react. She regretted it when she saw the potential love they could have shared slipping away. Hello? Nah, Tachan, muttered Naruto, really putting in the effort this time. This way, Sakura shouted, help me heal him. What happened? Hinata shouted as she appeared before their eyes, with a ferocity that resonated with the promise of retribution if she did not receive an answer to her demands. Sasuke tried to land one last blow on me when I wasn't paying attention, Sakura replied, her voice filled with despair. He pushed me out of the way. That's when a faint laugh came from Sasuke. It was a ragged, broken laugh, as if he were struggling to breathe. He deserves it, Naruto thought. His ribs must be digging into his lungs. It's a nice farewell gift. Sasuke gasped. Then, more people arrived on the scene. Shikamu, Ino, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Tenten. They were a very close-knit group. Even when he asked them to leave Sasuke with him, they didn't stay far behind. Ino, Hinata, stop the bleeding. Tenten, tend to his arm. Sakura ordered, finally transforming into the prodigy medical ninja she was. Then, as she watched the other three girls use all their medical ninjutsu to the fullest extent of their abilities, she quickly stood up and ran towards Sasuke. Sakura sneered, watching her approach. Are you still the love-struck girl? Sakura said nothing as she approached him. She knew Sasuke didn't have enough strength to move a finger. Stay still, she said, her voice as cold as ice. What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Ark, Sasuke yelled. Naruto barely heard the rest of her cries of pain before darkness engulfed him, pulling him into his mindscape. In Naruto's mental landscape. Child, said Kurama, his voice croaking with exertion as Naruto approached him. Naruto's body and his mind strangely reflected the damage he had received in real life. Completely shattered. Kurama, said Naruto, making a quick decision, I'm going to free you. What? Kurama replied, almost choking on his own saliva. Then he growled, demanding an explanation, but even that lacked the usual tremor of his once powerful body. Now he felt weak, lethargic to a degree he didn't think possible. Naruto simply looked at him sadly for a moment before explaining. We both know that fight cost us more than we thought, Naruto said sympathetically. I had half your chakra and the rest from the tailed beasts. It was a miracle we even made it that far. Kurama stared at the blonde boy in front of him, even though he longed to shut up and take a nap that lasted a century. So you're going to give up? Naruto had no answer to that question. He just looked down at his open palms, or palm, because the other one had disintegrated from the collision. Pathetic, Kurama spat, much to Naruto's irritation. Was this enough to make you drop dead? Your mother would be ashamed. Naruto knew Kurama was trying to undermine him, hoping to spark a rebellious streak. All he managed to do was frustrate him. I'm tired, okay? Naruto snapped. Though, taking a breath to control his anger, his next words sounded almost defeated, his shoulders relaxed. I'm tired of the constant disappointment this world gives me. So you can't convert the pathetic Uchiha, Kurama mocked, getting to the root of the problem. So what? The prophecy. The prophecy can go to hell. Kurama spat, as if anger revitalized him. I knew Indra and Azura. The brothers were like oil and water. They and their lineages will never get along. Naruto looked at his hands, embarrassed. I don't know what to do. You take your promises too seriously, Kurama mocked. If I can't keep even one, just one, what weight do my words carry? Naruto said as he sat down. Then he sighed. At least if I do this now, if I set you free, you won't have to die with me. Kurama turned his head away, refusing to look at his guardian. The giant didn't want Naruto to see his expression, his own pain. Foolish child, I was free the moment you joined me, the moment you became my friend. At that, Naruto also looked away from the giant fox, although embarrassed. What do you mean? Naruto asked, trying to hide his sadness, but too curious to remain silent. Kurama did not respond. Well, leaving now wouldn't be such a bad idea, would it? Naruto suggested. Just tell me how it works. There's no need to remove the ceiling sticker anymore. TCH, Kurama shook his enormous head. I'll stay. But I'll stay, Kurama shouted with all his might, and his voice echoed in Naruto's mind. I won't abandon you, even though you've abandoned yourself. Abandon me? I'm dying, for God's sake, Naruto argued. Not even Sakura can save me in my current state. I have nothing left. Men of little faith. Kurama chuckled, then raised his head as if noticing something on the ceiling. What's this? Naruto didn't dare hope that anything could save him from this. What's wrong? Someone is interfering with our destiny, Kurama said. It's Hagoromo. What do you plan to do, old man? What are you doing? Naruto interrupted himself with a shout. My eye. Naruto clutched his left eye, or wherever it had been before he was stabbed. What's wrong? Naruto, Kurama shouted. In the real world. The next thing Naruto knew, he was back in the realm of consciousness, staring down at the many worried faces above him. Hinata-chan, Sakura-chan, Ino, everyone, Naruto murmured. What just happened? Oh, thank goodness you're back, Sakura said. We're transplanting your eye right now. Try to stay awake. Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a look of deep empathy. Please, hang in there. You'll be all right. Are you transplanting my eye? With what? From whom? Naruto asked, his voice too weak to reflect his bewilderment. Though, for some reason, he felt energy flowing back into him. Sakura raised her hand to show it to him, and there, on her bloodied fingers, was an eye. And not just any eye, it was a Rinnegan. A 6-tome Rinnegan. What? Then, almost as if he realized it, Naruto looked as best he could to see where he remembered Sasuke being. There was only one place he could potentially have come from. What he saw took his breath away. There was Sasuke, like a bloodstain that stained the trees behind him red. Sakura-chan, Naruto said. He turned to her and saw her teary, blue-green eyes. You don't. I'm sorry. Don't you dare apologize again, Sakura said. At least it won't hurt anyone anymore. Now stay still. Naruto could only remain as he was, like a wet strand of noodles splattered on the sidewalk. The operation to save him began. The sensations he felt were, in a word, strange. Sometimes he felt pain, but most of the time only itching. Sakura, Hinata, and Ino were operating on his eye, and Tintin was doing an excellent job with his arm. Limb amputation was a much more common injury on the battlefield than an eye transplant, so Tintin felt comfortable with the task of healing him there. Aside from the physical sensations, what truly occupied his tumultuous mind was the crushing disappointment that Sasuke had departed this world without receiving the help he truly needed. Was there anything I could have done differently? Was he a terrible person for letting a friend stray so far from his path? These questions echoed in her mind as she received treatment. It took about an hour, and the process seemed to have many steps. Naruto knew enough medical jutsu from Sakura to heal cuts and scrapes or stop bleeding in emergencies, but operations like these were beyond his capabilities. In fact, he did manage to regenerate Kakashi's eye using the creation of all things, but that was before Hagoromo regained his yang seal from the Sage of Six Paths. He didn't know how to feel about having a Rinnegan. Honestly, he would have preferred to get his normal eye back. Now, with this, it was as if a part of Sasuke was always with him, reminding him of his failure. Then something tickled his mind as he thought about it. Wait, uniting the blood of Azura and Indra. There was no possibility that this was what the prophecy meant. Good. Then, with a cold, tingling sensation, he was able to see again with his left eye. He felt invigorated, as if something had breathed new life into him. Are you feeling better? Sakura asked. Her emotions had calmed down over the course of the hour, and a faint joy was perceptible in her voice. It seemed that her brother, in all but name, would survive this after all. He truly was a person who fought against all odds. Yes, Naruto said, blinking. I can see completely again. Sakura smiled at him, though it was a fragile smile, tinged with bitterness. She was glad he was all right. She was saddened by the price they both had to pay for that to happen. She did not regret her actions. I wish I had seen it sooner. All these problems could have been avoided if his determination had been stronger. That's good. I'm glad. Sakura began, but was interrupted when Naruto started trembling. Arg! Naruto yelled as he felt a vibration. It was another strange sensation he'd experienced in the last hour, and he wasn't sure if he liked it. Naruto, they all shouted. But that was the last time they saw him. Because just like that, he left. Naruto felt like the world around him was spinning. He could no longer say where he was. A cloud of confusion clouded his mind, blinding him to the rupture of reality, the twisting of time, making him unable to understand what was happening. Truly and completely. There were strange shapes, colors, sounds coming from all directions, and a smell of ash and smoke. He didn't understand. He couldn't. Kurama, Naruto shouted. What's going on? Like a faint echo, he heard a murmur returning from his mental landscape. Or was it just a distant echo? I couldn't say it. Then, it was over. And Naruto felt like he needed to vomit. He collapsed onto his stomach and his one arm propelled him upwards a little before he vomited his lunch onto the rocky ground of the valley at the end. Okami, he once said that he thought it was all over. Then he vomited a little more. It took him a moment to get his bearings, and when he found himself stable enough to look around, he saw that he was alone. He was in the exact same place he had been a moment ago, in the Valley of the End after his fight with Sasuke, but none of his friends were there. Where did everyone go? Naruto asked aloud. Kurama, do you have an explanation for all this? He received no response. Naruto felt his stomach clench, truly feeling a sense of loneliness this time. No? No. Kurama, no. Kurama. Naruto's voice trembled as he said it. He was worried that whatever had happened to him might have killed his friend. Then, suddenly, shocking. Naruto jumped when he heard something enormous crash to the ground in the forest surrounding the valley to his left. It was as if Old Man Inoki had summoned another meteorite from the sky and made it fall right beside him. With a feeling in his gut, Naruto headed towards the place where he heard the sound of the impact, almost tripping over his own feet because of the dizziness. And lo and behold, it was none other than Kurama, outside of Naruto's womb. The demon of hatred was truly enormous, dwarfing the trees in size. Its fur was like a field of tall, orange grass, swaying in the wind. Kurama, Naruto shouted as the giant fox shook his head to regain his composure. He had been clumsily dropped in the middle of the forest like a giant rag doll. Naruto looked him up and down. You're free. Huh? What? Kurama said before opening his eyes wide as he took in his surroundings. What the hell? Then Kurama saw Naruto. What happened to your eye? Huh? Naruto replied, shaking his head to clear the last traces of dizziness. I can see perfectly, Kurama. And most importantly, you're free. And I didn't die because of it. Naruto patted himself just to check that he was still in one piece. Kurama also looked at himself, as if he were truly seeing for the first time that he was free. After all these years. Who cares about that, brat? Kurama said, ignoring his newfound sense of freedom until he could process it later. He was too confused, too lost in what had just happened to him and his vessel. So Kurama took a step back. You have a Rinnegan. Why? Naruto looked at the giant fox with curiosity. Oh, didn't you see Sakura, Hinata, and Ino working on transplanting Sasuke's eye into me for the last hour or so? Naruto tilted his head questioningly. No, Kurama said uncertainly, then hesitated. Oh, wait, I think I remember something like that. I was distracted by my father's energy flowing through us. It was Naruto's turn to look confused. You mean old Hagoromo? Kurama nodded. I felt he was interfering with fate, or perhaps he was merely imposing it. Who knows what goes on in his plane of existence? Naruto took a moment to process the words, but his thoughts returned to what had been troubling him earlier. Wait, you can't be saying that. Is that what he meant by the unity of Azura and Indra's blood? Kurama finished for him, already reading Naruto's thoughts. Perhaps. But it's an eye, not Sasuke's blood. Naruto protested. Prophecies can be fickle. Kurama moved his long, droopy ears and licked his lips as if savoring the air. Didn't you say just an hour ago that the prophecy could go to hell? Naruto asked. Kurama shrugged, which seemed terribly odd for a giant fox, since the movement had uprooted some trees that were partially hanging from him in his upside-down form. Perhaps that was why he had granted Sasuke the eye in the first place. He had foreseen this would happen. Naruto raised his eyebrows curiously. Tell me, how can Hagoromo do all this? Everything you're suggesting? Isn't he dead? Kurama shook his head. He cannot be defined by life and death like mere mortals like you, since he partially presides over those domains. Not even someone like me understands the nature of his existence. That explanation went unnoticed by Naruto. Well, do you know what happened? Where did everyone go? And how did they get you out of me? Kurama shook his head. I don't know, but… Kurama looked around. I've been imprisoned for so long that now that I'm free, I don't know what to do. The giant fox looked at Naruto as if he wanted nothing more than to jump back into his container amidst so much uncertainty. Naruto looked at him with pity, feeling guilty for his friend's imprisonment. I'm sorry, Kurama, on behalf of my clan. No, on behalf of all shinobi. We hurt you. Kurama let out a deep sigh when he saw that Naruto had clearly misinterpreted the look he gave him. I don't want an apology, kid. Especially not from you. Naruto swallowed hard. Well, whatever you're going to do. Kurama, to Naruto's surprise, gave him a smile. Then he moved his head, swinging his giant ears in such a way that he almost hit Naruto in the face, or his whole body because of how big he was. Ow! Naruto shouted. Kurama snorted. That's what you get for giving up on me when everything went to hell. I don't want to hear you say something like that again, kid. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, Mom. Kurama also rolled his eyes. Then he took a moment to analyze his thoughts before speaking. He adopted a more sincere and somber tone, one that Naruto had never heard from him before. Kurama stared intently at his vessel. I've always been with you, Brad, ever since you were born, and from our bond, whether you know it or not, we made a pact. To be friends, and in a way, brothers. You are a descendant of my creator. A part of me will always be with you, Naruto. Naruto felt a surge of emotion upon hearing those words. His eyes filled with tears, but he nodded. He understood the meaning of the fox's words. It was a farewell. Where will you go? In a safe place, Kurama replied. But as he did so, he pricked up his ears. How strange. What's wrong? Naruto asked. I feel that my relatives are still prisoners in their Jinchuriki. What? Naruto jumped, confusion and alarm chilling his blood. But that shouldn't be possible. Kurama's eyes flickered as if he were expanding his senses to the world, seeing it from a perspective Naruto could emulate through his sage mode. I sense that not everything is as it seems, Naruto. For now, return to your home in Konoha, though I advise you to be careful. Slip in quietly and observe. You've been good at it since you were a child, Kurama said. Why would I need it? Naruto asked, confused. Just do it. Observe and learn. Make your decisions from there. I, on the other hand, just thought of a good place to stay. Where? Yuzu, Naruto asked. Yuzu the home of your ancestors. It pains me to return to a place where I was once imprisoned, but I sense that no one occupies that land after its destruction. Kurama turned to Naruto. Do what you have to do, and then come find me there. Naruto nodded shakily. Oh, okay. Gee, goodbye, Kurama. The giant fox shook his head at the dramatic reaction of his former vessel, amused. This won't be the last time we meet, brother. If it is, I'll hunt you down myself. Kurama smiled once more. Then, with a great leap and a flick of his powerful tail, he vanished. So, Naruto just stood there. Everything fell apart so fast. Now he had, what did they call it? Chronic loneliness? Decisional paralysis? What other mental conditions could a Yamanaka attribute to him? He didn't know. She just wanted to go home and sleep. She prayed that, whatever happened, they wouldn't take that little thing away from her. Oh, how wrong I was. Naruto had followed Kurama's advice. But he felt he would have done it even if Kurama hadn't said anything. Because on one hand, Konoha was there. I was there. In other words, it was intact. There was no giant crater caused by what was called the invasion of pain. There were no signs of fighting or war damage. There was nothing. There's nothing wrong with Konoha. And that gave Naruto chills. What? What in the name of Kami is happening? On the cliff he saw in the distance, one face was missing from the Hokage monument, the face of Lady Tsunade. Naruto's insides were tap dancing in a puddle of confusion. This is getting weirder and weirder. Naruto slipped through the gates, simply using his heightened sage senses and leaping over the walls when he sensed no one was watching him. He wished he could have said that infiltrating his beloved village was a difficult task, but it was far easier than he had hoped. Perhaps that was why Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame had simply walked right in that time. With Itachi's Sharingan, it would have been even easier than what he had just accomplished. It was understandable that Konoha cared less about protecting the walls, since the enemy was probably eradicated at the nation's borders through its border patrol squad. But still, this was a little embarrassing. Naruto had disguised himself with a simple transformation to appear as an ordinary civilian. He wandered around, observing this and that, and so far, no one had batted an eye. Oddly enough, the technique was easier for him to perform than before. Perhaps it was because he no longer had Kurama's enormous chakra capacity? No, that can't be it. Even his own natural capacity was nearly as great as Kurama's, an absurd fact that was almost blasphemous to even consider. He possessed as much chakra as a bijou. Perhaps it was due to his Uzumaki lineage, or perhaps he had developed it through prolonged use of his shadow clones. In any case, even in his weakest base form, he was like a walking chakra battery. So there must be another reason why he found it easier to mold chakra. He wasn't simply better at manipulating chakra magically, without any reasonable explanation. Perhaps it was because of the Rinnegan? Perhaps it's because. Or perhaps even. Naruto stopped his thoughts and sighed, knowing that he was just trying to distract himself, trying to ignore the reality that surrounded him. He felt fear, not like he had felt in a long time. It wasn't the terror of facing a vastly superior enemy, like he had against Orochimaru as a child. Not even fear for the lives of his loved ones. It was the uncertainty, the confusion he felt that frightened him. It was as if he had truly failed in the war and was trapped in an endless Tsukuyomi, but he knew beyond a doubt that wasn't true. He wasn't going to question the reality he lived in. To do so would be madness. All he could do was accept it, as absurd as it seemed. Naruto looked around, observing. The faces of these villagers didn't reflect the unwavering resolve they had after the war, not even during the reconstruction of Konoha. He didn't know these people. I needed more data, as Shikamaru used to say, more information. Then, following his instinct, he headed to the place that was most familiar to him. A few moments later, he was standing in front of his favorite stall, Ichiraku Ramen. He entered and was greeted by the welcoming faces of Ayam and Tucci. As soon as she saw them, she almost cried with relief. At least these two were all right. They weren't just ordinary people who would change as much as everything else she saw around her. Welcome. Please sit down, Tucci said in the same nostalgic tone as a loving father. Thank you, Naruto replied, not letting his emotions show in his speech. She quickly ordered one of her favorite dishes, 10 bowls of shio ramen. She liked everything, especially the miso ramen. She decided to go for something simple instead of ordering her favorite. He devoured them, inhaled them, gulped them down like air. However you put it, Naruto was simply grateful that, at least, Ichiraku Ramen was still serving up the food of the gods as always. Wow, Ayam said as she finished her last bowl, another voice that stirred many feelings within her. I've never seen anyone swallow all that ramen like that. You could become our best customer. At that, the hairs on Naruto's arm stood on end. He felt that familiar sense of uncertainty again. That wouldn't be something she'd say, if they knew him. If they knew a Naruto who ate at his stall over and over again. He decided to take the risk and reveal his suspicions. Tell me, do you know where Naruto is? He asked, still in his transformation form and playing the role of an unknown civilian. Naruto? Do we know anyone by that name? I am asked, looking at Tsuchi. Naruto's heart sank, and his suspicions came to life. No, I can't say yes. It would be a name we'd remember if we did. Naruto is a name I love. Ha ha ha, Tsuchi said, pointing at the top of the fish cake. Naruto breathed shakily, trying not to get scared. Think rationally, Naruto. What would Shikamaru do? I see, Naruto replied. Well, here's the bill. You can keep the change. To their surprise, Naruto gave them much more than 10 bowls of ramen and got up to leave. Wait, sir, I am cried. We can't accept this. It's too much to be considered a tip. Naruto smiled at the kind people. At least, even if they didn't remember him for some strange reason, they were still the kind people he knew. Keep it, he said. That was the tastiest ramen I've ever had. With that, he disappeared in a flash, much to Ayam and Tsuchi's surprise. Was that person a ninja? I didn't see a headband. Tsuchi shrugged. If he liked noodles, he couldn't be that bad, right? He must be an off-duty ANBU. Naruto returned to his old apartment complex, only to discover that it wasn't old, nor was it an apartment complex at all. Somehow, it became a building that would fit right into the red light district overnight. I could see scantily clad civilian women trying to flirt with passing potential clients. If Naruto had suspected anything before, now he was completely certain. If it weren't for the fact that old Tsuchi didn't know who he was. Either he traveled through time or I was in a different world, a different reality, a Konoha unlike any of the changes I had ever witnessed. Once again, he seriously wondered if he was in an illusion induced by the Rinne Sharingan, though the mere thought of questioning it made him doubtful. No infinite Tsukuyomi would deliberately allow him to be aware of its existence, or even to question reality itself. Would it? It would do so unconsciously, no matter the cost. Or would allowing him to question his reality cause him to doubt himself in this way and believe more in the false world that was created before him? No, I couldn't think of it that way. He will not hesitate. It was Uzumaki Naruto, and he had kicked Kagaya's ass. He felt it deep in his soul. If this weren't real, then nothing would ever be. He will not enter into an existential crisis, no matter how chaotic reality may be. That story that his late godfather invented as an exercise in reflection, something about living in the Matrix, can go to hell. Naruto looked around once more, putting aside his doubts about reality once and for all. I was in Konoha. It was still a world he knew. But many things have changed. He thought of a much stronger possibility. What had Shikamaru mentioned in their conversation that time they were gazing at the clouds? Alternate universes? Parallel worlds? Naruto couldn't recall the details, but he feared that Shikamaru had meant that. It was quite possible that the implantation of his Rinnegan had caused such a reaction, or that Kurama had mentioned that Hagoromo had influenced his destiny. It was quite possible that he had been placed there on purpose. This is so strange, Naruto murmured. Now he knew for sure. He was officially lost. He wished Kurama hadn't left. Well, don't worry. One thing at a time. First, a place to stay. He had plenty of money in his back pocket, especially considering how much Tsunade paid him. Enough to survive. Enough to adapt. Otherwise, I'd just survive off the land in the forest of death or something. Considering the fact that Tsuchi, of all people, didn't know who Naruto was, he suspected that the Naruto of this world had a completely different name or didn't exist at all. I didn't know how to feel about this last option. This almost felt like a new beginning. Yes, actually, that's a good way of looking at it, he thought. He could see himself hating the fact that he had lost all his friends, or at least the friends who knew him, but he was happy that there was a possibility that some of his friends were still alive. Erosenin, Viejo Hokage Niji. He felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, but he was also disappointed that he couldn't see the fruits of his labor in his old world. Would there finally be peace? Would their dreams, Jiraiya's and Nagato's, have been fulfilled? I suspected I would never know. Unfortunately, there were things she could control and others she couldn't, so she decided to focus on the positive aspects of her current situation. He was free. He was always one thing or another. The outcast, the hero, the monster, the savior. He never had the chance to be normal. He always had so much responsibility. Did he really care that nobody knew who he was? He didn't know. He'd always said he wanted to be Hokage, but only for the recognition. Once he achieved it as a hero, he discovered it was almost unbearable. As he told Kurama, he was tired of everything. Was it so bad to just relax a little? Naruto shook his head. One thing at a time. In fact, I remember there being an inn in this direction. I hope it's still there. XXXXXXXXX. Fortunately, the inn was still there. He registered under the name Yuki Naru, inspired by one of his first adversaries, Yuki Haku. He wondered if he was still alive in this world. Just because he considered relaxing didn't mean he would for now. He had too many things to fix. If this really was an alternate world, he had to check on his friends. If they were all right. Was Neji alive? Was Gaara still suffering from insomnia? Was there a deserter Sasuke like last time? And Sakura, Hinata, Lee Shikamaru, and so on. Not counting the tailed beasts that are still trapped in their containers. I had a lot to do. That was for sure. Why did Hagoromo want this for himself? What was I supposed to be doing here? That's a good question, said a voice beside him. Naruto jumped out of bed in surprise. He quickly recovered and stared at the man who had somehow entered his room. Then he stood there, astonished, realizing who it was. Old Hagoromo? Naruto asked. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Hagoromo chuckled. I simply wanted to talk to you, and now I'm here. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That's a great answer, sir. Indeed. Naruto's eyebrow arched once more. Then he sighed. What's going on here, he asked. You've already figured it out, haven't you? This world is different from yours. I won't tell you how, because that's what you'll discover in time. So you put me here? Why? Why indeed? Perhaps you were put here to do whatever you want. To live your life as you please. Naruto looked at him skeptically. So there's no purpose behind all this? What happened to interfering with fate? Hagoromo shook his head as if speaking to an ignorant child. Perhaps Naruto, with his centuries of existence, was an ignorant child to him. One cannot interfere with destiny. It is either as it always intended to be, or it is not. Your being here is no exception. You are here for a reason, though perhaps you will never know what it is. Naruto paused, processing her words. So you're saying my supposed destiny is simply to go with the flow? I can do whatever I want. Yes, that is exactly what destiny holds for everyone. An invisible design that sometimes bends and twists, but will always remain the same. An endless ball of thread that slowly unravels into a single rope. For some reason, the old sage seemed happier than the last time Naruto saw him. It was as if he was pleased that things were turning out the way they were. You came all the way here just to tell me that. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. No, I came to give you this, Hagoromo said, then placed a wrapped package on the table in his room. A wrapped bundle that was shaped like an arm. Is that an arm? Naruto asked. Yes, for you, Hagoromo exclaimed. If you hadn't been involved in all this, you would have received it. Perhaps you would have found a way to regenerate it yourself, but I think you would prefer to have this. It's made from the cells of the late founder of this village. Naruto was getting more and more confused. For starters, he had no idea how to regenerate an arm, let alone his own, but he decided to put that aside for now. You mean this arm belongs to Senju Hashirama? Naruto asked, surprised, almost implying something ridiculous. Hagoromo, with all his wisdom, grasped Naruto's train of thought. It's made and grown from his cells, not cut from his corpse, boy. Hagoromo rolled his eyes. It would do you good. Naruto felt relieved to hear that. He didn't know how to feel about having one of the Shodai of the universe jumping around without an arm just to get one. How am I supposed to hold on? Before Naruto could finish the sentence, he blinked and the arm disappeared from the table. Huh? Where? Naruto stared at himself, speechless. Where there had once been only a stump, now there was an arm attached to his body. He had two arms again, except one was wrapped in strange bandages. It's best you don't remove the cloth that wraps you, boy, Hagoromo advised. It's there out of necessity, for reasons I can't bother explaining. Simply treat it as you would your own skin. Oh, Naruto replied intellectually, that's right. Here too, Hagoromo said, handing Naruto a small notebook. For your eyes. Naruto obediently received the book and read the title. Ways to Use Your Rinnegan by Hagoromo Otsutsuki. That's convenient. And you're not referring to my eye in the singular? Hagoromo replied. If Naruto was bothered by the correction and decided not to respond, he didn't know. Why did I receive this eye in the first place? Why did this happen? Hagoromo looked at him, raising an eyebrow. You only got one eye? Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. Well, yeah. Tell me, did I ever give Sasuke just one eye? Naruto thought about it, and his eyes widened. And no, you gave him half of your chakra. The Yin half, and his eye developed from then on. That chakra is now yours, along with the Yang half I gave you during your medical procedure. This time for good. The eye isn't transplanted, kid. It belongs to you now, among other things. What is that supposed to be? Before he could finish, Hagoromo interrupted him, his purple eyes unfocused. I have lost the reins of this universe. It has been abandoned to me. But you will be all it needs. Goodbye, boy. I imagine you will do great things, as you have already done. Be free, my son, and remember that everything happens for a reason. Wait, Naruto shouted, but it was too late because Hagoromo had already left. A moment passed while Naruto stared at the place where the Sage of the Six Paths had been. He did not reappear. Great, said Naruto, reflecting on his cryptic final message. She had so many questions, and for some reason, a feeling told her it would be a long time before she saw Hagoromo again. If she ever saw him again at all. Shit, he swore, something he rarely did, because he wanted to be a good role model for future generations and all that. She sat on the bed, reflecting on the interaction she had just had and the path it opened up for her. Her thoughts were a jumble, with too many things happening at once for her to think clearly. She sighed and let him rest for now. He looked down at his new arm and flexed it, testing whether each muscle was working as it should. That's how it was. He tested his flexibility, mobility, strength, and, well, everything, really. Honestly, he could barely tell the difference between his two arms, except for their appearance. At least I can use jutsu again, he muttered, though it wasn't as if he had a vast repertoire. He could now cast shadow clones without hand signals, so that was irrelevant. Aside from that, well, Naruto might admit he knew very little, but what little he did know he was really good at. He mastered most of the skills he'd learned, whether it was the various forms of the Rasengan, Sage Mode, or whatever. So, regaining two arms wasn't as groundbreaking as it would be for other shinobi who had lost a limb in combat. Still, it was good to be able to punch people in the face with a 1-2 again. She sighed, lying back on the creaky bed. She stared at the ceiling. Whatever happens from now on, I hope it turns out for the best. With that, the blonde shinobi closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Day 2. The next day, Naruto set out to explore the village. He had enough money for about a month. After that, he needed to find a job or re-enlist as a shinobi in Konoha to support himself. On the other hand, if he was truly desperate, he could escape to the wild and survive. Although, he would prefer to have some human presence in his life. However, he had complete confidence in his ability to survive, no matter the situation. As he left this morning, he was glad the receptionist hadn't paid him much attention yesterday, her nose buried in a book, unintentionally, because she surely would have noticed that he'd somehow regenerated his arm overnight. Naruto knew how to use transformation techniques, but he didn't know how to make one of his limbs invisible. He had wanted to start reading the book that Hagoromo had given him when he woke up, but when he opened the first page, there was a note wedged between the cover and the first page. He said, "Don't destroy Konoha by turning it into a crater on the first day. Take your time." Blunt, but Naruto had admitted the point. So Naruto decided it was best to leave it for later, preferably somewhere much safer. He could manage just fine as he was now. As always, Naruto wrapped the book in parchment and carried it with him at all times. Although it wasn't as if it would be of any use to anyone other than Pain if someone stole it. Now he was looking for somewhere to have breakfast. Although he loved eating ramen 3 times a day, something Sakura had said about a balanced diet being good for his health had convinced him to look for other options instead of his usual savory treat. You could never say he ignored his doctor if he made an effort not to indulge in the food of the gods. Hmm, I guess this is as good a place as any, he said, eyeing the yakiniku restaurant. He remembered this place being a favorite of Team 10. He entered and was greeted by a brunette waitress. Welcome, he said cheerfully. Are you alone today, sir? Naruto nodded. There's a table for one right away, he said. This way, please. The meat arrived soon after, and he began to grill it. However, before he could enjoy the first bite, the bell above the front door rang, announcing the arrival of another customer. Naruto almost dropped the meat between his chopsticks when he turned around to see who it was. Eren Shikamaru, Choji Iino. It was Team 10. Speak of the Shinigami and they will appear. Naruto chewed the succulent meat again, trying to be as indifferent as possible, even though every fiber of his being vibrated with anticipation. While he excelled at infiltration and stealth missions, he was equally terrible at staying undercover. According to Sakura, he was apparently too Naruto for the job. As if that made any sense. Now, however, he somehow understood their point, as he had to make an effort not to initiate a greeting with them. He so wanted to greet them, to ask how their day had been, but he couldn't. To them, he was a stranger, and in turn, there were strangers to him. Supposedly, he could see the similarities between these kids and Team 10 from his world. They were all exactly the same, except for one in particular's choice of clothing. Shikamaru wore a more evolved version of what he used to wear as a genin, instead of his usual chunin uniform. Choji and Ino, on the other hand, dressed practically the same as their counterparts from his world did when they were young adults. They look the same. They walk the same. Are they the same? In his presence, Naruto remained seemingly indifferent. However, inside he felt happy and relieved to be reunited with his old friends, even if they didn't remember anything about him. They also sat at the table just to his left. Great. Now he could show how good he was at staying undercover. This is our last official meal as second-year students at the academy. Next week, we'll all be in our final years. I'm so excited, exclaimed Ino. Naruto almost spit out his food. Are they still students at the academy? He glanced sideways, and, indeed, she seemed to be about his age, between 16 and 17 years old. Naruto graduated as a genin at the age of 12. That was over 4 years ago, and since then he felt like he had been through hell and back. And they tell him they just finished their second year at the academy? Different world, different standards, Naruto. Don't take it too seriously. He thought about it a lot. However, the more he thought about it, the more sense it made to him that people should only graduate from the academy around the age of 18, rather than 12 or 13. Being exposed to the horrors of the ninja world as a mere teenager had caused him many sleepless nights. He remembered Sakura saying that such premature exposure to mental trauma at such a young age had always resulted in terrible mental health problems later on. Kakashi, for example, he had never gotten over what happened to Rin and Obito and carried that burden to this day. Was it really worth being exposed to the ninja world as a child? He had thought about that constantly. Now, in a way, he was glad that this world was taking a different path than his own in this respect. It was more humane, even if it was absurdly different from the customs of his own world. With this new information, Naruto once again explored the possibility of re-enlisting as a ninja. Would he have to retake the academy exams, then the Chunin exams, and then the Jonin exams? Naruto shuddered. It seemed so tedious and boring. As he ate and got lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the looks Ino gave him from the table. It wasn't until he finished chewing his fifth bite of meat that he looked back at Team 10 and saw that she was staring at him. It looked like a succulent rabbit caught in the hungry gaze of a ninja, with its eyes wide open and the chopstick still in its mouth. Yes, he was absolutely amazing at staying undercover. She smiled at him. Hi, handsome. I haven't seen you around here. Naruto frowned curiously, thinking that perhaps he hadn't failed to go unnoticed after all. He glanced behind him to see if she was talking to someone else he couldn't see. However, when he looked back and saw that her eyes were still fixed on him, he was now certain that discretion had been officially ruled out. He pointed at himself. Me? Ino laughed. Yes, you. Naruto had almost forgotten he was using a transformation, so luckily he didn't directly ask if he recognized him. His transformation wasn't anything drastic. He didn't want to complicate things by completely changing his face, since he had trouble remembering which face he'd used once he'd released the technique and needed to reuse it the next day. Therefore, he opted to change only certain features, keeping it simple, like changing his eye color from blue and purple with a black circle to plain brown, his hair from blonde to brown. He got rid of his whisker marks, and that was it. Oh, he also changed his bandaged arm to a normal one, and his tattered clothes to something ordinary. Other than that, he just looked like Naruto with a different style. Perhaps he should have put a little more effort into his hinge, just to be sure. Too late for that, he supposed. Naruto wasn't the best at lying, although he was excellent at making jokes. I'm new in town. Oh, really? Where are you from? Ino asked. Naruto tried to think of the least threatening country he knew. A small village in the land of hot water. I came here looking for work. The conversation had attracted the attention of both Shikamaru, who was previously leaning against the table, asleep, and Chuji, who had just finished devouring the first round of meat they had ordered. Naruto almost grimaced. Now he had the attention of one of the most curious and intelligent people he knew, Nara, the painted hair girl. Oh my God, do you specialize in anything? I'd love to ask my mother to help me with her flower shop, Ino said, smiling at her. I appreciate the offer, but I've only been here a day or two and I'd like to keep my options open, Naruto replied, choosing to simplify his story. I worked as a hot spring attendant. It wasn't anything special. Oh, really? Ino smiled smugly. And your services include personal care? She placed her arms under her breasts and lifted them slightly to accentuate her curves. She knew what she was doing, and Naruto had seen her do it to Sai so many times that he could read between the lines. Naruto blushed. Not in the way you suggest, miss. Oh, how rude of me. I'm Yamanaka Ino, Ino introduced, and this lazy bum here is Nara Shikamaru, and this is Akimichi Chuji. Naruto smiled. Nice to meet you all. I'm Yukinaru. OSU. Well done. Choji greeted. Would you like to eat with us? My treat. Shikamaru simply nodded. Naruto wasn't sure if he should risk continuing to interact with his old friends. Would they recognize the Naruto here, if he existed? Would they realize he was in a transformation? What a great idea, Choji. Ino added enthusiastically. I insist, join us, Naruto-kun. I'm glad to have someone handsome with me for a change. The other two boys just rolled their eyes. Naruto had never considered himself handsome. That title always belonged to Sasuke, perhaps because he lacked a role model. He was always associated with negative connotations before becoming a hero. So Ino considered him handsome? That was new. The Ino of his world had a specific type. He was emo and melancholic, with very dark hair, pale skin, and a dictionary of mental problems worthy of a Yamanaka. None of which was Naruto, redacted mental problems. He was in a hinge, but, as he himself said, it was practically just him, yet he was clearly visible. I don't mean to say that people with brown eyes and brown hair can't be beautiful in their own right. Tintin was a prime example, but he always thought his exotic features were the only thing that redeemed him, not his natural appearance or facial structure. Apparently that wasn't true, judging by the way Ino kept her eyes fixed on him. It was nice to be treated like this for a change, he thought, although it wasn't really important to him. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Sure, I guess. Great, said Ino, then pointed to the empty seat next to her. Come on, sit here. Naruto approached, moved his cutlery, and informed the waitress that he would be joining the group. He was nervous. How different would these people be from the ones he knew? Would you be able to recognize them? Part of the close bond he had formed with each of them stemmed from shared experiences, one of the most important being the mission to rescue Sasuke. It was something he now lacked. He only hoped he could forge a similar bond in the future. So you're students at the academy, huh? Naruto asked, trying to glean as much information about the world as possible from the general conversation. I couldn't help but overhear what you said earlier. That's right, Choji replied enthusiastically. You're seeing the future of the greatest in Konoha. Naruto smiled, now recognizing the boisterous Akimichi from his world. I have no doubt. I'm sure you all will go on to do great things. The three of them smiled at that, although Shikamaru hid it under the pretext of laziness. Wow, You're a sweetheart, aren't you? Ino smiled. Do you think you want to be a ninja too? I know it's not for everyone, but being a ninja has great advantages. She was gesturing to herself, hinting at something that Naruto completely missed. I don't know, Naruto replied. I'm not used to the customs here, but from what I've heard, they've already graduated from the academy and they all seem to be my age. If I apply now, it would take me years to become a genin or chunin, wouldn't it? It depends, Shikamaru replied as Ino pouted. If you have enough talent, you could simply take the graduation exam and pass to become a full-fledged genin, provided you're over the minimum graduation age, which is 18. We still have a year left. I see, said Naruto, grateful for the information. So, it seems the age at which a person can graduate is a mandatory law. Naruto didn't dare ask any more about it, fearing to reveal his supernatural nature. Well, I'll think about whether the ninja life is right for me, Databeo. Everyone froze when he uttered his infamous verbal tick. A drop of sweat fell from Naruto's sweat. Oh shit, he thought. He was really bad at going unnoticed. Then Ino burst out laughing. Oh, Kami, that was the cutest tick I've ever heard. Great. How long did it take me? 5 minutes to give something away, Naruto thought. He sighed. Choji was laughing too. Shikamaru, on the other hand, looked at him curiously. Hey, you remind me of someone. Naruto couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew Shikamaru's inquisitive nature. He just hoped he wasn't drawing too much attention to himself, so Shikamaru wouldn't waste too much of his wits trying to figure out who the new self-proclaimed foreigner was. Who do I remind you of? Shikamaru pondered. Then he said something that left Naruto speechless. The matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. She has a verbal tick similar to yours. What? Naruto was almost speechless, but his only response came out before he could react. Excuse me? Luckily, they took it as a general misunderstanding, because Ino filled in the blanks. Oh, the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan is the last remaining member of her clan. She paused for a moment, trying to gather as much information as possible about the clan chief, before seemingly succeeding, nodding to herself. Due to the tragic incident over a decade ago, she lost her husband and newborn son. To this day, she remains a widow and quite lonely, though she occasionally attends clan meetings. Mom's alive, Naruto thought. His throat was dry, and he didn't know how to respond to the news. It was as if someone had pulled the rug out from under him, and what lay beneath was only an endless abyss of disbelief. He managed to control it as best he could. Mom is alive. Are you okay? Ino asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. That snapped Naruto out of his reverie, and he tried to regain his composure. Why, yes, I'm fine. Then her curious mind wanted to know how different the Kyuubi disaster was from the one in her world. Would it be too much to ask you about that incident from over a decade ago? Of course, Ino replied enthusiastically, but her tone turned solemn as she spoke again. It was the most tragic night in Konoha's history. It was a night when, somehow, the nine-tailed fox was unleashed in the middle of the village. The devastation of the event wiped out more than a quarter of Konoha's population, and from what I've heard, it only lasted a few seconds. Naruto nodded. He had heard this story many times. It was a constant reminder of his origins. The event was so impactful that nearly every citizen of Konoha had a story of loss connected to it. That was why he was so hated during his childhood. Thanks to the sacrifice of the fourth, we all survived to this day. He sealed the fox within himself and his son, but in return, both died tragically. The atmosphere was somber as Ino recounted the story. It was like talking about genocide or war. The event always plagued everything it touched with an oppressive force that lingered as long as history mentioned its name. That's terrible, Naruto murmured. I suppose this. Did the Uzumaki matriarch also lose some of her people? Yes, she was the fourth wife, Ino reported. No one knew what happened during the birth of her son, but thankfully she survived. Although, even now, she remains a shadow of her former self, they say. It was a lump in Naruto's throat. He had just been told that the Naruto of his world had not only died during the events of his birth, but that his mother had survived. How different was this world from theirs? How much did that small detail change the course of history? But, most importantly, her mother. She could talk to her, meet her. It was an opportunity she'd never had before. I. Her throat was dry, and words failed her to express her emotions. I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been a tragedy for all of you. Yes, Choji agreed. But it was a long time ago. I wasn't even born then, so I don't feel the same sense of loss as most people here. But we shouldn't be talking about such somber things on this day of celebration. Naruto laughed at Akimichi's ever-cheerful expression. Sorry for bringing it up. I was just curious. Don't worry, Ino interjected. I can imagine how difficult it must be to travel to a place so different from your own. But if you need any help, don't hesitate to come and ask. I'm usually at the Yamanka flower shop in the clan district, in case you ever expect to run into me. She fluttered her eyelashes at him. Of course, thank you for the offer, Naruto said. Shikamaru and Choji rolled their eyes. It was a suggestion of something much deeper, if they'd ever heard of such a thing. Luckily, their new acquaintance seemed a little clumsy with those passes. From then on, they chatted about trivial things, but Naruto managed to glean some more information from the details they gave him. For example, they all expected to be on the same team, meaning the teams hadn't been formed yet, or that Shikamaru hoped nothing drastic would happen during his years of service, as had been the case for the past couple of years, meaning the events of the last 3 years, like the invasion of Suna, hadn't happened, if they ever did. About an hour passed before they finished eating and chatting. Naruto left with a smile on his face and a promise to visit Ino at her flower shop soon. Oddly enough, she was quite friendly with him for some reason, considering it was the first time they'd met in this world. However, Naruto didn't mind. He was simply glad to have reconnected with some of his old friends. It gave him some reassurance amidst his uncertainty, the certainty that everything would work out, even if he had to start from scratch. But the only thing that stuck in his mind was that his mother was alive and well, that she was here, in the village. Naruto knew what he had to do. He had to find her and see her with his own eyes. Kon Ino, Choji Shikamaru. Choji said between bites of his fries. What a nice guy that was. He was so cute, exclaimed Ino. Oh, his features were so delicate, handsome and adorable at the same time. He licked his lips, and both Shikamaru and Choji shuddered. They knew what he was like when he got like this. They'd seen it before with the Uchiha in their class. To their relief, Ino had already gotten over it after puberty, and a rather rude interaction between them had burned away any remaining traces of her crush on him. Now that she had found a new goal, one far less melancholic, much to her relief. However, they could both only feel sorry for the boy from the hot springs. Even so, Shikamaru said, there was something odd about him, though I don't know what. You say that to everyone you meet for the first time, Choji said, grabbing another handful of chips and shoving them into his mouth. Not everyone has a mysterious backstory you need to uncover, Shikamaru. Shikamaru shrugged. You're probably right. Besides, it would be a drag to use my mental energy on unimportant things. Don't you dare scare him with your antics, Shikamaru. Ino frowned. He'll think we're a weird bunch. Believe me, the only one acting weird was you, Shikamaru said disdainfully. What was that? Ino's tone of voice suggested immediate retribution. And nothing. Shikamaru immediately took a step back. I already figured as much. Now, if I were the matriarch of a clan, where exactly would I be? He had no idea. She'd never had much opportunity to interact with the clothed heads of her time, so she didn't know where they were on a daily basis. She suspected they were at their clan compound, performing various administrative tasks. The problem was, she hadn't asked the Team 10 trio where she could find the Uzumaki residence, considering it too intrusive and suspicious a question. So he did little more than explore, besides checking that everything was where he remembered it geographically. So far, apart from his old apartment having become a red light district, nothing had changed much from his memories. Perhaps there were slight inconsistencies here and there, but he could barely distinguish between the Konoha of today and the one he remembered from years ago, when it was still intact. On the other hand, there were some parts of Konoha he'd never frequented that often. For example, the clan district. As a young man, whenever he set foot there, one of the associated members would immediately escort him out, most of the time by force, with scowls and threats of punishment if he showed up there again. During his days as a hero, it was as if they couldn't help but invite him back every time they saw him. Naruto didn't blame them. That was his way of life. Thus, his current exploration brought him new discoveries, like the fact that the Nara compound had a huge backyard that led to a forest teeming with deer. Naruto wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence that his namesake was related to the animal or if it was the other way around, but he couldn't deny the allure of caring for the majestic creatures. He also discovered that the Uchiha compound was as empty as a ghost town. Naruto recalled that, back then, the Uchiha compound was located on the outskirts of the village due to its police operations. Was the location of his clan's compound different in this world, or was it simply because of the Uchiha clan massacre? Sasuke had moved into his own apartment, so Naruto never noticed. Anyway, that wasn't really what his mission entailed, so he didn't think much of it. Using multiple shadow clones, he explored several sections of the village at once. They all had one objective: to find the bright red hair he remembered from his mother's vision so many months ago. He wasn't even sure if she was a redhead in this world, but given how similar the Team 10 trio were to their counterparts, along with Tucci and Ayam, he had high hopes he wasn't mistaken. So he searched for that particular feature. It would be easy to find her in the crowd, and if one of her clones found her, they were expected to make another copy of themselves and for one of them to appear while the other continued tracking her. You know, the standard shadow clone scanning procedure. Even without Kurama's chakra, Naruto had more than enough to create hundreds, if not thousands. However, he reduced it in case having too much increased the likelihood of being detected. Suddenly, while standing atop the Hokage monument overlooking the village, he felt a wave of memories when one of his clones appeared, though it wasn't what he expected to see. Instead of red hair and pale violet eyes, she saw the image of a young teenage girl in one of the training fields, practicing alone. She had silky, dark blue hair that reached her back, pale, pupil-less eyes, and smooth, creamy skin. It was none other than Hyuga Hinata, the heir of the Hyugan clan. What Naruto saw in his memories, and what was deemed important enough to cause the clone to explode, was his distressed appearance during training. He wore an expression of anger, frustration, and a combination of other negative emotions that he knew all too well. Disappointment, sadness, bitterness. Naruto headed over there. This was too important to ignore. One of his friends was in trouble, and he would be ashamed of himself if he did nothing to help her. It didn't take long to reach his destination. It was one of the many unmarked training grounds, open to anyone. A small pond formed by the Naka River adorned its bank. Hinata was doing her best to turn the log in front of her into its splinters as she pounded it with ferocious juken blows. He wasn't quite sure how to approach the girl. He wasn't as close as he would have liked. During the tumultuous years before, she had confessed that she had liked him during her struggle with grief. It was unexpected at the time, and he didn't know exactly what she saw in him. He would have liked to find out if it weren't for his busy schedule during that volatile period. He felt that the opportunity had slipped through his fingers when he was in his old world. Now he finally had the opportunity and the time to meet her. He decided to introduce himself as he always had, directly. "Hello," he shouted. "Eep," Hinata shouted, not expecting anyone to be there. She must have been incredibly distracted by her training, since the Hyuga clan had always been known for their exceptional awareness. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen her training with her Byakugan activated. Perhaps she was just venting her frustrations instead of focusing on quality training. She was crying, he saw, and that enraged him even more for what she had done to him. Then Naruto also realized that the Byakugan could probably see through the henges. Naruto cursed under his breath, having not thought so far ahead. Now, he could only hope that Hinata would follow Hyuga etiquette and not activate her Byakugan when interacting with someone outside of combat situations. Fortunately, I had done exactly that. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling, somewhere between suspicion and weariness. Naruto waved his hand towards her, swallowing his nervousness. "Hi, I'm new in town. My name is Yuki Naru, Databeo," he replied enthusiastically. Even in the short time he'd spent with her, she'd always been kind to him, especially during his childhood. I was walking around town and saw you seemed quite distressed, so I decided to help out. Oh, oh, Hinata said, struggling to wipe her tears with her sleeves. How unseemly of me. After a moment to regain her composure, she straightened up and introduced herself. I'm Hyuga Hinata. Nice to meet you. Naruto smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Databeo. He flinched when the tick resurfaced, almost redundantly, but at this point, he might as well give up trying to suppress it. Damn his habit of speaking like someone from the countryside. Hinata offered a soft smile that didn't reach his ears. Well, sorry for the impression I gave, but I'm fine, I assure you. I was just a little frustrated and wanted to vent. She gestured to the training log. Naruto nodded, understanding. I understand. I do it often too. Hey, I know we just met, but I wouldn't mind listening if you want to vent. Trust me, sometimes it's liberating to open up to someone completely impartial. Hinata hesitated. She wasn't sure exactly why this stranger was approaching her, nor did she trust him, but she'd been through so much in her life without any support that she was desperate. So her reluctance didn't last long, I guess. Before she could change her mind, given her shy nature, Naruto intervened. Great, he said, and headed that way quickly. Hinata was surprised by his enthusiasm. Perhaps it was because he wanted to meet new people in an unfamiliar place that he was willing to go to any lengths to talk to her. She didn't know. However, she did appreciate the kind gesture and the attention she so rarely received. Okay, Hinata murmured. Naruto approached the grassy field and gestured for her to sit beside him. She blushed slightly before taking a seat, as she wasn't used to talking to boys. So, what's bothering you, Hyuga-san? Naruto asked, feigning calmness, though he was excited by the opportunity to talk to her. Well, I really don't know where to start, Hinata replied. Start with whatever you want. Oh, of course, he said, before taking a moment to reflect. Well, how much do you know about the Hyuga clan? Not much, really, Naruto replied. He wasn't lying. The truth was, he didn't know much, except that the members of his branch had been marked for their fight against Neji years before. One would think that this particular piece of information would suggest he knew more about the Hyuga clan than others, but the truth was, he didn't. He was unfamiliar with their customs, their traditions, their beliefs, their values. Like I said, I'm new here. Well, the Hyuga clan is made up of two houses, the main house and the branch house. I belong to the main house, the one that rules the clan, while my cousin is part of the branch house, which supports and serves the main house, he said. We have fights from time to time, and it's very frustrating. How is that? Naruto asked. Well, everyone knows my cousin is way better than me, and they're shocked when a member of the main house loses, even though they've seen it 1,000 times, she said with a frustrated expression. It's humiliating. I wish they'd all just leave and let me be. Naruto had never seen this side of Hinata. She had always been very shy around him. It was refreshing, in a way, to be able to confide in her completely. He never imagined she could be even a little bit vengeful. That's not even the worst part, she continued, shaking her head. I'm always pitted against my twin sister, and she always wins. I love her, but she makes me feel so worthless. Twins. Something else entirely in this world. Hinata and Hanabi are twins. How strange. She emphasized the word useless as if it were engraved on her soul. A word that, according to her, described her existence. Then, as if she had just remembered that she was saying all this to a stranger, she blushed and put her hand to her face. I'm sorry, I must look awful. Naruto shook his head, dismissing his concerns, and gave her an understanding smile. Believe me, compared to the problems I've been told about over the years, yours sounded pretty simple, Naruto said, smiling. I'm glad you told me all this. Why yes, Hinata replied, still embarrassed about having told him all her problems. Feeling the return to the present, she wanted to curl up and let the earth swallow her whole. During all these years, she had trouble making friends because of her low self-esteem, and then an opportunity fell into her lap, perhaps by luck, chance, fate, or even the heavens, and what had she done? It probably made her think that she was too burdened with problems to be her friend, which, to be fair, probably wasn't a terrible assessment. Oh, Cammy. She must think I'm not worth it. She must have regretted coming to talk to me. Why did I have to come out and tell her all my little problems? Hey, Naruto called, pulling her from her inner monologue. You don't have to be embarrassed to confide in me about this, Databeo. Remember, this is what I asked you to do. You probably didn't expect me to suddenly start getting rid of my problems, did you? He murmured, especially since we don't even know each other very well. To his surprise, that made him laugh. I like to get straight to the point. It really is good. Then he thought of his next words. You know, I've had similar problems to yours too. Hinata raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, really? Yes, Naruto said earnestly, gazing into the distance. I had a friend once. I compared myself to him all the time. In my village, he was always the center of attention, something I never had. I was jealous, in a way, because I always fell short when competing against him, whether it was in exams, tests, or, as in your experience, in training. Naruto bit his lip, recalling his memories, unaware that he had Hinata's undivided attention. She watched him as if she'd found a soulmate. What helped me was ceasing to use him as a benchmark for comparison, not letting other people's expectations affect me. I focused on improving by comparing myself to my state the day before, instead of to others, and over time, I surpassed him. He turned to Hinata and was surprised by the intensity with which she was looking at him. For her part, she seemed to have no idea, so engrossed was she in her story. And what happened to her? With that, Naruto's gaze darkened. He grew bitter and enraged. He took the wrong path, and I couldn't save him. Bitterness and sadness accompanied Naruto's words. So fresh was the memory of his friend's death. He was corrupted by the will of another, and, little by little, became less the friend I knew and more a monster. Naruto no longer harbored any illusions that Sasuke was a good person. He was too blinded by revenge and capable of destroying the life of anyone who stood in his way, and he did, without remorse. Hinata swallowed at those words, but to Naruto's surprise, she reached out to take his hand. Thank you for sharing your experience with me. I see you're distressed by your memories, and I just want to tell you that you shouldn't have to carry that burden. Sometimes, our influence on our friends' decisions is less than we think. He chose the path he did based on his own judgment. You shouldn't have to bear the weight of his mistakes. Naruto stared at her, stunned. With only a few phrases she knew from his story, she uttered words he had no idea how much they meant to him. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see Sasuke's desecrated corpse as Sakura finished him off. He couldn't stop seeing what his friend had become, constantly wondering what he could have done to prevent it. And yet, there she was, with someone so kind and perceptive who had guessed the root of her problems and told her something she needed to hear. She was just like the Hinata she remembered, though she stuttered much less now than she recalled from their few interactions, that is, every 2 or 3 words. He couldn't help but let out a sudden laugh, before chuckling to himself in disbelief. Realizing what she had done, Hinata blushed and withdrew her hand. Was it too much? He staggered. I'm sorry. No, Naruto interrupted. You have nothing to apologize for. I need to hear that. More than you know. Thank you. Hinata blushed, becoming flustered. Of course. Thank you for coming to talk to me. I feel much better now. Naruto smiled brightly. Hey, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, okay? That way we'll be stronger together. Are correct. Seeing the end of the brief confidence session, Naruto decided to take a chance. Tell me, do you want to be friends? Hinata's jaw dropped, almost as if she'd heard the most ridiculous thing come out of her mouth. Do you want to be my friend? Well, we share a little bit of ourselves, don't we? Naruto said. I think that's enough for a budding friendship, don't you think? Hinata's face turned so red that you could almost say she was doing a human imitation of a tomato. I'd love to, she said. Then she jumped up, almost as if she'd been propelled into action, almost as if fleeing imminent death. Something occurred to me that I had to do. I have to goodbye. And with that, he left. Naruto simply stared, amazed as his figure disappeared into the distance. How had he managed to escape so quickly? I guess she's faster than she thinks. Then, as if fate had designed it, a shadow clone appeared, informing him with the face of his target. There she was in all her glory. Mother. Naruto had found her. Was she shopping? For now he had observed from afar, perched on the rooftops of one of the adjacent buildings. She didn't know how to feel about the situation she was in. First a whole new world, and now, someone who was supposed to be dead was alive. That someone was her mother, someone she had always wished she had known. What was she like? Did she care about him? Naruto had to remind himself that, to her, he was dead. However, he wasn't anymore. He wasn't even the Naruto she knew. What would I say to him if he met her? Naruto's heart pounded in his chest. His ears were ringing. He felt like he was at war again, waiting for the next battle, preparing for the next assault. But this was just his mother. Was she even his mother? Or was she simply the mother of his version in this world? Naruto was pulled from his thoughts when she started moving again. She went from stall to stall, buying essential items. He had watched her intently, trying to memorize every possible detail. He felt like he was in a dream, that this moment was finite and would be snatched away from him as soon as he began to have hope. Like everything else, from his dreams of becoming Hokage to his promise to bring Sasuke home, to his falling in love with Sakura. Now, could she dare to hope once more? She clutched her necklace, a precious gift from Lady Tsunade. She had been the closest maternal figure she'd ever had. She had entrusted her with this necklace so that she could have hope one last time. If she hadn't fallen during the war, would she have been disappointed that he couldn't become Hokage in his old world? Naruto sighed. He knew what he had to do. He simply wasn't brave enough to do it. He could face the entire Akatsuki. He could face Madara. He could even face a goddess. But his mother, or half-mother? It was something that really intimidated him. Well, nothing's going there. Naruto was ready. He just needed to figure out exactly how he was going to introduce himself. Hi, I'm Naruto, but not the Naruto you know because he's dead, or at least that's what I've heard. I'm a different Naruto, from another world, who's a little like this one, but not quite. Anyway, I didn't have a mother in that world, but I saw you in my mind after trying to free Kurama, and now I'm here, and you and I are alive, and I thought it would be great to meet. He would look like a madman who was tricked into being his son. Did he even want to present himself as her son? It would be terribly strange for both of them. What if she didn't accept him? Should he stay as Yuki Neru forever, wearing a mask he carved himself from day one? No, he wasn't that type. I was overcomplicating this. He was simply going to present himself as a normal person and then introduce the idea slowly, without overwhelming her with mind-blowing information that, frankly, isn't entirely believable, even to him at this point. Naruto looked at her again. It seemed she had finished visiting stalls and was now on her way home. She showed no sign of noticing him, but that was a given, considering her talent for stealth. If she could hide from the ENBU at 12 years old wearing a bright orange jacket, she could hide from practically anyone. It wasn't arrogance, it was experience. Speaking of orange outfits, perhaps it was time to say goodbye to what he was wearing sooner or later. His transformation had also covered his clothes, turning them into normal civilian attire. Underneath, however, was the same old jacket he'd worn since returning from his 3-year journey with Jiraiya. Only now it was in tatters due to the war and his fight with Sasuke. With everything that had happened, he was surprised he was still wearing the clothes. She made a note to buy herself some new clothes later. Maybe an orange t-shirt this time, or even orange tiger-striped pants, or an orange blazer, and maybe an orange patch? Or he could do as Kakashi did and simply cover his Rinnegan with the headband he'd removed upon arrival and stored in the scroll in his bag. He preferred not to worry about it, in case the transformation failed and he was caught as a civilian illegally practicing ninja techniques, something overly enthusiastic civilians sometimes did, rather than be suspected of spying for an enemy nation and being sent to TNI. Kushina had headed to the clan's district. He had seen some compounds here through his clones that he didn't recognize and that were impossible to identify, since they had no signs or symbols on the walls. Perhaps she had lived in one of them? It took him a few minutes to follow her, but he finally arrived at a rather humble house across from the Nara clan. It was a 2-story building with a wooden roof and a sort of stacked cylinder with a rectangle sticking out from one side. It was, in a word, welcoming. something that perhaps one day he himself would build, had been in his old world. Kushina entered the house and Naruto had two options: go in now and finish this once and for all, or come back later and do it then. He walked towards the door. When she reached the stairs leading up to it, she stopped, thought about it, and then turned back towards the entrance, thinking it was a terrible idea. Then he stopped at the entrance of the door, then turned around to walk back to the door, thinking that he was not a coward. Then he turned towards the door, then towards the door, then towards the door, the door, the door, the door. This lasted 10 minutes. So, on his last trip to the door, he was about to walk away from it again for the last time and call it a day, thinking that maybe he could allow himself to be a coward just this once and escape once and for all, before the door opened and a bright golden chain shot out, wrapping itself around his right foot and dragging him with a force too strong for his frightened self to resist. Ow, he screamed as he was catapulted inside. His rear end slammed against a wall, leaving him nearly boneless on the floor from the impact and the sudden change in speed. The chains turned him into a human sushi roll. Ow. Oh, good Kami. That hurts more than Sasuke's Chidori to the chest, she said in a choked voice before looking up and meeting the indifferent gaze of her mother-like figure. Hello? Naruto greeted hesitantly. Why have you been following me? Kushina asked in a monotone voice, completely indifferent to her stalker's condition. Naruto looked at her before answering. Now that she was there, right in front of him, he could see details of her face he hadn't noticed before. At whatever age she was still as beautiful as the image he had of her. She had vibrant crimson hair and flawless porcelain skin. Her violet eyes seemed to hold thousands of untold stories, but they were dull and painful, almost as if shrouded in a veil of despair. She was suffering, he realized. He could see it in her posture, in the dark circles under her eyes. Yet, she was alive. Yo-yo, whatever Naruto wanted to say got stuck in his throat. Don't even try to lie to get out of this, boy, he said sternly. We Uzumaki are censors, and I've felt you watching me ever since I walked into that fruit shop in the civilian district. Naruto could only stare at her as she scolded him, mesmerized. Pain didn't affect him, despite his experiences with Sakura, but the mere fact of being scolded by his mother was such an unfamiliar experience that it filled him with wonder rather than fear. Kushina impatiently stamped her feet on the ground. It's been a long time since anyone has cared enough about me to send an assassin. I'm not a murderer, Naruto interjected, before practically swallowing his tongue at the terrible thought of interrupting her. Kushina's eyes narrowed and she quickly slapped him on the forehead. Oh, he cried in disbelief. Don't interrupt me. You're the one being questioned here. He scolded him once again. Why yes, ma'am, Naruto said, pulling away from her irritated expression, though only partially successful, as his restraints held him tightly. He thought that if he wanted, he could try to free himself, but that would probably make a terrible impression on his Aunt Kushina. He decided to simply call her Kushina for now. As I was saying before you interrupted me so rudely, even if you weren't a murderer, that would imply you're a creep who likes spying on widows. Either way, it doesn't bode well for you. So speak up. Naruto tried to form the words, but it took his brain a while to process the situation he was in. Kushina's foot tapped faster. I met someone who told me I looked a bit like you, so I decided to check if it was true, Naruto said, continuing down the path of nonsense. So, instead of coming to greet me, you stalked me until I got home? Kushina asked with a serious, unconvinced expression. Naruto grimaced. True, it looks bad, but… Hey, what are you doing? In the middle of the sentence, Kushina reached out and grabbed his cheeks, squeezing them and turning his face from left to right, examining his features. Wait a second, he murmured, before his eyes widened in realization. You've got a hinge on you. Naruto was speechless. How? I am an Uzumaki, she interrupted before he could finish, saying it in such a way that it was almost obvious she could detect Henges. I could never do that, he murmured. What was that? And nothing, she smiled guiltily. Let go of the hinge, she insisted, pressing her right hand even harder against his face. Wait, you don't understand. Naruto tried. Let it go, or I'll make you let it go and hand you over to TNI. Kushina ordered. "Oh, okay," said Naruto, and then replaced him with his clone, who was on top of the building. Or at least he tried. For some strange reason, he felt as if the chains had blocked his chakra and prevented him from doing what he was supposed to do, almost like a suppressor. Kushina smiled smugly. "Nice try, but it won't work." Naruto turned his head toward the window behind her and shouted, "Now!" Kushina turned her head, expecting to encounter another enemy. However, two unexpected things happened. First of all, there was no other attacker. A classic trick she should never have fallen for. But, well, she'd been retired for a long time. Secondly, the chains he had so proudly created and perfected over decades to restrain even the bijou were ripped from the young man's grasp with his own fingers. Somehow, he had managed to break free, and in the blink of an eye, he was free. "Sorry, it took me a while," she said before leaving, just as Hinata had done that same day. "Oh no, you don't," Kushina thought. Just as Naruto tasted freedom as he ran towards the door, he grabbed the handle and then proceeded to crash face-first into it when it didn't open. With the momentum he had, the door should at least have come loose or, more likely, been destroyed rather than stopping him completely. Before he could regain his balance, he found himself once again inside the chained sushi roll, this time hanging upside down. "Have you heard of Fuinjutsu, boy?" Kushina chuckled. "You should try it sometime." "Damn it," Naruto muttered. His final rescue plan, in flames, buried in ruins. Sure, he could have tried much harder, but, I repeat, he would never want to hurt his mother, or worse, for her to have a bad opinion of him, and, therefore, never want to speak to him again. "You're quite strong," he remarked. "You just told me you're a real threat, despite your age." "What does my age have to do with all this?" Naruto asked, his blood boiling from being upside down and from being tightly bound by the chains. With the number of chains he was wearing, he didn't want to risk him escaping again. Kushina raised an eyebrow subtly. "These days, all shinobi begin their careers at 18 or older. It's because of the ethical pact of the Kage Summit. Anything less would be outrageous. Everyone knows that." She looked at him. "Are you one of the Danzo family?" Kushina asked. "No," said Naruto, making a face. Kushina murmured. "Don't you think it's time you abandoned your transformation, sir? I'll call the shinobi patrols." Wait, let me explain," exclaimed Naruto. "I wanted to help you understand." "No, you have one chance. Back down in 3 seconds, or you're going to TNI, Mr. Stalker." "But..." 3. "Wait a minute." 2. Okay. Naruto untied himself and closed his left eye so that his Rinnegan would remain a secret for a little while longer. And Kushina, in a state of shock, dropped him headfirst and freed him from the chains. "Ow!" Naruto cried, rubbing his head where it hit him. "Damn it, Kushina-san. You're going to give me permanent head damage." Kushina frowned, still shocked. What was it you were about to call me?" And nothing." Naruto stammered instantly, retracting his mistake. "Are you related to Minato?" Kushina asked, slowly approaching and observing him as if he were an endangered animal. Naruto crawled backward until his back touched the door. "Well, sort of, yeah. You look so much like my late husband," she said, stopping in front of him to look at his face, now without scars. Then her eyes opened when she saw the marks on her cheeks. She paled considerably. Such an impossible thought crossed her mind. "And no, it can't be," she said in a trembling voice. Naruto couldn't say anything as he felt the caress of her palm and fingers as they ran over his cheek, feeling the small indentations like whiskers. Her eyes glazed over, but remained wide open in disbelief, almost as if she were seeing a ghost. Why you are?" Naruto was surprised by how radical his reaction had been just a moment ago. He'd let his guard down ever since he'd revealed himself. It was as if he'd gone from being an unknown threat to a potential relative the moment he saw his blonde hair and blue eyes. "HLO," said Naruto. "We're off to a bad start, aren't we? Which is mostly my fault, but..." Kushina fainted. "Huh?" Naruto shouted, clinging on like a puppet with its strings cut. Kushina-san." He looked at her, unconscious in his arms. She was still breathing, thank God. but it seemed that his appearance had frightened her greatly. It could have been worse, I suppose. Kushina was unconscious for 15 minutes, and Naruto was about to enter the worry stage before she woke up. He had checked on her to make sure she wasn't in danger. He had seen many people react the same way to things they simply couldn't understand during the war. Even so, she was like a mother to her. She worried that the Kushina of this world had some rare illness she knew nothing about. Perhaps she fainted often and needed to be hospitalized immediately. Was she really just fainting? Or did she need urgent help, and every minute that passed could put her in worse danger? As questions and doubts bounced around in her head, she heard, to her relief, the sounds of her mother waking up, who was lying on the sofa. First she took a deep breath, then her eyes widened. It seemed she hadn't seen him yet. Then she yawned. It was a strange dream, he murmured. Naruto opened his mouth to object, but decided to see how she reacted first. Her eyes scanned everything around them, initially focusing on him as if he were just any household object. Then she did a double take as her eyes looked back at him. She looked at him, puzzled. He stared at her, apologizing. "E," he shouted, almost falling off the sofa. "Hello," Naruto replied. It must have been the third or fourth time he'd greeted her in this same interaction. "Are you real?" "Well, yeah, I'd like to believe it," he said, pinching his cheek to check. "It seems pretty real, Databeo." Kushina looked at him as if he were a rabid animal she'd found in her backyard and didn't know what to do with. Then, everything started working again. "Databeo?" Kushina scoffed, her voice trembling and a half-laugh of disbelief escaping her. Naruto blushed slightly. His last encounter with his mother in his mindscape had provoked the same reaction when his tick appeared. How is this possible?" she asked, getting up and approaching again, her arms trembling. "It's a long story," Naruto said, staring at her as she approached. She was cautious, as if running toward him might frighten him or shatter the illusion she had created. But he was real as anything, so he took a step toward her in return. Her breathing became ragged, as if she hadn't expected it to. "Are you Naruto?" "Am my son?" Kushina asked, finally asking the question that awakened the hope she had buried so long ago. "I am, but not in the way you think," Naruto admitted, trying not to give him false hope. "What do you mean?" Kushina asked, finally within arm's reach of him and pausing to stare at him in amazement. "You're so handsome." Naruto blushed. Thank you, Kushina-san. Although I suppose you have a predilection for blonde men with blue eyes." Kushina let out a soft giggle of delight, feeling the knot in her stomach unravel at the subtle timbre of his voice. It was so uniquely familiar, as if it were exactly how she had imagined her son would sound when he grew up. She didn't want to wake up from this illusion, from this strange conjuring of her thoughts. "Well, you're probably right about that. But you have my cheeks, even my cheekbones, my forehead, my nose, and everything else. It's all Monato's. But your eye, why are you covering it?" While she was unconscious, Naruto had the opportunity to pull his headband from the storage scroll and cover his eye with it, doing what his sensei used to do, despite himself. Now, he just needed a mask to truly resemble him. He ran his finger over the headband where his other transplanted eye was. No, apparently not just transplanted, according to Hagoromo. Kushina gasped and grabbed his arm, the bandaged arm wrapped in the cloth he used to do it. "Kami, what happened to you?" Then, as if seeing a ghost and being confronted by reality, she pulled away from him, afraid that what she saw before her wasn't real, that she had been trapped in a cruel genjutsu for some strange reason. I buried you. I saw you take your last breath. You died in my arms." Naruto swallowed hard at the sight of the pain on her face, the look of anguish on her face. It was like seeing a dead person come back to life, something he wished he hadn't experienced, and something he, and undoubtedly, she knew all too well. "Maldito Edo Tensei. I am Naruto Uzumaki, but not your Naruto Uzumaki. I am from a different world, an alternate world," he said. "So much for taking it easy." Kushina, as expected, was confused. Her crimson eyebrows arched together and a questioning look appeared in her eyes. "It's a long story," Naruto reported. Kushina took a moment to compose herself, exploring her options. Then she looked at him again with her violet eyes, almost as if searching for something in his gaze. Whatever it was, he seemed to have found it as he relaxed his posture and breathed heavily. I have time. Naruto hesitated, unsure whether to tell her the full truth about his existence here. It was too much to bear, too much to bear. Could he trust her? He looked into her eyes, seeking her own good. And what he saw was uncertainty, nervousness, and hope. She hoped that what she saw before her was, without a doubt, real. She hoped that he was who she believed him to be. She didn't want to disappoint her with empty promises. If she, of all people, was the least trustworthy, his own mother, who could he trust? Sakura? She didn't know him, even though he knew her. Who knew how different she was from the girl he knew? No, now I had a choice. An act of faith. Should I take it? He kept his gaze fixed on her and saw a spark of something he could identify whenever he visited a friend's house later in his career. The way a mother looked at her sons and daughters. Amor. Pride. He took that leap of faith. Well, could we sit down? He chuckled, seeing the relief in Kushina's eyes. It's, I warn you, a tall tale. A very, very unbelievable one. Would you do me the favor, however far-fetched it may seem? Kushina nodded quickly. Oh, of course. Then Naruto looked around, taking in his surroundings. Is this a private place? I don't want anyone to hear what I'm about to tell you. Kushina made a sign with her hand, and Naruto saw some Fuinjutsu scripts that were attached to the corners of the walls light up. No one can hear, see, or even smell what goes on inside these walls now. I'd bet my life on it, Kushina asserted. Naruto smiled. You don't have to go that far. I'd rather have all my secrets revealed than have you out of my life again. Your life is worth far more than anything I could ever offer. At that, Kushina's eyes filled with tears, but she only nodded. Naruto gave her a wry smile and sat down on the old, sturdy sofa while she sat on the larger one beside him. Where to begin? So, from noon until night, Naruto talked about his journey, from beginning to end. Some parts he skimmed. Others he recounted in meticulous detail. He told her about his origins, his status as an orphan, how he grew up in an orphanage before moving into an apartment on his own, given to him by the third Hokage. He told her about his journey to becoming a ninja, about Iruka-sensei, as well as his many battles against his adversaries, Sasuke, Gaara, Neji, Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Pain, Madara, Kagaya, and Sasuke again. He told her about his friends, Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Guy's team. He told her about his crush on his teammate, and about the crush someone else had on him, the same person he had met that day. He told her everything. He followed the very advice he had given Hinata. She expressed her thoughts to another soul, opened her heart, and confided in the person she hoped to trust more than anyone else she had ever had in her life. Was he stupid to do that? I didn't know her, even if she was my mother, or a version of her. But he wanted to do this. Take advantage of this opportunity. Hope. Throughout the entire story, Kushina, though initially confused, seemed to grasp the clues and details. She sympathized at times, was surprised at times, and incredulous at others. Her range of emotions fluctuated as Naruto continued his tale. She was a good listener, participating actively and occasionally asking questions about the specifics. He told her how he got there, about his last fight with Sasuke, about his transplanted eye, which he lifted from his headband to show her, much to her surprise. He told her about his friendship and separation from Kurama, and about his subsequent encounter with Hagoromo. In the end, she could do nothing but stare at him, mouth agape. I know, he said. It's hard to believe. I believe you. Kushina interrupted immediately, trying to clear up any misunderstanding her son might have. What? Naruto looked at her. I don't care if you think your story is far-fetched, literally, but don't you see, Naruto? She stammered upon hearing his name, almost incredulous that he was actually addressing her by the name of her dead son. I choose to believe because, in the end, this opportunity is too great to pass up. Her voice broke as she said the following words, her gaze fixed on him and tears welling up again. I have the opportunity to meet my son." Then she cried. It was as if, during the hours he'd spent telling her his story, she'd gradually become convinced that he was, well, Naruto, and had been holding back a torrent of emotions struggling to break free. Now that it was over, now that she'd confirmed who he was, she burst into tears. Naruto ran towards her and put a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, Kushina. Please," she interjected in a pleading, trembling voice. Call me. Call me Mom." Mom." Naruto nodded, a deep emotion filling his voice as he understood what that word meant to him. He finally had a family. A real family. "Mom, are you okay?" "No," he said. "I'm more than fine. I'm so happy. So incredibly happy I can't even explain it. So happy I can't believe this is really happening. This is real. You're my son." She rubbed her eyes before looking at him. They were bloodshot and glassy, still streaked with tears. You may not be mine in this world, but you're still Naruto Uzumaki, born to a version of Kushina Uzumaki. You're the closest thing to a son I could ever have, and you're here." His eyes flickered between hers, between faded purple and crystalline blue. Naruto, too, was holding back his own emotions. She choked. "Would you give your mother a hug, Naruto?" With this, the dam could no longer hold out. He hugged her, letting out his own sobs, his own cries of relief. She returned the hug, almost tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline. "Oh, my sweet boy, welcome home." And so, mother and son were reunited once again. They hugged for what seemed like hours, but in reality, it was only a few minutes. They would have hugged for longer, if Naruto's stomach hadn't stopped. Snarl. Naruto blushed. "I am sorry." To his embarrassment, Kushina let out a giggle. They let go of each other, and Kushina's smile instantly melted him. She seemed so joyful, so full of life. It was as if something had been lifted from her, so different from how she'd looked before. "Let me make you dinner, son." Kushina still seemed surprised by the title she had given him, surprised that this was real for her. "Let's make dinner together, Mom," Naruto corrected. Her voice broke as she answered. She looked like she was about to burst into tears again, but she managed to hold it back. "Oh, okay." They set about organizing the groceries Kushina had bought earlier. They were mainly fruits and vegetables. "What would you like to eat?" Kushina asked, approaching him. "The truth is, everything's fine," Naruto said. "This morning I had yakiniku for breakfast, and while I was at it, I ran into some of my old friends." Naruto seemed melancholic as he recalled the conversation from that morning. "What a day it's been," he said. But then he felt Kushina place her hand on his and squeeze it. "You know that no matter what happens, I'll be here for you, right?" Kushina said sternly. Naruto was surprised that she trusted him so easily, that she already believed in him so much, despite having only met him today. "Thanks, Mom." They exchanged shy smiles, both unsure of how to interact with each other. "Tell me," Naruto asked, "do you have ramen, Mom?" For some reason, that's what made her cry once again. "Huh? What happened? What did I say?" Naruto panicked. "You're so much like me," she said, sniffing. "Even though I haven't been in your life until now, you're so much like me. From your tic to your love of ramen." "Oh, Kami, I'm getting sentimental again." Naruto gasped. "Why you love ramen too?" "Yes." She nodded enthusiastically. "Why you really are my mom," Naruto murmured. They looked at each other. Then they burst out laughing. Naruto had returned to the inn where he was staying to check out and collect his things after dinner. His mother, he was still getting used to calling her that, insisted that he move in with her immediately. Naruto hadn't mentioned it before, but his mother's house was, to put it kindly, a mess. It was a disaster. Kushina felt embarrassed when he subtly pointed it out, stating that she hadn't actually had visitors in a long time. Naruto didn't mind at all, but he left some clones to help her clean up before heading back. He really needed the walk, the fresh air to sort out his thoughts about what had just happened. He was incredibly lucky that his mother was exactly who he believed her to be. The version of her in this world wasn't evil, hateful, cold, or anything negative. She was as kind and loving as he had imagined her to be from his encounter with her in his mind's eye. In fact, she was almost too eager to jump on board the ship he was sailing, not caring if it would sink and drown them both, or even where it was going. It was as if the moment she saw that she could get her son back into her life as a possibility, however remote, she seized the reins and went for broke. He'd appreciated her for it, more than she realized, for having someone she could potentially rely on in these tumultuous times. He'd put his hinge back on, covering his clothes and everything, even though his mother had promised to go shopping with him tomorrow to sort out his wardrobe. The truth was, he was excited to spend time with her. He was excited to find out what she liked, what she didn't, what she loved, and what she hated. He was excited to learn everything. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Even though he had lost all his friends, or rather, they had all lost him, he was glad to have the chance to start over. He could find his friends again, rebuild the bonds he had with them. But one thing he couldn't do was bring his mother back to life. Not with what it would cost him. So this chance to have a mother alive and healthy, he was immensely grateful. Naruto looked up at the starry sky. The sun had already set. He had never felt so alive. So free. Upon arriving at the inn, a smile spread across her face. She paid the bill to the receptionist, gathered her belongings, and headed home. Home. Naruto woke up barely an hour after falling asleep to the sound of the floorboards creaking. It was his mother. She was wearing a silk nightgown and holding a lamp. Naruto rubbed his eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, son. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." Kushina stopped herself from saying she wanted to check one more time that he was real. It would sound like a broken record. "I'm fine, Mom," Naruto yawned. "I'm so tired I could sleep on the floor and doze off." Of course," said Kushina. "I shouldn't bother you then. Of course I'll go now." However, before she could leave, Naruto called her. "Mother?" "Why, yes. I know my story was hard to believe, but I'm so happy to have you in my life now." Kushina nodded. Despite how new and receptive she had been to him, she truly couldn't believe it. His son. Or, well, not his son, but the son of a version of herself. But still, for Kushina, that was more than enough. Suddenly, her throat went dry with the surge of emotion, leaving her scruples behind. "Would you mind if I stayed here? To make sure you don't disappear?" Naruto smiled. "Of course." Kushina approached and lay down beside him, placing the lamp on the nightstand. Unable to contain herself, she hugged him once more, trembling with sobs. Without realizing it, they fell asleep in each other's arms. And so, the second day of Naruto's experience in the new world was coming to an end. Day 3. Naruto woke up in the morning and saw nothing but red. Not figuratively, to indicate that he was angry, but literally red. She realized it was her mother's hair. It was so vibrant, like fine strands of ruby, shimmering in the subtle light of the rising sun that filtered through the window. She tried to gently untangle her hair, and after a few minutes of slowly brushing the strands away from her face with her hand, she could finally see again. And he discovered his mother curled up beside him like a giant squirrel. For someone in her 30s, he guessed, she looked quite young, as if she were in her early 20s. Perhaps it was the Uzumaki life force that kept her young. He knew very little about her lineage and hoped to learn more from her. He looked much better than the tired, tanuki-eyed version he'd seen the day before, almost as if he'd recovered from a long illness overnight. She was so beautiful. Perhaps it was because he'd never had one, or because he had no one to consider a mother figure. So when he looked at her, he didn't see his mother, he saw a woman. An extraordinarily beautiful woman. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts, blushing furiously. He cursed his teenage hormones and banished what had just happened to the deepest, darkest recesses of his mind, never to resurface. He withdrew slowly but surely, untangling her limbs from her torso and replacing them with a pillow. She was fast asleep, he sensed, for she didn't even stir when he moved her. When he was finally free, he covered her with the blanket, making her act as a barrier between himself and his unwanted thoughts. She found herself in the bathroom a moment later, and thankfully she was relieved, in more ways than one, with guilt hovering over her thoughts. Once the deed was done, he cleansed his thoughts for the last time, expelling the corruption that had been placed there by his late godfather. She set about preparing breakfast. She took her time exploring the kitchen. She hadn't planned anything for today other than going clothes shopping. He checked the closets one by one to familiarize himself with their location. He had offered to pay the rent for his stay, but his mother had only frowned at the attempt. She had told him that this house was too big for one person and that if he didn't move out, she would find him and chain him up in the basement. Naruto chuckled at the memory. His mother was fiery and fierce, just as those who knew her in his past life used to describe her. She opened the utensil drawer, closed it, and then the spice drawer. It seemed her porch wasn't very well stocked, which indicated she didn't put much effort into cooking. Because why would she do it? Who was she cooking for? No one but herself. Naruto felt a pang of compassion for her. Being alone all this time, after losing her family, he was a kindred spirit in that sense, for he too had spent most of his life alone. He suspected that this porch would soon fill up with more and more things now that he was there. They would experiment with cooking together. She smiled at the thought. Then he saw a carton of eggs in one of the cupboards and a simple test by submerging some in water to see if they floated, a trick he had learned from Sakura, indicated that they were fresh. She picked up a frying pan, lit the fire, and started cooking. Cooking was therapeutic for her. Contrary to popular belief, she didn't eat ramen 3 times a day. She only ate it once a day. Well, he was still addicted to ramen, but he could also cook simple things, like fried eggs. He knew how to fry eggs. Kushina. Kushina woke up in a state of bliss. It had been a long time since she had slept so well. A night of complete rest without nightmares to torment her. Her sleepy eyes blurred and blurred before she realized she wasn't in her usual room. Then everything came flooding back to her. Her son. He had come home. She turned her head sharply, taking a deep breath to calm herself. A scent that definitely wasn't hers filled her nostrils. It was masculine, yet sweet, almost like apples with honey. It intoxicated her. "Naruto," she murmured. For a moment, her heart sank, thinking that what she had experienced the day before was nothing more than a lucid dream, but she reminded herself that it couldn't be. It was too real. It felt too real. Not even an Uchiha could conjure something so real. And indeed, the smell of something cooking alerted her to a living presence. She awakened her senses and, as if staring into a blinding beam of light, she found him. Restricted as he had been yesterday when he tried to spy on her, his chakra capacity was already quite large despite being restrained. Now, it was like comparing a bowl of water to the ocean. It was the first thing she noticed about him and the first thing that convinced her he was who he claimed to be. No one but a full-fledged Uzumaki could aspire to possess even half the chakra capacity he held. How much he had gone through to become so powerful, she couldn't comprehend. She couldn't truly grasp the significance of each event he had described, some of which were so incredible they could be written in an epic tale. But that wasn't the most important thing that mattered to her. In time, she would have the opportunity to understand his worries and experiences. She would say it as many times as necessary. All that mattered to her was that he was here with her. She ran out of the guest bedroom, and, to her immense relief, there he was, still wearing his ripped t-shirt and orange pants. "Naruto," the words escaped his lips reflexively, just to confirm that his existence is real, that he is real. He turned to her, surprised, before blushing for some strange reason. "Oh, Mom. Good morning. I'm sorry, did I wake you by accident?" She ran to hug him, not caring how many times in 24 hours. She would keep hugging him until he dispelled her doubts about whether his existence was an illusion. For some reason, her son was so surprised by this gesture that he hiccuped and blushed terribly. "So, what are your plans, son?" Kushina asked, savoring the simple yet hearty plate of egg and rice in front of her, seasoned with a little soy sauce. Her son had made it. That made it more delicious than anything she had ever tasted. "Well, I'd like to buy some new clothes for one," Naruto replied, his gaze fixed everywhere but on her. He must have been fascinated by the house where he lived, although, to his embarrassment, it was still a little dusty from neglect. He chuckled. "I meant the near future, not today's plan." Naruto blushed. "Oh well, I'm not really sure." He leaned back in his chair, having finished eating. "I suppose I'll take it one day at a time. You never know how different this world will be from mine. Perhaps the events of my past will never happen here." Kushina nodded. "As I told you yesterday, remember that I will be by your side, son. even if the world turns against you. You can count on it. Naruto smiled and felt a comforting warmth. Thank you, Mom. Kushina smiled back. Are you planning to re-enlist as a ninja? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. I don't want to go back to the academy and go through the ninja ranking process again. Heck, technically I'm still a Jinin in my world. With the war going on and all, I apparently wasn't available for promotion. Kushina considered her son's concerns. Can I offer you some advice, if you'd like? Perhaps if you demonstrate your abilities, Hiruzen can promote you to a rank that reflects your worth. Hiruzen. Naruto jumped at the sound of the name. He realized that, like Jiraiya, the old man was still alive. Orochimaru hadn't killed him. Kushina made a sound, then remembered yesterday's story. All right, you said that in your world, Orochimaru killed him, didn't you? Naruto nodded, bitter at the memory. I was 13 when he died. In a way, he was the father figure I had during my childhood. I loved him as such, despite his flaws. Kushina reached out to place her hand on his, though she was still secretly furious at how little Hiruzen had done for his son. Of course, she understood that Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, couldn't ally himself with a clan for political reasons, but he still deserved more attention. She could understand that Hiruzen couldn't help his son because of his duties as Hokage in a Konoha weekend after the tragic night, and she could appreciate that he at least still did something by providing him with a home and occasionally looking after him. Hiruzen used to be too lenient with people, despite his kindness. He let himself be taken advantage of too easily, especially by his friend Danzo and his disobedient student Orochimaru. Kushina saw that he was being pulled in too many directions to dedicate time to a boy who struggled to maintain his cheerful personality. Kushina shook her head. Well, he's alive now, and he's just as kind as the man you described to me from your world. Although being kind doesn't always mean being right. Oh, really? Naruto asked, oblivious to his own thoughts. That's true, Kushina confirmed. If you want to tell him your story, you can, and I have enough political clout to keep him quiet afterward, though I suspect the old man wouldn't tell a soul. He's far too kind to be a ninja, let alone a Hokage, but he's probably the only one smart enough to believe in parallel worlds and such, besides me, of course. Naruto looked at his hands. I'd love to see him again. Kushina stared intently at her son. You want to be a ninja, son? After everything you've been through? Are you willing to shoulder the responsibility that comes with it? Naruto thought about it a lot, remaining silent for a few minutes while his mother finished her meal. I have to do it, mother. I won't be a spectator when the world collapses. It would be a disservice to the wise man who put me here. Naruto bit his lip. Kushina shook her head. I don't care about the sage or anyone else. I care about you, son. If you don't want to bear the burden, you shouldn't, prophecy or no prophecy. Naruto disagreed. I have to do it, but I also want to. I could save so many people, help so many people. But this time, maybe I can do it another way. A way where I don't have to carry it all alone. A gleam in his eyes betrayed his determination. I will be a ninja and I will meet with the Hokage to discuss this, but I will not be a tool of the village. Ninshu was created for peace and understanding, not for death and destruction, although I have learned that sometimes killing is necessary for justice. In any case, it should never be the first option. I want to spread that message. Then I'll ask Hiruzen to come to dinner tonight, he said, as if inviting the most important man in town to dinner was a mundane task like watering the flowers. Just like that, Naruto blinked, a little stunned. She smiled at him smugly. Being the only Fuinjutsu master in the village has its advantages. Besides, it's been a while since I've asked her for anything. She'll accept, even though she has an important meeting tonight. Yes, I see. Kushina nodded and smiled. Now, let's clean everything up, get dressed, and go shopping. For some reason, a chill ran down Naruto's spine. No, try this one, Kushina said, handing him another shirt. But it is not. It's not orange, I know, but it will suit you. With Naruto barely swollen, he didn't need to return to his usual appearance for Kushina to get that feminine sense of how good the clothes looked on him, especially after having his image etched in her mind. As if she could ever forget what her son looked like, despite having met him just yesterday. In this case, The dark blue shirt accentuated her slender and muscular figure very well. Her son was handsome, without a doubt. He was like Minato, in a way, but his features were less sharp and more rounded, giving him a less intense and more cheerful appearance. In her humble and entirely impartial opinion, her son seemed even more handsome than her late husband, largely thanks to his own features. However, she suspected that the social discrimination he'd faced had eradicated any chance he'd had with girls growing up, making him unaware of how many glances he'd attracted, even during his walk there. She would have to be careful lest some whore catch him. As if she would let anyone play with her son's heart. Naruto, on the other hand, was quite depressed, as all his orange-themed suggestions had been rejected due to his mother's preferences. He wanted those orange flame pants, but convincing his mother was in vain. He tried on the shirt in the locker room and went back out, just to get the attention of someone else who had just entered the store. It was none other than Yamanaka Ino. "Oh, hello," she shouted. "What a coincidence." Both Naruto and Kushina turned towards her. "It's Yuki-kun, isn't it?" he asked, approaching them. Kushina raised a delicate eyebrow at Naruto. He'd spent so much time telling her his story that he forgot to tell her his fake name, so he replied awkwardly, "Yes, I'm Yuki Naru. It's nice to see you again. Ha 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 yeah." Kushina stifled a chuckle at how badly her son was infiltrating the group. Yuki Naru? Really? That was practically his entire first name and his fake one. And what was that obvious hint he dropped? Had he forgotten she was a former jonin and could easily read between the lines? He found it painfully endearing how direct he was. Luckily for him, it seemed the Yamanaka boy was too fascinated by him to notice his terrible acting. Speaking of potential whores, Kushina thought, "Oh, are you going clothes shopping? I can help you with that," said Ino, almost excited at the opportunity to spend more time with her son. Part of Kushina felt annoyed because this vixen would even try to take her beloved son away from her while she was standing right there. And so, before Naruto could reply, he declined the offer. "Thank you for the offer, Miss Yamanaka, but I'll handle it myself." As if she barely noticed her presence, Ino almost jumped out of her seat. "Oh, Kami, Lady Uzumaki. Please forgive my rudeness in not greeting you." Kushina smiled, knowing that a teenage girl could get tunnel vision around an attractive boy, but that boy was her son. Was this the maternal protection she'd heard so much about? Part of her was proud of feeling this way, and that same part was proud that she felt proud. What a paradox. She could create an endless cycle of pride by doing this. "Okay, Miss Yamanaka, it turns out Naruto-kun is here." Naruto's eyebrows twitched at the nickname. "He's a long-lost relative of Minato's. I thought it appropriate to help him in his situation, since he just moved here," Kushina said. Naruto noticed that technically she wasn't lying, just omitting details. "Ah, I see." Ino sounded dejected. But Naruto, bless his kind heart, intervened upon seeing her disappointed expression. "Don't worry, Yamanaka-san, I'll stop by your shop later to buy flowers for Mrs. Uzumaki. It's the least I can do for her after she so kindly welcomed me into her home." "Ah," Ino exclaimed, her mood shifting dramatically. "I'm really looking forward to it. And you're living at the Uzumaki residence now? That's wonderful news." Kushina rolled her eyes at how easily her son was swayed by the young florist's puppy dog eyes. Now she knew where he lived and had a date with him later. She would have to teach him to resist feminine manipulation so he wouldn't get so worked up over every girl who dared to pout at him. "Anyway, I guess I'll go back to buying my own clothes then," Ino said, heading towards the women's section. Kushina resisted the urge to roll her eyes again. Without a doubt, Ino was spying on her son from the so-called women's section. His son, bless him, was unaware of everything that had just happened. "Naruto-kun, Daijo Kushina." Something in her mother's tone of voice gave her goosebumps. "Why yes. I have a lot to teach you." Are correct. Naruto wanted to learn a lot from her, especially things related to her clan, but something told him that wasn't what she meant. "Now try on these t-shirts," Kushina said as she handed him another t-shirt. Naruto sighed, but did as he was told. Meanwhile, Ino stood among the clotheslines, her eyes more concerned with the free fashion show she was receiving than with what she intended to buy. especially with such a sexy model. That afternoon, Naruto stood outside Yamanaka's shop while his mother headed off to meet with the Hokage. Naruto had told her about the situation with Root in his old world and advised her not to let anything important leak to Hiruzen's office. She told him he was old enough to take care of himself, much to his amusement. Apparently, she also had a Fuinjutsu seal shop in the same clan district, but she had already hired a manager, who she claimed was desperate for the job, to run it. He opened the front door and peeked inside to check if the shop was open despite the sign indicating it was. In fact, it was a habit. He'd been turned away from too many shops during his childhood, where he'd simply walked in without noticing the invisible "No QB Children" sign. Ino had seen it immediately. "Hello, Yuki-kun," she shouted. Naruto waved his hand. "Hello." She jumped toward him and put her arm behind her back to look at him. "Where's Lady Uzumaki?" "He's with the old man. I mean the Hokage for a meeting," Naruto replied. "Omo." Ino nodded, looking around to make sure there was no danger on the shore. Naruto looked at her, tilting his head. "Huh, what?" Ino grabbed his arm and placed it between her breasts, pulling it further in. Naruto blushed. "Yamanaka-san, what?" "I'm giving you a tour," she interrupted, smiling brightly. There was something about that smile, Naruto realized, that made him feel like a deer before a hunter. He felt a tingle down his spine. All right. They spent an hour and a half simply observing which flowers were suitable for each occasion. Naruto admitted to having learned a lot from Ino, as she explained one flower after another, and honestly, he found it all quite interesting. He could see the passion she had for her plants, and he also did some gardening at home, though mostly fruits and vegetables, so he could appreciate the hard work involved in cultivating these beautiful plants. In the end, Naruto left with a bouquet of hydrangeas and some sunflowers, just the way he liked them. "Thank you, Yamanaka-san." This time, Ino realized her mistake. She blushed. "Did you just try to call me Ino?" Making up an excuse on the spot, Naruto said, "Oh, sorry, in my village people were called by their first names instead of their last names. I guess old habits die hard." Hara. She had to admit it, it was a good excuse. She needed to treat herself to a bowl of ramen for lunch. Ino was still blushing, then she grabbed a lock of her hair and played with it. "I care," she murmured softly. "Excuse me, what was that?" Naruto asked. "I don't care," Ino said louder. Naruto smiled. Great. Now there was one less person he didn't have to hold back from calling that. "Awesome. Thanks for today, Ino. You can call me Naru if you want, Databeo." Ino gave him a hesitant smile and nodded, looking almost dizzy. Naruto left the shop smiling, before heading home to put the flowers in a spare vase his mother kept. Then, the Ichiraku ramen arrived. Soon after, he was whistling to himself as he entered his beloved ramen stand before spotting another person he recognized. Irika-sensei. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks before reminding himself that this was a new world and that they had no connection to each other. "Relax, Naruto. Relax." "Welcome." This time it was Iam's cheerful voice that greeted him. "Oh, it's you again, welcome. I'm glad we made a good enough impression on you to come." Naruto grinned. "Ichiraku is the best ramen shop in the world, Databeo." Tucci laughed at that, and Iam smiled, both proud of their work. Irika, who was the only person at the stand, turned and smiled at the new customer's jubilation before returning to his plate. Naruto decided to order his favorite dish this time, miso chashu ramen. 3 bowls. He decided to save his stomach for the dinner his mother had promised him. He was about to talk and converse with Irika when a voice called him from behind him. "Hello, Sensei, it's great to see you here." Naruto glanced behind him and saw it was Kiba. The Inuzuka clan heir ignored him. Of all the members of Konoha's dream team, Naruto was the least close to Kiba. There had been a sort of distance between them ever since Naruto had surpassed him in the Chunin preliminary exams, and despite his clumsiness, even he noticed that the Inuzuka harbored unrequited feelings for Hinata, who, in turn, cared for Naruto. He could sympathize with Kiba, since Kiba felt the same way about Sakura. There were many things between them that prevented them from forging a close relationship, though he was still one of the people whose back Naruto would gladly have on the battlefield. Naruto decided to remain silent and see how the interaction unfolded. Kiba took the chair opposite Irika from where Naruto was sitting. "Oh, Kiba, congratulations on passing the exam. Are you excited to be a genin?" "OSU." Kiba nodded. "I'm excited to find out who our instructor will be. I hope it's the Jonin Kurinai." At this, Kiba had a dreamy look on his face, much to Irika's displeasure. "Idiot." Irika smacked Kiba on the head. "Don't talk about your potential teachers like that." Naruto listened to their conversation with a strange mix of jealousy and relief. He was jealous because Irika used to treat him this way, but he was also glad that he had such a close connection with someone. In the end, he found that he didn't mind things being this way. He was glad that Irika was happy and that he now had his mother, who could take on Irika's role of caring for him. "Here's your first bowl of miso ramen," Ayam said, placing the steaming bowl in front of him. Then he approached Kiba and said, "Welcome. What would you like to order?" Kiba smiled smugly. "Well, I'd love to have you on my plate, so I could have the pleasure of eating you." For things happened simultaneously as the words left Kiba's mouth. Naruto almost spit out his ramen, which was a sin against nature. Irika hit Kiba so hard that he probably suffered a concussion. Ayam seemed about to commit murder in front of her, and Tucci was about to hand over his knife. "I see," he said, his brows furrowing dangerously. "Dear customer, we only serve ramen here. If you'd like to explore more bland options, explore other establishments. Now, if you're not going to order, I suggest you leave." Irika apologized frantically. "I'm so sorry, miss. I'll take my naive student and leave. And here's a tip for your trouble." With that, Irika dragged the semi-conscious, foaming Kiba out of the cubicle and headed elsewhere. Naruto simply watched with morbid fascination. That was hilarious. However, Naruto held back his laughter so as not to further irritate Ayam, who was already furious. She looked at him and Naruto discreetly proceeded to devour his ramen, pretending he didn't see anything. Ayam sighed. Boys these days have no manners or courtesy. Naruto put down his empty bowl and raised an eyebrow. "Does that include me?" Ayam became nervous when she realized that she might have said that to him too. And no, of course not. "Dear customer, you have been nothing but polite." Naruto laughed. "I hope so. I'd hate to get kicked out of one of the only stalls that serve food fit for the gods, but you don't look much older than us, miss. Maybe that's why I was trying to ignore you." Ayam seemed surprised by the sly compliment. She giggled. "Oh, goodness. Even so, I shouldn't have said anything so rude." Naruto raised his glass of water. "We agree on that. I suppose I'll have another serving on his behalf, as a gesture for the lost customer." Ayam smiled with her usual sisterly warmth. "I'll be right up." Then he murmured softly, "Perhaps chivalry isn't dead after all." Naruto didn't have much to do after lunch, so he headed to the training grounds just like yesterday, hoping to train. He didn't want to get too rusty despite it only being 2 days since his last life-or-death battle. He wanted to get used to his new arm. Finally, he strangely arrived at the same place where he met Hinata yesterday. She wasn't there, and for some strange reason, a small part of him was disappointed. He wanted to see his friend again, get to know her a little better. Unfortunately, he went ahead with his plans. He did his dynamic stretches, warming up his muscles and relaxing his joints. His mother had been kind enough to pay for, though he was perfectly capable of paying for himself, several outfits for different occasions, and the one he was wearing now was for exercising. It was cheap, and he could ruin it without feeling too guilty. He'd never cared much before, but now that what he was wearing had become a gift rather than a mere possession, he had reservations about throwing it away. Once ready, he approached the training log and struck it with the fist of his newly implanted arm. The log broke. Naruto looked at his fist, confused. Then he grabbed another log and did the same with his other arm. This one also broke into small splinters. "That's strange. I don't remember ever being that strong," Naruto muttered. Actually, Sakura used to be the strong one. Naruto's physical strength was something he had always been proud of, but it had never been so easy to achieve. He wondered what had changed to make it so. He thought about his abilities, Though he didn't dare try out his more extravagant jutsu in public, he had no idea if anyone was even watching him at that moment. He wondered if he could still use a Rasengan or Sage mode, or summon toads. Well, that was the exception. I needed to try it. He bit his thumb, formed hand signs, channeled just enough chakra to summon a small toad, and fiercely hurled it to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Nothing. He tried again with several degrees of chakra channeled into him. And again. And again. Still nothing. Naruto collapsed, almost disappointed at not having succeeded. It made sense, he supposed, that the toad summoning scroll of this world didn't yet have his name written on it, and therefore he couldn't summon his beloved companions. However, he suspected that he could still use Sage mode and the Rasengan without problems, considering that it took him no effort to use his shadow clones. Ayano, a nearby voice shouted, and Naruto's soul nearly leaped out of his body in shock. He was so focused on making his summoning jutsu work that he wasn't paying much attention to his surroundings. Naruto turned around, but relaxed once he saw that it was the same person he met here yesterday. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga. This time she wore simple black sportswear, with a long-sleeved shirt with a modest neckline and long pants that reached her ankles. However, what she didn't hide were her ample assets. Naruto blushed, thinking that perhaps that was why she wore sweaters all the time. Hinata, with her cunning, didn't miss how Naruto's gaze momentarily shifted to her ample bosom. She blushed, but managed to control herself to get what she wanted. Hello again, Yuki-san. Naruto looked at her, raising an eyebrow. Did you really just call me friend Yuki-san? Hinata felt the urge to run away again. She really did. Yuki-san, my friend? Could she have made things any more awkward? To Hinata's embarrassment, Naruto burst out laughing, but quickly apologized. Oh Kami, sorry. It took her a moment to compose herself, and it was just in time because Hinata felt like she was going to faint with the blood rushing to her head. That was really adorable, Naruto said, composing himself. It's great to see you too, Hinata. Naruto completely forgot that he was supposed to address Hinata as Hyuga-san. She realized her mistake immediately because, in fact, she fainted on the spot. Fortunately, he caught her before she collapsed, muttering, "What's with people fainting around me these days?" It took Hinata a few minutes to regain consciousness. She'd had the terribly embarrassing dream that her next interaction with her new friend would follow the route of the worst possible scenario, number 34, which she had meticulously planned. Her roomy eyes gazed at the beautiful tree branches rusting in the wind. Naruto's face appeared above her. Hey! Hinata jumped up and nearly head-butted him in the jaw. Then, to her mortification, she realized that the interaction she had just witnessed had not been a dream. She wanted the earth to devour her alive, to make her suffer before being swallowed up so that at least she wouldn't come out ashamed. Okami, Okami. The words came out at a rapid pace as she panicked. Hey, look at me, Naruto said, grabbing her shoulders. His grip was strong and firm, unlike any she'd ever felt. Take it easy, okay? I know you're new to this friendship thing, so I won't judge you. Don't worry, Databeo. Hinata took a moment to compose herself before nodding. The radiant smile he gave her calmed her a little. So, you're here to train? He asked, changing the subject and successfully distracting her. Hinata wished she were more skilled at the art of not making a fool of herself. You're wearing training clothes, Naruto pointed out. I guess you're here to train a little. Hi. He nodded. I just lost another mast and was hoping to come here to work on what I did wrong. Naruto thought to himself. I know. Why don't you practice with me? Hinata stared at him, her eyes wide. No, she couldn't. Naruto interrupted her. Trust me, everything will be fine. Besides, I'm pretty good at this, you know. It'll be slow and steady practice. No jutsu or chakra techniques. Just pure taijutsu, so no Byakugan. What do you think? Hinata didn't want to hurt her friend. She didn't want to take any risks that might scare him. She needed to check her friend interaction notebook. However, before she could refuse, Naruto placed his hand on hers, making her gasp. Okay, you can trust me, Databeo. Hinata felt like she was about to melt, for the better this time. She wondered if she really wanted to do this, to jeopardize her relationship. Friends didn't usually visit, and it would be a curse if she let this go. But wouldn't refusing also mean that she didn't trust him? She decided to take the risk. Okay, so just light combat then? No jutsu or chakra, he confirmed. Yes, exclaimed Naruto. It had been a while since he'd had a friendly training session. Leaving aside the fights to the death. Hinata nodded shakily before getting up and heading towards a clearing where there were no protruding rocks or hidden roots that could cause a person to slip. With Naruto, I just kept thinking, this is for her, so don't hit her like that tree trunk, Naruto. Take it easy. Love taps. No. Baby taps. Open palms. No fists. Good. Control yourself, Naruto. She took a deep breath once she was in position. Then she smiled at him. Are you ready? She nodded, assuming the classic Hyuga Juken stance, though she did not activate her Byakugan, respecting the rules. Naruto raised his arms, though he relaxed them into open palms instead of fists. He lacked style, like the most unpredictable ninja, but over the years, he honed his styleless taijutsu into something adaptable to almost anything, rather than the random, haphazard movements of his youth. Hinata was the first to act, lunging forward and landing a gentle fist strike to Naruto's chest, choreographing her attack so he could see it coming. Naruto dodged it, stepping to the side, grabbing her wrist, and using it to gently throw his hip at her. He seemed to have just enough strength, as he didn't wince or cry out in pain. A second later, Hinata found herself staring up at the sky, surprised. She knew that the initial sparring with a new teammate required feeling each other out, so she was slow with her first move. She simply hadn't expected him to counterattack so quickly. She stood up and reassessed her opponent. She had fought many times against those who far surpassed her in taijutsu, but this person moved with such ease that it seemed as if they had spent a long time fighting. Are you a Genin ninja? He asked. For some reason, that caused his opponent to collapse. Yeah, sort of, Naruto replied. At this rate, he'll be the new eternal Genin. Then he shook his head and refocused his attention on her. He returned to his stance, indicating that he was ready. This time, Hinata's attack was faster, but he still evaded it. 2 blows. 4 blows. 8. 16. Naruto hesitated to counterattack due to his lack of knowledge of his strength, but that was the main purpose of his fighting style, to adapt. He launched another Juken at her ribs, grabbing her by the wrist and making her stumble. Hinata was on the ground again. She was bewildered. Her cousin and sister had defeated her before, but at least it could be considered a fight. They had never beaten her so easily, with or without the Byakugan. She got up again. How? Naruto seemed surprised by her question. Well, I grabbed your wrist and used your momentum against you. He wasn't the best at explaining things. No, I mean, how are you so good? He asked, taking a deep breath to recover from her barrage of blows. Naruto looked devastated. It might not seem like it, but I've been through a lot for my age. Hinata stumbled backward. No, I didn't mean to accuse you of anything. No, Naruto shook his head. It's okay. You should be asking questions, but I'm afraid I can't share the details with you yet. Could you bear with me? Of course, Hinata replied immediately. In fact, I appreciate you taking the time to help me. I know I'm not very. Don't say that, Naruto interrupted, much to her surprise. Don't ever put yourself down like that again, okay? None of my friends are useless, incapable, or weak. Believe in yourself, Databeo. Hinata could only nod, overwhelmed by her friend's encouragement. Honestly, of all the terrible things that had happened today or during the past week, even those words had been worth it. Thank you, Yuki-san. Naruto. Huh? My real name is Naruto, he said. It's one of those secrets I ask for your patience with. If you don't mind, I'd like to confide in you. Is that all right? The main reason Naruto invented a false name was because he was following Kurama's advice when infiltrating the village. Later, the reason evolved to whether there was another Naruto Uzumaki in the world. Now that he had confirmed there wasn't, he felt comfortable sharing his real name, but he still chose to omit his surname, especially with people he knew, particularly if they were someone as genuine and kind as the person in front of him. He was trustworthy. She looked at him, puzzled. Then Naruto picked up on the unspoken question. Hey, I'm not a spy, so don't worry, okay? Hinata kept looking at him, then let out a giggle, then a laugh. It was the first time Naruto had seen her laugh since he arrived. In his old world, he hadn't even seen her laugh often, if ever, just smiles and giggles. She was so reserved with him. Now, though, he felt as if he'd just told the funniest joke in the world. He joined her in laughter. That's what a spy would say, he said, laughing. Although, of course, you'd be the strangest spy I've ever met. It took a moment before it turned off. Hinata stopped herself, blushing at her outburst. I know we met yesterday, Naruto-san, but I don't think you're a bad person. And the fact that you told me this after 2 days, regardless of your reasons for using a fake name, proves to me that you'd be a terrible spy if I ever saw one. Naruto looked like a kicked puppy, much to Hinata's subtle amusement. But I think you're straightforward and genuine, he continued. So if you trust me enough with your secrets, then I'll trust you too. Hinata, said Naruto, and again, he let slip the use of her first name. She blushed again. Sorry, I usually call my friends by their first names, Naruto said, scratching his head like he often did when he wasn't sure. Is that too forward? I can go back to. No, interrupted Hinata, still red from ear to ear. I don't care at all. Great, exclaimed Naruto. Now there were 2 fewer people who could confuse his name. They resumed training. As time passed, Hinata grew more and more comfortable with the training. Her strikes were delivered with lightning speed, knowing her opponent could easily dodge them, though she noticed her opponent was holding back. Naruto-san, he asked, pausing his attacks. He replied, relaxing his posture. Only Naruto is okay, Databeo. It feels weird being called by an honorific title. Naruto-kun, he finished. At that moment, Naruto decided to consider that blushing a lot was just one of his traits, but his heart almost stopped when he heard the name she'd given him. It was the same name that Hinata from his world had given him. Now it was his turn to blush. Did you jump the fence yet? Good, Hinata-chan. He wondered if their relationship was moving too fast in this new world. Perhaps it was due to Hinata's desperation for a friend. He didn't care. He just hoped she wouldn't trust someone so quickly, someone less trustworthy. Oh, Hinata was using her blush again. She was even redder this time than before. She brought her hand to her cheek and bent down, resting her burning face in the crook of her knees. Hinata-chan, Naruto asked, bowing his head. Are you all right? She gave the smallest nod imaginable, but Naruto took it as confirmation. Okay, what was it you wanted to ask me? Hinata poked her little hedgehog head out. I was just wondering why you were holding back. You're not even fighting back. Naruto looked like a kid who'd been caught stealing from the cookie jar. Well, you see, I don't know how to put this, but I recently discovered a new physical strength. A strength that I can't quite control right now. Hinata frowned, thoughtful. I see. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can truly do in the future, Naruto-kun. The blush was still pink on her cheeks, but Naruto could tell that she was slowly getting used to addressing him that way. Naruto smiled and gave him a thumbs up. And I'm looking forward to you being there with me, helping me beat the crap out of myself. Then he frowned. Wait, that's not how it is. Hinata laughed loudly as she stood up. Kick names, take ass. Naruto discovered that when she wasn't focused on how she behaved around others, she was quite expressive, especially when she laughed, even at his expense. Naruto rolled his eyes, though he was still smiling. Ready for another round? Before Hinata could respond, he was right on top of her, grabbing her wrist and treating her like a puppet on a string. You know, you're pretty stiff when you fight, Naruto said after observing him. He recalled that Hinata had adapted her fighting style to her liking, instead of the initial combat method used by most of her clans. They had finished their training and were leaning against a tree, side by side. It seemed that the more time Hinata spent in his presence, the less self-conscious she felt. To Naruto, that was a big improvement. Hello, Juken requires rigidity to perform precise, accurate, and effective strikes, he said, almost as if he were reading from a book. Naruto shook his head. You know you can experiment, right? You don't have to fight like everyone else. Hinata shook her head. My father would scold me if I deviated from the basic principles. Naruto felt the urge to go over and hit his father, as rude as that sounds. That doesn't seem right to me. Huh, Hinata said, surprised. Experiment, Naruto encouraged enthusiastically. Try new things if they don't work for you. That's how I learned. But my father told me to focus on the things I had to do well, not to stray from what I already knew, from what I had already been taught. You know, Hinata, Naruto said after a moment of contemplation. If you only do what you can do, you'll never be more than you are now. Naruto got that phrase from a vision of a wise turtle. It was a strange dream. Hinata looked at him for a moment, processing his words. Then her face lit up as if she had heard something truly enlightening. You're right, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled at him. What do you think? How about we meet tomorrow at the same time? That way we can practice new styles for you, or even adapt the techniques you've already learned. Hinata stared at him, as if she couldn't tear her gaze away even if she tried. I'd love to. Oh, and she blushed profusely again. However, Naruto discovered that the way her face lit up was quite beautiful. Naruto was waiting in the dining room, trying to swallow his nervousness. It's just Gigi, Naruto. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. She heard her mother open the door. I'm so glad you came. Then she heard the familiar, nostalgic voice answer. It was a voice she hadn't heard in years, and she almost burst into tears just hearing it. Of course I would, Kushina. I wouldn't miss it for the world. What did you want to show me? Hiruzen asked. Naruto had not yet been revealed. Well, it's a little difficult to explain, but please, come in first, he said. The moment Hiruzen did it, he activated all his privacy seals. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this, curious to know what justified such caution on the part of the beloved wife of his late successor. It was at that moment that Naruto came out of the dining room door. Hiruzen dropped his smoking pipe. This is an incredible story, Hiruzen murmured. Alternate worlds to our own, and your story. Fighting Orochimaru, Madara, a goddess? It's quite mind-blowing. Naruto was briefer with Hiruzen's story than with Kushina's due to time constraints, but he managed to capture the essence. I know, it sounds crazy even to hear it from me, but it's true. Hiruzen lowered his gaze to his plate of food. He was half-eaten, absorbed in what he was being told. However, your story makes sense. Everything fits together perfectly. Otherwise, how would you know that a jutsu like the Edo Tensei exists? How can you look exactly as I imagine Minato and Kushina's son would? How would you know the secrets of the Uchiha massacre? And things that, if you say will happen in the future, if they're true, it's just... Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. He looked at Kushina. And you trust him? She nodded. Of course, Hiruzen shook his head. He knew how desperate the Uzumaki matriarch had been for peace over the years. He knew how hard she fought. He knew that the moment Naruto set foot in her house, she would seize the opportunity to have him in her life, no matter how outlandish this boy's story might be. Hiruzen looked at the Konoha headband he was wearing, tilted to cover the boy's eye. What's that? What happened to your eye? Naruto showed it to him. And Hiruzen could swear he must be hallucinating. The Rinnegan. Naruto nodded solemnly. The eye of my friend and enemy, transplanted by the best doctor in the world. Tsunade? Hiruzen asked. Naruto shook his head. His disciple, Haruno Sakura. Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. She's currently the best in the academy, though her combat skills could be improved. She's a genius, Gigi, Naruto said, smiling as he remembered his old love. She deserves every chance you can give her. Hiruzen stared at the boy, taking in the nickname he'd been given. It was quite derogatory, but this Naruto spoke to him with such familiarity that there was nothing but love in his voice, though there was also that undertone of longing and loss. You skipped some parts, didn't you? Hiruzen said. Naruto looked down at his lap, but nodded. How did I die? Hiruzen asked, intrigued by this strange story, with so many secrets revealed and facts confirmed that it would be impossible even for someone like Jiraiya and his network of spies to uncover half of it. The impossibility made it believable, though Hiruzen still couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. It took Naruto a moment to form the words, and even then, His voice cracked as he spoke of his grandfather's death, directly to the man standing before him. Orochimaru killed you. He used the Edo Tensei on the corpses of the first and second. Hiruzen gripped the chopstick so tightly that he broke it into 4 pieces. That damned student of mine. To think he'd stoop so low. Wait, just because it was terrible in my world. I know, young man, Hiruzen interrupted. I know that if what you say is true, things in your world might not be entirely true here. However, there are too many similarities to ignore. It sat there silently for a minute. Then Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Let me reflect on this for a few days. For now, let's finish this wonderful dinner you both prepared." He smiled that grandfatherly smile that Naruto missed so much. Then he looked at Kushina. "In honor of everything you've done for this village, Kushina, I assure you that this will remain a secret and that no harm will come to Naruto." Kushina glared at him. "If you hurt her, even by a hair, you can say goodbye to this village, because I'll wipe it off the map." If anyone else had dared to threaten a sitting Kage like that, they would have been executed on the spot. But Hiruzen knew the village owed this one person more than 3 times as much for saving it, even indirectly. She was the only deterrent against other villages sending their Jinchuriki to invade, her Uzumaki bloodline being the best counter to a bijou, in addition to being a master of seals and an S-rank shinobi. Furthermore, she was known as the Red Haber for a reason. Her temper was uncontrollable, and comments like this were commonplace among her. Hiruzen was also too old to deal with this crap. Of course. And, speaking of your ranking, how about we give you a test to see how advanced you really are? Although the boy had a scandalous story to tell, one that still required much reflection, his worth was undeniable. He possessed the Rinnegan. That fact alone was enough. Naruto nodded. "Although I'm ready for anything, I must warn you about something, Gigi. After hearing my story, what I've been through, I'm sure you understand that my duties and responsibilities don't just belong to Konoha, but to all the elemental nations. Although I'm willing to re-enlist as a Konoha ninja, I won't become a weapon of this village, but only a shield to be used when necessary. I will fight on my own terms. Is this acceptable?" Hiruzen smiled at the boy's determination, fire burning in his eyes. He needed time to process the story he'd heard, but he had no doubt that the boy was indeed Kushina's son. Strange as his words were, something inside him wanted to believe him, to delve into the possibilities of multiple worlds. No, universes. His scientific mind yearned, curious about the concept. He also wanted to believe that this boy had done what he said. If so, Konoha's safety would be guaranteed for as long as he lived. Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe. Kushina had allowed it this time because of how stressful the situation was. A shield? That's all we need, so I accept those terms. First and foremost, there will be a written test. Naruto immediately collapsed, much to Hiruzen's amusement. "So let's make you fight someone." "What? Seriously?" Kushina and Naruto shouted at the same time. They looked at each other. But, Kushina knew how stupid it was to answer, "It's not safe," to a group of ninjas fighting for a living. But he was her son. She wouldn't take any chances. Hiruzen raised his palm in a gesture of appeasement. "Don't worry, Kushina. I think I have the perfect person for him to fight." Naruto was so anxious he was trembling slightly. Who could it be? Kakashi? Guy? Asuma? Or one of your ENBU? Hiruzen gave a smile that dampened Naruto's enthusiasm. "Me." Hiruzen had given Naruto 3 days to prepare and wasted no time in getting started. However, before the Hokage left, Hiruzen asked for a lock of Naruto's hair for a DNA test. Naruto agreed, seeing that it wasn't blood he was asking for, which could be used in a variety of terrible jutsu. Day 4. The next day, Naruto ate breakfast quickly and immediately returned to the training field, trying once again to ignore his beautiful mother's face after waking up, with partial success. Now he was in the area where he had trained with Hinata the day before. "I can't believe I have to fight that old man," Naruto muttered. "What if I accidentally hurt him? He's in his prime, though he's still incredibly strong." "Do your best, Naruto," Kushina called out, encouraging him from a distance. She had left a picnic basket and a blanket to spend the day helping him. He had expressed his concern about being spied on while he trained, which gave Kushina the perfect excuse to accompany him and act as his personal spy detector. I'd also give him one of those privacy barriers for added security. He'd simply stick the labeled kunai into a tree, and within a certain range, anyone looking into his area would only see an illusion where there was no one. With that, Naruto felt comfortable enough to finally get things going. He stared at the palm of his hand, channeling his chakra as he had done thousands of times before. Rasengan. He heard his mother gasp in the distance as a growing, spiraling blue ball appeared in his palms. Naruto nodded to himself before striking a nearby tree with it. The back of the trunk, opposite the point where the Rasengan had impacted, exploded and disintegrated due to the kinetic energy flowing through it, while the point of impact transformed into a small, spherical crater. The tree instantly fell. He would be worried about damaging the training grounds environment if he didn't know that the trees not uprooted in Konoha would grow back to their original size in a week, due to some nonsense from the first Hokage. "All right," said Naruto, pleased that his Rasengan still worked. "Now let's try this." Naruto realized he was giving his mother a free demonstration of what he could do. She obviously didn't mind, but seemed extremely pleased that he'd managed to execute one of his father's techniques. Hopefully, she won't be scared after seeing everything he did to her. Rasen Shuriken. The spiraling orb of death that appeared in his palm steadily grew to almost twice its size, accompanied by razor-sharp wind blades. Naruto looked at his mother, who was covering her open mouth with her hands, which hung from her jaw. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on the technique, her technique, that was being demonstrated. Naruto smiled, almost strutting. He was showing off in front of his mom, and he was enjoying it. What was that called? Making your parents proud? He liked the feeling, that's for sure. He threw the Rasen Shuriken at a group of rocks. They disintegrated on impact, as did everything around them, while the Rasen Shuriken transformed into a gigantic dome that surrounded him. The rocks never grew back, nor did the earth that disintegrated beneath them. He assumed the repair would become a D-rank mission for the Genin teams. That's how things were done in his old world. Long ago, the Rasen Shuriken partially damaged his arm, but through mastery and practice, he was able to control the small, violent strands to a degree that would not harm him. In Naruto, he heard Kushina shout, "That was amazing, Databang." He almost tripped when he heard the rather similar tick she had. He'd heard her say it earlier during the meeting in his mind's eye, but to hear it now from the source, the real, still living source, it was quite shocking. She raised an eyebrow curiously and looked at her mother. She seemed embarrassed. "Did you just?" he shouted. "Go on. Don't let it distract you," she shouted, interrupting him. She seemed embarrassed that the tick had slipped out because of her excitement. Perhaps it was because she was older now and wanted to speak more elegantly. Personally, Naruto didn't care. "Okay," he chuckled. Now, he realized that the Rasengan and Rasen Shuriken were only viable options in the duel when he had to destroy something like an earth wall thrown at him. He couldn't use them against the old man. It was too lethal a technique. "What's next?" Naruto murmured. He didn't actually have a large repertoire of jutsu, but the few he had were mastered and lethal. He had Shadow Clone Jutsu, Rasengan, Rasen Shuriken, Sage Mode. He realized that after Kurama's separation, he probably lost the ability to use the nine-tailed chakra mode. Though that troubled him greatly. If he had to choose between the jutsu and his friend's freedom, he would choose his friend's freedom 100 times over. Besides, in his current state of mind, he was confident he could face Madara if he appeared before him at that moment. He had the experience and the ability to deal with such a threat. Now he also had other options to explore, mainly the Rinnegan's abilities. Luckily, he discovered that training shortcut with the shadow clones, so he should master it in no time. First, although, Naruto adopted a meditative posture, sitting on the ground. Although he had learned to absorb chakra from nature even during his battles so that it would last as long as the fight, he discovered that sitting in that posture helped him concentrate. He needed to get it right the first time. He didn't have Fukasaku to pull the nature energy out of his head if something went wrong. Even though he trusted his abilities, it was better to be safe than sorry. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone appeared next to him, in exactly the same position he was in. Try it yourself first, Naruto ordered. OSU, said the clone. Con Kushina. Kushina was pleased to be able to accompany her son to his training. It made her think that perhaps she could help by joining him. She, too, needed to get in shape if she wanted to protect her son and support him in battle. But for now, she was content to watch, and she was amazed. She kept watch for intruders, of course, but the sheer volume of her son's chakra, when he wasn't concealing it, was like bathing in sunlight. It comforted her to know its source. If that amount of chakra had come from someone else, she would have already left the village to get as far away from the monster as possible. When he executed his father's technique, the Rasengan, she was so proud that, even without them during his childhood, he was still able to perform the jutsu created by Minato. Then, he showed her the Rasen Shuriken while shouting, and she was fascinated. To think that her son was capable not only of performing, but also of developing the Rasengan, demonstrated a mastery that even her late husband hadn't possessed. She clapped then, letting her tick slip out, much to her embarrassment. She was too proud of him, of the man he had become, even after all the hardships he had told her about, that she felt her chest would burst. She also felt that warmth inside, no, in her soul, every time she looked at him. After all these years, even a decade and a half, she was finally healing. She sat there, constantly smiling at her son. Her wonderful, oh, what was she doing now? He sat down to meditate and made a shadow clone. Then, after exchanging a few words, the clone closed its eyes and began to meditate. Kushina, with her ability to sense chakra, felt something approaching her son's clone. It was a wild, intense energy, unlike any other form of chakra in this world. She recognized this energy. Minato had been able to use it, but he wasn't skilled enough to control it. No, it couldn't be. The clone smiled, said something, and then appeared. Naruto, her son, the child who was like the sun to her, both figuratively and literally, became something more. Never before had I felt chakra so concentrated in a single being. Even in my youth in the Uzumaki clan, no Uzumaki had ever reached such chakra density. Not even Lady Mito. Not even a Bijou could match this. Dear Kami. It was as if I were looking at a god, and I wasn't even trying to exaggerate out of pride. His son stood up and exhaled, releasing the energy. He was just the sun again. Then he inhaled, and this time it was so much energy he felt he was going to drown. He exhaled, he was gone. He inhaled, even more than last time. He exhaled, he stopped disappearing. Kushina realized that her son had found a way to make this energy circulate perpetually within him, and she couldn't understand why he hadn't turned to stone. He was no longer efficient in his use of nature's energy. He had achieved perpetuity. In Naruto, she said, shutting down her Uzumaki sense before she was blinded by chakra. Naruto immediately unleashed Sage Mode, noticing her distress, and his body moved towards her, grabbing her by the shoulders. Mom, are you okay? She asked, gripped by panic. Kushina immediately reassured him. I'm fine, Naruto, she said, teasing him about the nickname she'd given him yesterday. It's just that I didn't expect you to have so much chakra. It overwhelmed my senses, Uzumaki. Kushina looked toward the clearing where her son had just been. It was as if nature had reclaimed the space that had surrounded it for years. The flowers had bloomed, the grass was taller, and the tree he had destroyed with the Rasengan stood even more imposing than before. Will you be okay? He asked worriedly. Kushina smiled at her son and placed her palm on his cheek, which he unconsciously leaned towards. His heart raced at the gesture. I'll be fine in a moment, son. It's like having ringing in your ears after a loud noise. It'll pass. Naruto swallowed. I see. To be honest, Mom, I didn't expect the natural chakra to flow so easily. The last time I did it, I needed to concentrate to keep the energy within me and create the flow state. Now, she looked at her hand, her bandaged and transformed hand. It feels almost too easy. It's frightening. Kushina hugged him, comforting him with her maternal love. Naruto returned the hug. Don't worry, son. We'll solve this together, he promised. Naruto hugged her tighter, smiling into her hair, feeling at peace. Thank you, Mom. With Naruto practiced his Sage Mode again, trying to slow down this time. What he said was true. The chakra of nature flowed too easily in and out of him, where before he could channel it and his body acted as a kind of conduit for the wild chakra. Now he was like a giant sponge. He could absorb much more than before. He thought about why. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something important, he hit his head in surprise. She recalled her struggle against pain, one of the body's capabilities. Pretapath. It has the ability to absorb all types of chakra. Naruto remembered how he only used it defensively in his fight against pain, but to think that it could also be used in this application. Perhaps that's why the nature chakra entered him so easily. And his strength. It was probably due to the Azura path. Naruto brought his palm to his eye. Was he using his abilities unconsciously? He really needed to start with that Rinnegan notebook. For now, she focused on controlling how much natural energy she ingested. Luckily, she had already reached a level of mastery in achieving the flow state, as she called the perpetual inflow and outflow of natural energy, which allowed her to use wise mode permanently. It was a terrifying thought. That pain could have been far more terrifying if his path hadn't split into separate people because of his ailing body, and if he could have used sage mode like Naruto. Naruto shuddered, for that was what he was becoming. He vowed that the eye wouldn't change him, not like it had Nagato. He remembered reviewing Konoha's archives after their fight and finding a section that read, "In times of disorder, whoever wields the Rinnegan descends from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world or a god of destruction who will reduce everything to nothing." Naruto couldn't promise any of that, but he could promise that he would do everything he could to improve the world. Naruto inhaled, letting the energy of nature flow through him. He heard his mother gasp in the distance, but it was more from amazement than pain. He had already made sure she was all right before continuing to practice. Just as the surge of energy built up inside him, he exhaled again. Control. He had already sent several clones to do the same. Aspire. Exhale. Control. Naruto could feel a slight improvement in what he was ingesting, though it was less than before due to the decrease in his breathing rate. Good. Again. Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes suddenly. "It's lunchtime," shouted his mother. Naruto smiled. He'd been doing it for hours and was definitely getting the hang of it. So far, he had only managed to master one breathing pattern, one for minimal absorption of sage chakra. Although he was sure he could break it down into several stages after more training, for now, this was enough. Even with minimal absorption, he felt 10 times stronger than without using any nature chakra, which was already considerable. He didn't dare explore the limits of what he could endure, knowing it would undoubtedly blind most of the Hyuga in the village and alert any censors, even those outside the land of fire. It wasn't a matter of arrogance, but a reminder to be cautious. He had to be careful not to reveal his hand too soon. Naruto headed over to where Kushina was. She had prepared the bento boxes she had packed that morning while he made breakfast. Their mother-son cooking skills needed improvement, as they kept bumping into each other and getting in each other's way. They had time to improve. His mother had even started making a game of it, bumping him with her hip every time she passed by. It was funny, until he did it to her while she was cracking an egg in a pan, making her lose it completely. She threw flour at him. He gave her back a banana peel. It all ended in a rather amusing morning and with a giant mess that made his shadow clones clean up, despite many complaints from them. "Wait," Kushina said, just as she was about to take a bite. "I sense someone coming." Naruto waited a moment, letting Kushina realize who he was. "Is he a Hyuga?" Naruto's eyes widened in understanding. "Ah, it must be Hinata-chan." Kushina's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Hinata-chan? It's only been 3 days, and he already has another vixen chasing him." Naruto had some explaining to do. Hinata was eager to meet her friend again. After returning home yesterday, he had searched his clan's library for techniques other than the traditional Juken style that could be used in conjunction with the Byakugan. He had little success, until, on a hunch, he explored his father's bookshelf, thinking that any unorthodox clan techniques would end up there, and lo and behold, he found his mother's notebook. It turns out that her mother was about to discover something that could completely change the perspective on her clan's techniques. She had a theory based on Gentle Fist and Elemental Chakra, according to which members talented in Gentle Fist were more likely to have an affinity for Earth Chakra than those with less affinity for other chakras. Having an affinity for Earth gave them the rigidity and strength necessary to perform Gentle Fist techniques as intended, while those with other affinities could not. It was a simple theory, but it had almost no merit since 99.9% of the Hyuga clan members had an affinity with the Earth, so it was not completed before she passed away. Hinata finally had a path to explore. What a stroke of luck that had recently crossed her path. First, she met this kind, funny, slightly goofy, and handsome guy. She blushed. No, he was her friend. Nothing more. She was too eager to delve into different levels of a relationship because of her inexperience with them. Correction. She met a kind person who dedicated their time to her and made her feel so much better about herself. In just 2 days, no less. That was better, although it still sounded a little too reverent in his mind. Calm down, Hinata, or you'll scare him. Hello, Hinata-chan, a voice shouted. Eep, she cried, startled. It was the object of her thoughts calling her. Brown hair, warm brown eyes. She still wasn't sure if that was his true appearance, considering he kept his name a secret. She already respected him too much to use her Byakugan against him. It would be an invasion of his privacy, especially after he told her he trusted her. And Naruto-kun, she replied. Hello? So you know his real name? Said a voice beside him. Eep, she cried again, startled once more. Then she realized who had frightened her. Lady Uzumaki. Greetings from the Hyuga clan. Her formal greeting was so ingrained in her that it came out the moment she saw the red-haired matriarch. Kushina smiled smugly. Well, at least this one knows how to greet someone in my position properly. Hinata immediately stood at attention. She straightened her back and bowed to the Uzumaki clan leader. Despite the clan's diminished numbers, she still wielded immense power as Konoha's sole seal master, though she had received much criticism for not remarrying to repopulate the clan. However, after the example she set with the person who had initially said that, everyone politely decided not to voice their opinions in her presence again. She had always been known as an untouchable, powerful, and ill-tempered mistress. She was the beautiful flower no one could possess, as they said. And at that moment, she was here, her gaze fixed on Hinata's skull. Hinata almost fainted. Hey, Kushina-sama, please don't scare her. She has a habit of fainting, Databeo, said Naruto as he ran off. Hinata blushed. There was no reason to faint. She only faints occasionally. When he is surprised, or scared, or nervous. The emotional one. Well, maybe he had a little fainting spell. Naruto didn't take long to catch up with them. Hey, I'm glad you came. Hinata nodded. Why yes, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh, said Kushina. She'd put you on her high priority list, huh? Hinata blushed. Naruto elbowed his mother in the side, a sensitive spot he had discovered during the fight at breakfast that morning. Hey, Kushina shouted as she jumped. Why was that? Because you're mean, Naruto said, scolding her. Kushina complained a little about how some whores had taken her son away and taught her a lesson. Although Hinata was too distracted by how close they seemed. How do you know each other? May I ask? Naruto smiled brightly. Of course. It turns out I'm related to her late husband. Who would have thought? Kushina nodded upon hearing her son's story, one that they had briefly concocted that morning. Only once Hiruzen was convinced he was his son and gave him a justifiable identity could Naruto finally be introduced to the public. Naruto must have trusted Hinata a lot for her to reveal her real name already. From what he'd heard about her, the Hyuga heiress was shy and undervalued. It seemed the clan preferred her younger twin sister to be chosen to take her place. That wouldn't do any good, especially if she were a potential romantic interest for her son. Really? Hinata asked. Does that mean you're a Namikaze? Upon seeing it, Hinata backed away. All right, it's one of your secrets. I didn't mean to. No, it's fine. It's still being confirmed, so I can't tell you much yet. Because the village never revealed the name of Lady Kushina's son, Hinata didn't realize that the person in front of her had the same name as the son of the fourth Hokage, who died alongside him during the Kyuubi tragedy. Hinata simply uses her fingers to tuck a strand of hair behind her ears. I hope I can get to know you better, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Same here, Hinata-chan, she replied enthusiastically. Have you eaten yet? We were just having lunch. In response, Hinata's stomach growled. And once again, he wondered why Kami saw fit to allow him to exist until that moment. Hokage-sama, a voice shouted. It was Nico, one of his most trusted ANBU. She handed him a scroll. Hiruzen already knew the contents of the letter. Last night, he had gone to the medical ninja room to have his most trusted medical ninja discreetly perform a DNA test on 2 people, under the pretext of receiving a knee ointment. The result would be an S-rank secret, not kept in the medical records, and the only copy was the one he held in his hands right now. Hiruzen nodded and handled the scroll with utmost care. Leave me alone, Hiruzen said, and all the ANBU left his room. Then, after hearing the boy's story, Hiruzen decided to take precautions to prevent any unwanted spying. He placed a short-range privacy barrier, given to him by Kushina, on his desk and activated it. It would block everything within a 2-meter radius, though the length adjusted according to the amount of chakra channeled into the seal. Damn bastards, he thought. I thought I'd gotten rid of that program years ago. To think that Danzo. Hiruzen bit his lip. He had decided to wait for the opportune moment, pretending to ignore the shadows lurking beneath Danzo's feet. He opened the letter, which contained the results. This would prove once and for all whether the child was just a double pretending to be Kushina's son. But who was he fooling? Even deep down, he knew that no one could possibly look so much like Kushina's son and successor. She opened the letter, revealing the files, and to her surprise, they had no relationship whatsoever. Hiruzen carefully observed the results. He wasn't even an Uzumaki. What does this mean? Was he lying? Is he a spy? Is Kushina in danger? Then his sharp mind grasped it. He was a veteran ninja who had served for 5 decades. He could spot a liar the moment he saw one. That kid, he hadn't even tried to deceive him. Unless he was as deceptive as Danzo Shimura himself, the only possible explanation was that he wasn't an Uzumaki by this world's standards. It could be a very real possibility that the same gene that gave the Uzumaki their unique traits was coded completely differently in other worlds. This is so strange. He had very little knowledge of multi-world theories and preferred to dedicate all his time to researching jutsu and ninja-related investigations. That would mean that this Naruto had no relation to the Kushina of this world, despite his appearance. I guess I need to ask Kamazaki to do a more in-depth analysis. Maybe there's a match. It can't just be someone pretending to be Naruto Uzumaki. Everything fits perfectly with his story, despite its crazy ending. Fighting gods was incredible, but he knows things no one should know. Why would he even allow a DNA test if he wasn't sure there was a match? Hiruzen would have to share the test results with Kushina, but he doubted it would change her mind. He could already tell that, despite the few days they'd spent together, she already loved the boy as if he were her own. Hiruzen, for his part, would stick to his own conclusions until he discovered who the strange boy really was and what he could do about it. I would approach the matter with caution, although I needed another way to confirm the boy's story. Hinata, Naruto, and Kushina were enjoying a pleasant lunch. Luckily, Kushina had decided to bring extra bento boxes that morning in case her son wanted seconds. Naruto didn't mind sharing, as Hinata graciously accepted the second portion, but Kushina would make sure he ate much more next time. He was 17. He certainly still had a lot of growing to do, despite being a little taller than his father. This is quite interesting, Naruto said, reading the notebook Hinata had brought. At least it's something we could try. Do you happen to have any chakra paper? Hinata and Kushina shook their heads. Naruto formed a shadow clone and ordered it to go buy some at Higarashi's weapon shop, giving it the necessary Ryo, which Hinata opposed, unsuccessfully. Naruto's clones had become more obedient since he learned to follow orders, considering them a reflection of himself. In the war, although most orders came from him, he learned to listen to the precise commands of those around him without hesitation. There was nothing worse than disobedience on crucial, life-or-death missions. Kakashi had been his only mentor in this regard. He waited until the end of his lunch break until the clone returned with some pieces of chakra paper to keep in case he needed them. Here, said Naruto, handing one to Hinata. Just put a little of your chakra in it. Hi, she said, doing just that. It immediately became soaked, indicating that it had a very strong affinity for water, which was absolutely opposite to the affinity for earth that was theorized to be good for Jukin. Well, Naruto said, this is certainly a step toward proving your mother's theory, although we do have a limited sample. Naruto recalled all the times he had fought or witnessed a fight with a ninja with a water affinity. Momochi Zabuza, Hashigaki Kisame, Terumi Mei, Sujetsu. He thought about his taijutsu skills. They had all been ferocious, but they possessed that fluidity of movement. It was as if each attack connected with the next, relentless like the constant pounding of a wave against a cliff, slowly eroding it over time. Naruto nodded. He wasn't an expert at this, but at least he had an idea to explore. Tell me, Hinata, what if we try? It was already night when Naruto had some time alone to train again. Over the past few hours, Hinata, he, and even his mother had participated in some friendly training sessions. It turned out his mother was excellent at taijutsu, though a little rusty. It was a win-win situation. Hinata was working hard to break out of ingrained habits and explore new techniques. Kushina was relearning her hand-to-hand combat skills, and Naruto was learning to control his newfound strength. Naruto had suggested to Hinata that she use her flexibility as an advantage, not as something that could be taken from her. He explained how water users connect their attacks with the next, sometimes calming them like still water, and other times crashing down like a raging torrent. He demonstrated it in taijutsu as best he could, drawing on his memories of Zabuza's movements. He didn't make a big deal of it, but Hinata looked at him as if he were a genius. Kushina was back at the picnic area, enjoying the sunset, and Hinata said goodbye to them, saying he had to attend his scheduled training session for today. He told them he didn't want to let on that he was working on anything new yet, and that he would keep today's training under wraps for now. Naruto smiled. She was already showing signs of the Hinata he knew from his world. She was finding herself amidst all the noise, becoming the princess everyone would respect and worship. Naruto looked at the book in front of him. He, too, would be better than he was now. Whatever happens, he will keep going. Forward always. Perhaps that should be their new motto instead of never give up. It was more concise. He opened the first page and began to read. The first step is to channel the chakra to the eyes and concentrate. Observe the world as it should be seen. That was all he said. Simple, Naruto guessed. That's exactly what he did, concentrating his chakra into the Rinnegan. At first there was nothing. Then he felt a tingling in his left eye, almost as if he were beginning to wake up. Then, for reasons he couldn't explain, his right eye began to burn. The completely normal one, without the Rinnegan. Arghh, he yelled, and immediately heard Kushina scream his name. It felt as if an army of fire ants had crawled into his eye sockets, stinging every available surface in the meantime. Ah shit, Naruto cursed as he fell flat on his face. Kushina immediately rushed to his side, asking him what was wrong. However, Naruto could feel the darkness claiming him, and he could barely hear his mother's last words. Naruto Rinnegan. Then he fell into the embrace of sleep. Naruto woke up, and the world around her almost seemed to glow through her eyes. She had always had excellent eyesight, but for some reason, everything was now sharper, clearer. He was found on the living room sofa. His mother must have brought him home from training camp. He shook his head, trying to clear the sleep from his eyes, but nothing had ever been so clear to him. "Mom?" he shouted, and immediately heard a gasp coming from the kitchen. He sat up when he saw two people enter the room. It was Kushina and Hiruzen. "Naruto!" Kushina exclaimed, immediately approaching to hug her. He returned the hug, an almost natural reaction for him, despite the short time they had known each other. "Are you all right, boy?" Hiruzen said as he approached. "He," said Naruto. "I feel good. What happened?" Then he felt his mother let go of him and bring her face closer, staring intently into his eyes, her eyes blinking between each of his. "Look at yourself in the mirror, son," he said. For some reason, Upon hearing this, he glared angrily at Hiruzen, who in turn looked away, pretending not to notice. "Oh, okay," Naruto said hesitantly, and did as he was told. She went to the bathroom and almost tripped when she saw herself for the first time. Then she ran to the mirror and looked closely. Her two eyes had become Rinnegan's, each with concentric black rings and 6 tomo. He looked back at the two people behind him. What just happened? Did someone transplant another Rinnegan into me? Why? Kushina shook her head. No one transplanted another eye into you, son. When I approached you after you fainted, I saw the Rinnegan appear in your right eye as well, almost as if it were mutating or creating a copy of itself from your left eye. He stared at her in stunned silence. How? Naruto murmured softly. How could something like this happen? She looked at herself in the mirror again. With both eyes transforming into Rinnegans, none of her crystal blue eyes remained. Only purple sclera, dark circles, and tomo remained. Then, as if catching a memory from the currents of his mind, Naruto's eyes opened. That's convenient. And you're not referring to my eye in the singular? Hagoromo replied. The eye isn't transplanted, lad, it belongs to you now, among other things. Was this what Hagoromo meant by among other things? That the Rinnegan would also take over his other eye? Are you experiencing any side effects, son? Kushina asked worriedly. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm just surprised, that's all. Then he looked at the third Hokage. Old man, what are you doing here? It's not that you're unwelcome or anything. It's just… Hiruzen smiled. All right, kid. I'm only here because I wanted to share the results I found. Hiruzen, Kushina interrupted. His mother's tone of voice sent shivers down Naruto's spine. He deserves to know, Hiruzen said. Even so, no, it's your decision, Kushina emphasized, and with each word, Kushina took a step forward and Hiruzen stepped back, his hand in the air to appease her. Who would have known that all it took to intimidate the strongest man in the village was an angry mother who just happened to be named Kushina Uzumaki. Of course, he said. I apologize, Kushina. It's your responsibility to handle this. Kushina calmed down at his words, although she still looked irritated as she crossed her arms under her chest. Naruto simply looked at the situation with his eyebrows raised. Anyway, Hiruzen said, coughing and regaining his composure. I'll have the written exam ready for you tomorrow. Boy, get ready. With that, Hiruzen walked away. What was that? Naruto asked curiously. Kushina bit her nails, showing another anxious habit of hers. Mom, he said, walking until he was in front of her. Is everything all right? Kushina nodded, but said, there is something we need to discuss, son. He emphasized the word son as if he wanted to assure him of something. Okay, Naruto conceded, still confused. They both sat down on the sofa, and Naruto noticed that the privacy seals were already in place. The seals were shining as they were. Son, the DNA results, Kushina said, immediately intervening. Suddenly, Naruto felt a kind of unease. His gaze fell on the piece of parchment she had picked up before sitting down. I just want you to know that this doesn't mean anything or change anything, okay? Kushina assured. Naruto nodded, but swallowed slightly. The results showed that we have no relationship whatsoever. Completely. However, for the second time that night, Naruto looked like a gaping fish. What but? Let me finish, son, Kushina said. I have no doubt whatsoever that you are who you say you are. My son. Naruto nodded, yielding to her words. Kushina continued. Hiruzen came up with a theory. Due to the existence of alternate worlds, and therefore alternate possibilities, the Uzumaki DNA of your world could have a completely different design than ours. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but the bottom line is, we're not related, though that doesn't mean you're any less my son than the Naruto I grew up with. Naruto simply stared at her, blinded by what he was hearing, but this means that, to you, to this world, I'm not even an Uzumaki. That's not true, Kushina retorted, fearing her son would panic. You're an Uzumaki, but from your world, only with different genes than ours. We simply share the same features. I see, Naruto replied, his voice trembling. He breathed in short gasps. Mom. Yes, Naruto. Kushina replied, worried. I'm not lying when I say I'm your son. I'm not a spy, an infiltrator, or an imposter. You know that, right? Of course not, Kushina said, jumping up to hug him. If you're not my son, then I'm not Uzumaki Kushina. You are my son Naruto, no matter what the evidence says. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, if it's okay with you, it's okay with me too. This doesn't change anything. Kushina knew why Naruto was desperately trying to hold on to their relationship. She understood his pain because she, too, had longed for a family for so long. That's right, Kushina confirmed. Then she looked into his eyes. His eyes, with their purple scara and black circles with Tomo. They were enchanting. I told you, didn't I? No matter what happens, I'll be by your side even if you don't want me there. Naruto smiled and returned a hug that broke her bones, to which she responded in kind. I would never do that. If it were up to me, we'd be together forever. Kushina's heart sank. The next night, Naruto stared at the test as if he could set it on fire. Maybe he could, Rinnegan and all. He hated written exams, he was terrible at memorizing texts, or he simply found it quite boring to read things that didn't interest him. He sighed. The test hadn't even started. Are you ready to begin? Hiruzen asked. This time they were at the Hokage's house. Hiruzen invited them to dinner and to administer the exam they had given Naruto. Saratobi's residence was cozy and welcoming, spacious, and filled with antique wooden furniture. Hi, he said firmly, hoping to end this once and for all. He turned over the cutout papers and began to read the first question. And to his surprise, it was theoretical. What would you do if, during a mission, you encountered factors that would greatly increase its difficulty? Naruto was able to answer that, seeing that it happened during his first C-rank mission. He had quickly told this story to the third the day before. Did you adapt this test specifically for me? Naruto asked. The Hokage shook his head. This is a standardized test for Jonin. I've decided to lower the intensity gradually to see if you can handle the pressure. Naruto smirked. Come on, old man. He answered the questions as best he could. Then came questions about Jonin duties, bingo books, mission parameters, infiltration scenarios, spy detection, torture and interrogation, basic knowledge of poisons, and so on. These were all questions that Naruto knew how to answer, more or less, due to the fact that he had experienced the situations before and, listen to this, they were actually relevant to his ninja career. It took approximately an hour before Naruto finished the exam, with plenty of time left for the 2-hour test. She reviewed her answers, changed a few small details to add clarity, and then nodded. I'm done, Gigi, he said. Hiruzen had been watching him the whole time, looking at his answers as he typed them. He took the paper and checked his answers one last time. It took him 5 minutes. You pass, he said, surprising him and Naruto. Really? Naruto asked. Hiruzen nodded. Honestly, boy, I didn't expect you to be able to answer half of them, and yet you answered them all, with profound understanding, no less. The old man reread one of the answers. How did you know what to do when you were infected with snake venom? Naruto shrugged. I fought Orochimaru a couple of times. Sasuke also used snake summons. I see, Hiruzen said. What about the civilian evacuation protocols? How did you know? Naruto grimaced. A guy named Pain destroyed the village once, with the same eyes I have. The Hokage nearly dropped his pipe. You just said you fought the Akatsuki leader and defeated him. Not that he had Rinnegan eyes. Naruto grimaced. Had he missed it? Uh-huh. Oops. Hiruzen said with a serious face. Tomorrow I will sit down with you so you can tell me the whole story. The complete story. With all the details. I don't know if that's possible in a single session, said Naruto. Then we'll keep doing it until you're finished, Hiruzen replied. Naruto could only nod. Hi, he said. By the way, does that mean I'm a Jonin now? Not yet, Hiruzen replied. You still have to take the physical exam. And just because you have both eyes activated now, don't think it'll be easy, brat. Naruto just smiled. I'm not going to be lenient with you, old man. I'm going to show you how much I've improved. Wait, not that you know, because you don't have the memories of the version of you from my world and— I understand, Hiruzen said with a smile. Whoever this boy was, he was beginning to like him and his energetic personality. He seemed completely genuine. But to be sure, also, before you leave, there was another way to confirm that you're telling the truth without you having to tell me your story again. And how would you do that? Naruto asked. Take a look at your mind with the Yamanaka style. Both remained silent. Then Hiruzen continued. It's something you might consider discussing with your mother. If you decide to do so, I assure you that nothing about your true origins will be revealed. I will have my most trusted staff member, Yamanaka Inoichi, conduct the memory search and classify it as an S-rank secret. Naruto nodded, understanding. I know this situation is strange, and I'll do my best to reassure you, but I swear I'll protect this village. It's my home, Databeo. I'd give my life before I see it fall. Hiruzen smiled at the declaration, and a part of him was reassured by the loyalty the boy had shown. No spy could ever match the passion Hiruzen sensed in him. The will of fire burned brightly in those purple eyes. I don't doubt it, Naruto. What did he ask you to do? Kushina said furiously. Oh, next time I see him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Naruto waved his hands, trying to calm her down. Mom, I think this is the right thing to do. This leaves no doubt that I'm just an imposter. You are not an imposter, Kushina stated firmly. Yes, you, but what about everyone else? Naruto gestured to the world around him. I need this, Mom. I need her for my peace of mind. I need Gigi's complete trust. I owe it to her. You don't owe him anything, his mother said, but she took a deep breath and calmed herself. What if Yamanaka makes a mistake and leaves you in a coma? What if you forget about me? About all the risks of mind control? What if? Naruto hugged her, silencing her protests. Everything's going to be all right, Mom. This is important to me. It took Kushina the rest of the night to accept the idea. Anything that could take her son away, shatter the dream she had lived so vividly these past few days, she would do everything in her power to destroy it. But if her son wanted to do it, she had to support him. Kushina cursed the old man with the stupid pointy red hat and gray hair. In the distance, Hiruzen sneezed. That night, just like the previous nights, Kushina fell asleep hugging her son, making sure he didn't disappear. Day 6. The next day, Naruto woke up feeling exactly the same as his first morning at the Uzumaki residence, after Kushina had decided to meet him the night before. It was understandable that she wanted to sleep with him again after hearing the news the night before. Once again, he was entangled in a curtain of silky red hair. He sighed, before inhaling slowly, absorbing the wonderful rose scent of his shampoo. For some reason, today was different. It felt strange. He glanced sideways at his mother's sleeping face. She looked extraordinarily beautiful, completely different from the dejected woman he had initially met. She had improved every day, and it seemed as if her Uzumaki heritage had restored her to normal in an instant. Now she glowed with a vitality that made her seem like a fairy from one of those stories. Her complexion was perfect, her skin radiant. Her form had returned to that of a ninja. She looked incredibly beautiful a few days ago. Now she was perfection personified. I had seen beauty before, with Tsunade, Sakura, Hinata, and all her friends. But her mother was in a league of her own. So much so that something of him remained upright like a stick. Naruto felt uneasy realizing he was having a reaction to his mother, and thoughts of waking up that morning and seeing her flooded back into his mind. Yesterday's events also resonated. Technically, they weren't related. So she was also a woman, an incredibly stunning woman, breathtakingly beautiful, who was in his bed. Something about this situation wasn't right. No, sir. Jiraiya would laugh his head off in heaven if his mother caught him like that. Erosenin, how far have you corrupted me? It was another person who was potentially alive in this world, and another person to reconnect with. But for now, he needed to get up and solve his little problem, one way or another. He was just hoping she'd calm down after her usual morning self-care routine, so he'd have a good excuse for why he was excited. Although he suspected that the need to urinate wasn't the reason his younger self was acting that way, but he didn't want to admit it. Naruto tried to carefully extricate himself. He hadn't noticed last time because he'd withdrawn from the situation immediately, but now that he paid attention, he discovered that Kushina was wearing something rather revealing. "Don't look at her. Don't look at her. Don't look at her." He looked at her. Her sleeping figure, in her red silk nightgown, was a sight to behold. One of the straps had slipped off her shoulders, near her elbow. It trailed the rest of the fabric, revealing a generous cleavage that was about to show something he was absolutely forbidden to see. The creamy fat of her thighs, her leg draped over his at such an angle that the hem of her dress lifted and hung just below her magnificent bottom, hinting once more at taboo territory. Her figure was like a statue sculpted by Kami, with perfectly sized breasts, voluptuous but not overly so, a slender waist that gave way to wide, fertile hips that would turn men into depraved animals, before ending in long, voluptuous legs that stretched endlessly. She is wow. He tried to look away, but for some reason, it was extraordinarily difficult. It was like something primal within him rearing its ugly head and demanding gratification. He craved the person before him, to claim them for himself. Had Kurama remained in his mind, Naruto would undoubtedly have felt disgust. Naruto had no idea where that feeling came from. He gazed at those magnificent, plump breasts, pressed tightly against her chest. With just a little more of that silk nightgown, he would see an indescribable jewel. He wanted to touch her, feel the contours and shape of her bust, caress her, and hear her sigh. He wanted to move down, trace her firm abdomen, squeeze her buttocks, and run his hands over her creamy thighs and long legs, adoring every inch of her. He wanted Naruto's only intimate experience was awkward. His first and only time was with Sakura, that fateful night when she faked her confession. Even remembering it left a bitter taste in his mouth. She had let him possess her, but there was a reluctance in her that made it all unsatisfying. He couldn't even get halfway inside her, and despite the tightness of her virgin vagina, she had felt too much pain for him to be any faster than a snail. Needless to say, they both went to sleep that night regretting it. However, now, imagining Kushina's face and body instead of Sakura's, Naruto was certain the experience would be vastly different from anything he'd felt before. He would take her, he would destroy her like never before. His thoughts stopped, controlled by his will. What was that? What's happening to me? He had just gotten his mother back, and there was no way he was going to lose her by behaving like a pervert. Kami, what's wrong with me? Damn you, Erosenin. Away with you, dark thoughts. I banish you to the darkness. I lock you away in the deepest recesses of my mind, never to resurface. Luckily, Naruto had the highest willpower among the elemental nations. Naruto was in the training field, with privacy sealed and everything. He wanted to start mastering his dojutsu. After this morning's incident, he quickly prepared breakfast, left a note, and headed here. He needed to distract himself by doing something productive. The newfound clarity granted by the Rinnegan made him feel he could see far farther than usual. As he walked toward the training ground, he discovered he could make out the details of a flower pot hanging from an apartment balcony an entire district away. He was excited by what those eyes could do. He'd gotten over the loss of his original blue eyes pretty quickly. It wasn't like it was detrimental, unlike losing an arm, just a change in appearance. He was still Naruto, so now he saw the eyes as a blessing, though he still didn't really believe he needed them, even without Kurama's powers. But he'd better learn how to use it. The first step is to channel the chakra to the eyes and concentrate. Observe the world as it should be seen. He channeled his chakra into his eyes and felt the tingling again, this time in both. There was no burning. He knew Kushina had told him to wait before doing anything reckless while she wasn't there to help him, but he was impatient and wanted to get going. He trusted his Uzumaki constitution to ensure he didn't die unconscious. Suddenly, he could see something around the nearby objects, faint silhouettes. The tree, for example, even the grass, although its energy acted a little differently, the rocks too, also different. It was chakra, he realized. He could see it. It was strange to see how the chakra shaped things, how the strands connected to these contours left the source and dissipated into the air, how it sometimes passed from one object to another. It was something like a Byakugan, According to what Hinata had told him in his previous life, without the ability to see in all directions or through objects. In this sense, the Rinnegan seemed a bit more limited, but still, it seemed quite useful. This meant that he might also be able to see how nature chakra flowed toward him when using Sage Mode. Naruto smiled. It was a simple first step, he realized, but activating his eyes was probably the springboard to the real techniques. He took out the notebook again and opened another page. The second step is the introduction to the Preta path. Now that you can see the chakra, observe how it flows, learn to guide it, to transform it, to allow it to enter you, and make it your own. Naruto really wished Hagoromo would go into detail with his instructions, but he was used to learning through hints or trial and error, like popping balloons for the Rasengan. Naruto thought about how he had absorbed natural chakra. He was already used to doing it before he had the dojutsu. Perhaps that was why the Rinnegan subconsciously enhanced his ability. Although that was one thing. Absorbing, for example, a giant fireball, converting it into fire chakra, and then back into pure chakra before finally absorbing it was something else entirely. Or at least that's how Naruto thought it worked, according to, well, you know, Hagoromo's 2 instructions. Great, he thought. Now I just have to find someone to throw several dangerous jutsu at me. What could possibly go wrong? Wait a minute. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A Naruto clone appeared. Oh, no way, boss. He already knew what was going to happen. Since Naruto didn't know many jutsu besides the Rasengan and Rasen Shuriken, it was too dangerous for the clone to use the technique on him. If you ask him why he knew so little, he'll tell you it's because his former best friend used the Sharingan and could steal it just by looking at him. So the only techniques he knew were the ones Sasuke couldn't copy. But what I could do was point a Rasen Shuriken at the clone and watch as it tried to absorb it. I could start with just the Rasengan, but where's the fun in that? I don't know why you're complaining. I'll go look for the memories right after, said the original Naruto. The clone deflated. Damn it. And so his training began. Meanwhile, he made a note to ask his mother if she knew any elemental jutsu he could use. Hinata had just finished her training with a sparring match against Hanabi. She lost. Her twin sister felt sorry for her, but obeyed her father. Hinata was used to it by now and longed for the day she would master her new style and show the clan what she was made of. It was a hopeful prospect, but the support of her new friend had strengthened her confidence. Now she was brimming with determination and admiration for the one who had guided her down this path. And so, he decided to head to the training ground a little early today. It was her usual route, through the clan district, then out into the civilian district. With each step, her heart raced with anticipation. Would her friend be there, just like the day before? Could she have lunch with him and Lady Kushina again? Could she be herself, like she rarely did at home? Hinata blushed at the thought. She was getting used to his presence and was glad there seemed to be mutual trust between them. She just hoped he would remain her friend for, well, forever? Maybe? Was he being too forward again? He arrived at the training ground and, to his disappointment, there seemed to be no one there, just the usual trees and grassy, dirt field, and a small branch of the Naka River flowing nearby. He sulked and lowered his gaze as he approached, thinking of nothing but the friendly smile, the cheerful demeanor, and the... Hinata blushed. What's wrong with me, he thought. Then, as if crossing an invisible barrier, she felt the wind on her face. She gasped, startled, and looked up. There was one person, no, 2 people there, though it wasn't the boy I was expecting. They looked so alike they seemed, like brothers. They both had bright blonde hair that almost shone like the sun, although I couldn't make out the details of the rest of their features because there was something else that immediately caught my attention. One of the boys was holding a strange ball of energy that spun in his hands, with spirals of what appeared to be wind blades attached to it. It was a technique of a caliber Hinata had never seen anything remotely similar to. She could sense that the amount of chakra emitted by what appeared to be a chakra-infused shuriken was absurd. She imagined being struck by that thing, and a feeling told her that her family would find nothing. Her heart pounded in her chest. Adrenaline surged through her. Was it fear, or amazement, or a mixture of both? The amount of chakra control needed to power such a technique. Who was this person? Then the guy holding the energy ball threw it at the other guy. Hinata screamed. feeling as if she were about to witness a murder. The sound must have caught the attention of the boy who was about to be attacked, because he pointed at her before the jutsu hit him. Hinata felt her heart sink. Had she just witnessed a murder? Was she safe right now? Then the person vanished into a puff of smoke, and the other boy, the attacker, jumped as if he'd been punched. He turned and faced her, though, strangely, he covered his eyes with his hands. Hinata-chan. Wait, Hinata knew that voice. It was the same one she hadn't been able to stop thinking about for the past few days. She gasped. Naruto-kun? This wasn't right, Naruto thought. He had been careless, not expecting anyone to enter the training ground where he was, and had been too distracted to remember to maintain a hinge after the coast was clear. After all, he had needed his full concentration for the Predaway technique to work. Hinata usually appeared around noon, so he expected her at that time. He wasn't expecting her now. Damn it, he said. Panic gripped him as he saw Hinata's face through his clone's memories. Had he seen it before? Her features? Her Rinnegan eyes? Instinctively, he covered his eyes with his hands, hoping she wouldn't. She was Hyuga, he knew, and her eyesight was extremely sharp. Besides, with their specializations in dojutsu, they were among the few capable of recognizing the Rinnegan for what it was. The eyes of Rakudu Sannin, the most exalted of the three great dojutsu. Naruto knew that the less known about the eyes, the better, especially considering the lengths Kumo had gone to just to obtain a Byakugan. Even the leader of Akatsuki, the only other person with his eyes, Pain, had hidden himself in aim and remained concealed until no one expected his arrival. Well, this is awkward, he said, trying to salvage the situation. I didn't expect you to be here. He felt that, at this point, it was too late to put the hinge back on. It was like having his hand glued to the forbidden scroll and trying to convince the old man that he had found it by chance. Perhaps it was pure reaction, or perhaps just his subconscious desire to see how Hinata would react. But he unwittingly channeled a thread of chakra into her eyes, a practically insignificant amount considering his immense reserves. To his surprise, it was just enough to see through her eyelids and the hands covering them. It seems I have very limited and short-range X-ray vision. That's mildly useful. Anyway, it was enough for him to see Hinata's reaction. She was looking at him with wide eyes and fascinated. Naruto-kun, he asked, his tone filled with amazement and surprise. Is that you? Naruto swallowed and nodded. Hinata almost took a step forward, wanting to see him more closely. Without the terrifying wind shuriken, her sharp eyes easily absorbed his features. He had the same facial structure and body as before, the same hairstyle, spiky and beautifully disheveled, though a different color. He also had those adorable whisker marks that he must have covered with a transformation. Of course, the hands covering his eyes prevented her from seeing him completely. But it was enough for her to deduce that he didn't look so different from the disguise he'd put on, much to her relief. He simply had more exotic features. She wanted to keep examining him. Then he hesitated, and finally understood the situation. I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to see this, was I? She felt a knot in her stomach. A deep wave of nausea made her realize that this, of all the things she could have done, might be precisely what would destroy their friendship before it even began. Naruto had kept his identity a secret for a reason, and she had simply overlooked that very reason to find him there now. Naruto, on the other hand, could see Hinata's fascination transform into shock and then pain. Why her? I am sorry. This was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. She was panicking, and Naruto could tell that whatever conclusion she'd drawn in her head had led her to believe he'd be angry with her or something. Well, Naruto could understand why she thought that, but he seemed to have it all wrong. First of all, he was the one who should apologize. He was the one being hypocritical with his friend, not showing her his true self. Hinata, Naruto said, running towards her, and, to her surprise, he wrapped his arm around her trembling shoulders, hugging her. She froze, startled by the intimate contact. She'd never had anyone comfort her with a hug other than Hanabi, but that had been years ago, before the frequent training sessions had driven them apart. Now, there she was, feeling her friend's strong, firm arms as he held her. Was he Was he showing her that everything was all right? That he had forgiven her intrusion into his privacy? It's okay, Hinata, said Naruto's soothing voice. You have nothing to worry about. You haven't done anything wrong. She felt tears welling up in her eyes again and couldn't help but wrap her trembling arms around the warm body before her. She felt his presence within her. She felt it was the most powerful thing she had ever held so close. There was no trace of the Hugo agility in his deceptively muscular form. He felt solid, immobile, firm as a mountain before the stream that represented the world's troubles. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, he tried to explain. I should have been paying attention. I didn't mean to intrude like that. I know you must have kept your identity a secret for some reason. She couldn't see his face because his was pressed against her chest, but the words tumbled out in fits and starts. Naruto just listened until she finished. I told you I don't have anyone I can call a friend, so I'm incredibly grateful you came into my life. I have you, and I don't want to lose you because of a stupid mistake I made. I was too caught up in my thoughts, thinking about you, to make you think I didn't respect your boundaries, that I wasn't paying attention when I crossed them. He tried to breathe, but his breaths came out in short gasps. His throat felt dry, and his stomach was protesting the breakfast he'd eaten hours earlier. Naruto hugged her tighter. He felt compassion. No, he pitied her. He felt sorry for her, for something completely beyond her control, for believing she had done something wrong. He was so angry about the situation she had gotten herself into, the one that had shattered her self-esteem to the point that she was having a panic attack over a misunderstanding. It was his fault all of this happened. The privacy room concealed him until she was close. At any other time, he would have noticed her approaching much sooner, or that the proximity sensor would beep as she entered. He'd simply been too focused on his workout to realize she was there. Now she was crying, and it was his fault. Making a girl cry, especially one as sweet and kind as Hinata, was the worst thing a man could do. Hinata-chan, look at me, please, he said. He no longer cared about his secrets in front of his distraught friend. He needed to show his true self, his whole being, so he could fully apologize to her. She didn't hear him, burying her face even deeper in her now-soaked black jacket. It was as if she feared the reprimand, the look of disappointment she expected to see. Hinata, please, he asked softly, his voice almost whispering in her ear, look at me. Slowly, he raised his head. At first, he didn't look it in the eye, as the creature crawled from the floor to his jacket and stayed there for a couple of seconds before seemingly finding the courage to climb up. When she met his purple, ring-shaped eyes, she almost jumped. His eyes were so wide and his expression so surprised that she nearly paled when she saw the blood drain from his face. It's a misunderstanding, she said firmly, so there would be no doubt. And it's not your fault. Not at all. It's mine for hiding from you. Hinata could only stare at him. Her lavender eyes, without pupils, darted between his, as if she were wondering if she really saw what she saw. To Naruto's surprise, the commotion calmed her almost instantly. Unconsciously, he raised his hand to stroke her cheek, right on her cheekbone, just below her left eye. You're right in a way, Naruto continued. I have secrets, though not for the reasons you think. Hinata, realizing where her hand was, blushed and stepped back. The surprise had calmed her, but the situation remained uncertain. Would she have to leave there alone again, without friends? Would she have to endure a life filled with loneliness? Naruto must have seen the doubt in her eyes again because he continued, We're fine, and so are you. You have nothing to regret. You don't have to be nervous about losing a friend, Hinata. It takes a lot more than that to get rid of me, Databeo. Hinata was still staring at him, not taking her eyes off him for a second. They were so hypnotic, and she searched inside herself to see if she really meant what she was saying. Despite being such a strange sight, with the purple tint and the multiple dark rings filled with Tomo, it was incredible how much emotion they displayed. Are you sure? She asked, almost surprised that she could speak. Naruto stared at her intently, his gaze so intense that Hinata had never felt so exposed to anyone in her entire life. It was almost as if he were staring right through her. He gave her a kind smile. What? Still be your friend? He said, shaking his head as if he couldn't believe he'd asked such a ridiculous question. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. Hinata blushed. I mean, you're kind, intelligent, and one of the most beautiful people I've ever met. Her thoughts drifted for a moment as she said that. In terms of beauty, Hinata was S-class, just like Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Tsunade-bachan, Kurinai-sensei, Mei Terumi, Sabaka no Temari, and probably many others, but she was currently a bit biased and hadn't yet defined this list objectively. She'd probably have to revise it at some point. Kunoichi were naturally beautiful for some strange reason. However, her mother still reigned supreme. If there was a rank higher than S, she'd be there. She was definitely impartial in that regard. Ero Sennin theorized that, in terms of appearance, being able to use chakra to its fullest potential enhanced the body to a degree incomparable to that of a civilian. It was common for many kunoichi to have flawless skin, perfect hair and teeth, a healthy and alluring physique, and generally be as attractive as their genetics allowed them to be. However, a very fortunate few, like those he just mentioned, were in a league of their own. Why did she take a moment to focus on the topic of beauty, you might ask? It was because it made him realize how beautiful Hinata was up close. The feeling began to grow inside him again. Her innocent, large, expressive lavender eyes, her pale, flawless skin, her dazzling figure, her giant melons. Stop, 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 stop. He returned to the conversation with all his strength, controlling the blood that ran south before he had to apologize and leave. Once again, his unfathomable willpower immediately put a stop to those thoughts. He was now very flushed, but he managed to control himself easily. Beyond all else, Naruto continued, coughing and picking up where he'd left off. I think you're much stronger than you realize. You just need the courage to admit it. It was one of those seemingly simple phrases that, if someone else had said it, she wouldn't have appreciated it as much as when it came from him. Her blush still burned fiercely. Oh, really? Seriously? Naruto said, and after checking that she was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Did you come early because you wanted to train? That snapped Hinata out of her reverie. Why, yes. Naruto smiled. Well, now that you've seen me like this, I don't have to hold back so much anymore, right? Hinata felt a chill run down her spine. Oh, the smile she gave him was dangerous. In more ways than one. Ready? Said Naruto, or rather, his shadow clone. Despite her reluctance, she was instructed to throw herself into the attack with all her might. Since she was fighting a clone, she could attack with the intent to kill it without harming her true self. That said, it only took one effective blow to destroy the clone, but Naruto simply smiled when she pointed it out to him. Hinata swallowed and nodded. With his encouragement, she activated her Jujutsu. And she almost went blind. He had so much chakra, from his clone alone, no less. Realizing what had happened, Naruto put a stop to the amount of chakra he was emitting, effectively reducing it to normal shinobi levels. Oops, said the clone. Sorry, I forgot to do it earlier. Are you okay? It only took her a second to regain her vision, but then she broke out in a cold sweat from the chakra monster that lay before her. Who are you, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Someone will be very disappointed if you hold back, he replied. Then he pounced on her. It's speed. It's faster than. Hinata was in the air. Why was it in the air? She landed in a squat. Ouch. I thought you said you were ready, exclaimed Naruto, worried. I was. I just didn't expect it, she said, rubbing her bottom. She blushed when she realized. How unfeminine. Naruto simply coughed again before looking away, his ears reddening. Well, they don't call me the world's most unpredictable ninja for nothing, Databeo, he said. Now do what you practiced yesterday and come find me. For some reason, Hinata found the whole thing quite amusing. I had considered training as something fun for a very long time. And yet there she was. Good, she said. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. From afar, Naruto watched in surprise at the confidence Hinata had just displayed. Her attacks were becoming more fluid, as if she had experimented. Her strikes weren't as rigid as the traditional gentle fist, and she showed greater flexibility. She was able to chain her missed strikes into another blow, almost like an endless string of attacks. Naruto felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He had shown Hinata who he really was, well, who he really was now, with his new eyes and all, and she reacted. Well, she didn't seem to mind. He knew he had to give her more explanations, but for now she seemed content with just seeing his true self. He caught the smile that spread across her face, and she tried again and again to shatter his elusive clone. Huh, who would have thought it? In a few months, he'll surely be able to beat Niji in his sleep. He needed to prepare for his fight tomorrow. He was sure he had enough to deal with the cunning old man, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I guess it's time to throw Raisin Shuriken again. Hey, I wonder if Hinata knows any elemental jutsu. His mother had arrived around lunchtime, saying she would take him to Ichiraku. Of course, Naruto invited Hinata, much to her secret delight. Kushina was surprised that Naruto didn't have his transformation in front of the girl, and she assumed something must have happened between them. Naturally, this triggered a pang of maternal protectiveness in her, leading her to take Hinata aside before leaving to have a private talk with her. They returned with Kushina radiant and Hinata looking as if she had just been through a war. XXX. At the stall, mother and son looked like ravenous beasts devouring their first meal in days. Although Hinata had initially been shy about table manners while eating ramen, she soon found herself hilariously joining the Uzumakis in devouring their food. Tucci and Ayam felt like they had just won the jackpot because of the number of bowls the three of them were passing around. A total of 28 bowls were needed between the three of them, and surprisingly, it was Hinata who led in that department. Both Uzumaki stared at her, as if wondering where it had all gone. They both knew it. Hinata, of course, blushed, but she seemed more relaxed and uninhibited. I was hungry after what Naruto put me through, okay? The other two simply laughed discreetly. With Naruto back in the public eye, she had returned to her Naruyuki persona. However, just as the three of them got up to leave, they came across a rather strange sight. Two guys dressed in tight green spandex ran past them with their hands in the act. "OSU, I'm coming," said the youngest. "Let the fire of youth ignite us, Lee Kun," said the greatest. Naruto sweated a drop. There were some things that couldn't afford to be different, he supposed. Both Naruto and Kushina were back at the Hokage's residence, and Naruto decided to have the mental walking appointment as soon as possible. Ino's father, Inoichi, was also present. "Don't worry about your disguise, Naruto-kun." Inoichi, who is here, swore to keep the S-rank secret from the moment he accepted the project, Hiruzen said. Inoichi nodded. "It's as Hokage-sama said, and I take my orders very seriously." Naruto smiled at them. "I know that kind of person you are, Inoichi, at least the version of you from where I come from." And with that, Naruto released Henge. Inoichi gasped. Perhaps it was the eyes, or perhaps it was because he looked a little like his father. The experienced shinobi only took a few seconds to compose himself. "Now, I see why you wanted to keep this a secret, Hokage-sama. I already have too many questions." Hiruzen nodded. "Questions that will soon be answered, I suppose." Inoichi gestured to Naruto to sit down. "Do you know how this procedure works, son?" Naruto shook his head. "I was a former vessel for Kurum, the Kyuubi. It was too dangerous for anyone to enter my mind." Patriarch Yamanaka nodded shakily. He had been informed privately, but the story he had heard was so ludicrous that he hadn't fully processed it until now. The Kyuubi, the one the Shinigami snatched from the sacrifice of the fourth son. "Not this one," Naruto replied. "I see." Inoichi had nothing more to say, so he continued explaining the procedure. "I'll perform a full mental scan to check if your memories have been altered. After confirming that, I'll go in to review them. I can allow 2 witnesses to accompany me. One will be Hiruzen, and, at your request, the other will be Uzumaki Kushina. Afterward, I'll erase the memories from my mind and undergo a confirmation procedure with the Hokage. All I'll know afterward is that I had an S-rank mission that required me to do this." Naruto nodded. "Hello." Naruto felt nervous about letting someone into his mind for the first time. He knew it was necessary, and the Hokage must be anxious to confirm his identity to take such measures. Naruto felt Inoichi gently place his hands on the back of his neck. He glanced behind him and saw Hiruzen and Kushina clinging to Inoichi's shoulders. Hiruzen was trying to maintain his composure under Kushina's irritated glare. She must have been angry about all of this, but Naruto wanted to dispel any doubts once and for all. At least for the two people he needed to believe in him, that was enough. Kushina looked him in the eyes and gave him the kind and warm smile that she had always given him since he arrived here and met her. Naruto smiled back. I'm ready. Naruto felt a tingling in his mind, and the next thing he knew, they were in his mindscape. A sewer, murmured Inoichi, fascinated by the mentality of a 17-year-old boy, so gloomy. Kushina looked around, worried. Is this my son's mental landscape? What does this mean, Inoichi? Inoichi considered his answer as Hiruzen looked at him curiously. I think it's a reflection of the memories he developed from his experiences. Many shinobi mindscapes are one of the battlefields or a significant place that occurred in their lives, whether it had a negative or positive impact. Here, Inoichi glanced at the enormous bars that must have been used to cage the bijou. Here, I believe this mental landscape was also necessary, if what the boy says is true, to keep these creatures in their place. Hiruzen surveyed the endless tunnels. Well, do you detect any manipulation? Inoichi looked around and then placed his hands on one of the pillars. Solid, it shows signs of aging. It's definitely been here for a while. I'll have to take a closer look. It took Inoichi what seemed like an hour in mental time, but only a few minutes in the real world, to thoroughly explore Naruto's mind for memory alterations or even fake replacements. Inoichi shook his head. It's all clear. Kushina, meanwhile, was growing increasingly nervous. She didn't need to see her son's memories to know he was who he claimed to be, but she couldn't deny her curiosity about what she had seen. So, the memories? Where's my son? They've put him to sleep, Inoichi said. He didn't resist the mental walking process, so I managed to render him unconscious for a while. However, I'm afraid he'll at least see the memories we'll be exploring with us, even if it's like a dream for him. Are you sure it's safe? She asked. Yes, absolutely, Inoichi assured him. If anything goes wrong, we'll be expelled and he'll simply wake up. It won't change any memories if we just observe. Both Hiruzen and Kushina nodded briefly. Now let's see if what the boys are saying is true, said Hiruzen. And so the three of them entered the child's memories. And they saw glimpses of everything, of every significant event in this young man's life, up until Naruto entered the inn a few days ago. For some reason, the subsequent memories were blocked and inaccessible. It was like staring into nothing. Nothing could be discerned. In any case, they had all seen enough to have no doubt. Kushina gasped as she finally emerged from the memories of her son. A sea of emotions washed over her. Anger, heartbreak, pride. Oh, my poor son. Naruto's eyes blinked to dispel his drowsiness as he returned to the waking world. Oh, it must have been a nightmare, he murmured, still not fully awake. When he felt his mother throw herself at him, squeezing the air out of his lungs in her embrace, he finally regained his composure. Huh, what? Ah, of course, the walk down memory lane. Oh, Naruto, she said into her jacket. Hiruzen, meanwhile, was astonished, stunned, and disappointed by the reality of this alternate world. He hadn't expected the village to react the way they did to the boy, no, the hero, who had stood before him during his childhood. However, he was glad that they appreciated him for who he was once their prejudices had turned into appreciation for his actions. Even so, the stories he had been told, though he believed them to be true in his mind, seeing it with his own eyes, through the eyes of the very boy who had carried the world on his shoulders. It was incredible. He observed his other self's interactions with young Naruto. Without parents, Hiruzen had assumed the role of grandfather, treating him almost like Konohamaru's troubled older brother and the bond between them. He couldn't have felt more gratitude for the way Naruto reciprocated and cared for his grandson. The young man was incredible. Inoichi had nothing to say. He had never considered the possibility of alternate worlds, not even alternate universes. I'll go to your study at your residence to erase this part of my memory. Is that all, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen nodded. You may leave, Inoichi. Thank you for your help and understanding. You understand why Naruto's secrets cannot be leaked at any cost. See you in an hour, is that all right? Of course, Inoichi replied. I'll do it. He looked towards the mother and son, with Kushina whispering sweet words in the child's ear and Naruto trying to comfort her by minimizing her personal suffering and downplaying her heroic deeds. Inoichi didn't finish his sentence, sensing that Hiruzen knew what he meant. It was as if they were looking at a 17-year-old who had accomplished more in his short life than his deceased founders combined. The boy had saved not only Konoha, but the entire world, uniting them into a single shinobi coalition and fighting for the peace that had never been granted to him. I'll say goodbye now. Inoichi headed towards the study room. Hiruzen turned towards Naruto. My son, he said, catching the young man's attention. His mother was still clinging to him, and Hiruzen couldn't blame her. With all the great feats Naruto had accomplished, so many terrible things had also been done to him. In a way, the world had taken so much from him. It had taken his grandfather, his godfather, his best friend, and he had every reason to be bitter and resentful. In return, he had nothing to give except love. Hey, what's up, old man? Said Naruto. The nickname Naruto used affected him differently after he remembered how the boy affectionately called him the Hiruzen of his world. In a way, the Hokage couldn't help but feel a certain affinity for the whiskered boy after everything he had seen. Now it's undeniable that you are who you say you are, he said, smiling. And although it wasn't the Konoha of my world, I am immensely grateful for everything you've done to protect us, even to protect the world. I understand why you chose not to be a weapon for the village, but a shield for everyone. You feel a responsibility to the world, to restore the vision of unity and peace to life. For that, I thank you. To Naruto's surprise and embarrassment, Hiruzen bowed to him. Hat and all. Hee. No need to. Hiruzen laughed, interrupting him as he resumed his original stance. It's tradition to pay homage to our great heroes, boy. But just because I've seen you now doesn't mean you can get out of the duel you owe me tomorrow. You may have fought Madara or even a goddess, but you haven't faced me. Besides, I need to be absolutely certain you'll do well as a Jonin, even if you enlist under special conditions. Naruto grinned. I wouldn't miss this, old man. Wait, Jonin. Hiruzen rolled his eyes. You're a bit young, but I'm sure you can handle, well, anyone I can think of after what I've seen. You just need to prove you're responsible. I am responsible. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. I'm responsible, Naruto stubbornly insisted. Almost always. The old man chuckled. I don't doubt it. Even so, it would reassure me to know you can manage on your own. Although, after seeing your memories, I think I already know most of your tricks. Naruto's eyes widened. That's cheating. No, it isn't, the old man said, shrugging his shoulders. You agreed to this. But that was because Naruto's eyes twitched with irritation. Whatever. It doesn't matter if you know what I have up my sleeve. I'm the most unpredictable ninja in the world, Databeo. Hiruzen just laughed harder. Speaking of which, we should talk about what you plan to do now. At this, Kushina cheered up from Naruto's side, leaving wet tear stains on her jacket. You'd better treat him well, Hiruzen, he said sternly. Hiruzen smiled. I know. He's done enough in his life to deserve a good rest. If he passes the Jonin physical tomorrow, I'll only ask him to defend his homeland if there's an imminent threat. That's all. Kushina looked at Hiruzen, much to his discomfort. All right, Databeo, Naruto said happily. I'm glad to be a hard-working ninja again. Now Gamachan won't go hungry sooner or later. This isn't over, Hiruzen, Kushina said, standing up. But for now, let's go home, Naruto. And with that, the Uzumaki left. Naruto was in the bathroom, letting the hot shower water cascade over him. His thoughts were a jumble of memories. Memories of all the important events that had happened in his life that very night. There were too many, all at once. However, she felt free, as if sharing her memories with a few people she could trust lifted a huge weight off her shoulders. He sighed, lathering his arms with soap. He usually took a quick cold shower in the morning, too, just to refresh himself and start the day with energy. But it was the evening showers he looked forward to. Usually, by the end of the day, he would have trained enough for his muscles to ache, for his bones to feel like lead, and taking a bath was a small luxury for him, a way to make all that pain disappear. He hoped it would calm him even more as he stepped in. Then the bathroom door creaked open. Naruto? Naruto froze. It was his mother's voice. What is she doing here? Why, yes, he replied. Can I come in and wash your back? Kushina asked. What? Exclaimed Naruto. Kushina laughed behind the door before quickly opening it. Naruto's jaw dropped to the ground. There was her mother, dressed only in a bath towel. He took her completely. Her crimson red hair cascading over her backside, her flawless skin, slightly tanned by the sun, her impossible figure still visible through the towel covering her. Kami, have mercy. She was a perfect combination of curves and athleticism. Her tall Uzumaki figure made her appear slender, but not even that could withstand the magnificent curve of her hips and the roundness of her backside, nor the irresistible vitality of her dazzling attributes. Her eyes processed all of this in a second, and the thing between her legs moved. Kushina, on the other hand, remained completely indifferent to the whole situation. Mom, what are you doing? Naruto swallowed hard. Oh, isn't it obvious? Kushina said, approaching him with the towel in her hand. I thought we could spend some time together bathing. Naruto quickly grabbed a small bath towel and placed it nearby to cover his private parts. You could have told me sooner, said Naruto, panicking. Kushina just chuckled as she went to sit behind him, grabbing a bathroom stool near the laundry basket. Naruto was sitting on one in front of the mirror, showering, as was customary in his culture. He tried to look away, he really did, but he couldn't help but notice how her hips swayed with every step, how her covered breasts moved slightly to the rhythm, how the bath towel slipped down the back of her long legs as she bent down to pick up the stool, as if the gates of heaven were opening before his eyes. Just as he was about to see the forbidden treasure, she had already grabbed the stool and leaned back, returning to her upright position. She turned in the other direction, trying to take deep breaths to calm herself. Her breaths were shallow and irregular. He heard the sound of the bench being placed behind him and swallowed hard, feeling his cheeks burn. He felt like he was about to faint from the dizziness that overwhelmed him. Relax, her mother said soothingly. It's normal for family members to wash each other's backs. Why, yes, Naruto replied. So Kushina grabbed a small shower scrubber, added some soup, and got to work. She started gently before picking up the pace in the areas that needed scrubbing. Naruto felt chills every time the roughness of the fluffy fabric came into contact with him, wondering what else he would prefer to touch him. Wow, Kushina commented, your back is so muscular it looks like marble. He immediately began examining it with his bare hands, leaving the scrub behind. Naruto shuddered at the sight. Mom, Naruto shouted. Kushina replied, but she seemed distracted by something else. She ran her hands over her broad shoulders, then her triceps and forearms. Naruto, he really couldn't put a stop to something like this, so it wasn't in his control to halt the reaction that occurred. Kushina smiled behind her, oblivious to everything. Wow, it's definitely the Uzumaki genes from your world working their magic. Your future bride must be the happiest woman in the world. Then he glanced over his shoulder at the mirror to see her reaction to his teasing. Her eyes widened as she took in what was reflected in front of her. Her son was as red as a tomato, crimson from ear to ear like his hair. But what really caught his attention was the enormous size of little Naruto sticking out of the flimsy bath towel like the top of a growing mountain. Good Kami, Kushina shouted, and Naruto's eyes widened as he realized she was looking at him, or rather at something else of his. I'm sorry, Naruto said frantically. This is... Kushina stared in astonishment. Even as a child in Yuzushiogakure, before its destruction, when her parents frequently took her to mixed-gender hot springs, her impeccable memory had never detected any Uzumaki with the prodigious size of her son, and it was known that the Uzumaki had extra-large appendages, the largest of all the elemental nations at that time. Minato was also large, but he wasn't an Uzumaki. And yet, even the legendary members of his clan paled in comparison to this monster standing before her. That will destroy a girl, Kushina murmured. Naruto wanted to hide in a hole for the rest of his life. I didn't want to get emotional. I can't control it. Kushina blinked at her son's incredible embarrassment. Then, To Naruto's surprise, she laughed. And Mom, Naruto exclaimed. It's perfectly fine, son, Kushina said, laughing. It took her a moment to calm down. It's normal for an Uzumaki to have a very high life force. After all, it's in our blood. That includes an unfathomably high sex drive, almost to the point of madness. Oh, really? Naruto asked, surprised. Kushina blinked, realizing that her son truly had no idea about this as she watched him grow up in her memories. Oh, my child, she said. I saw through your memories that even though Jiraiya taught you about birds and bees, he didn't know how badly things are going for us Uzumaki, especially now that we're approaching adulthood. Naruto looked at her curiously. What do you mean? Have you ever felt something strange awaken within you? Kushina asked. Something hungry or something lustful? Naruto froze and blushed even more. It was just a little while ago. How did you know? Kushina nodded. As expected, even though you're just an Uzumaki in your world, we share the same characteristics. The Uzumaki here experience an extremely intense need for intimate gratification before the age of 18. Left unchecked, this drives them mad with lust, and their chakra becomes raging and uncontrollable. It's usually a difficult time, but with preparation, it becomes manageable. Naruto was nervous. This was all completely new to him, but he was glad to have someone by his side to guide him, whatever it was. Wait, were you serious when you said Uzumaki had gone crazy? What do I do? Kushina squeezed his shoulder to comfort him, sending shivers down his spine. There's a seal you can place right above your groin that will control your libido. It will force you into total abstinence from intimate activity for a year. Naruto almost choked on his saliva. What? Kushina looked at her with compassion. I understand your confusion, but it's not forever. Only a year. Without it, your chakra could irreversibly transform into something too wild to control. I know it's a bit sudden, and it's my fault for not realizing you wouldn't know beforehand. But with the seal, your chakra will stabilize until it finally matures and can no longer change its nature. And after the seal is lifted, you'll be so sensitive to chakra that you'll gain the ability to sense it around you, just like I do. Seriously? Naruto asked, bewildered. Is that where the Uzumaki's sensory abilities come from? Kushina nodded. Yes, I went through the same thing. I'll give you time to process it. I'll do it. Naruto interrupted. Kushina stared at him, her eyes wide. Have you accepted it yet? Naruto nodded with determination. While it was quite difficult, especially as Jiraiya's disciple, not touching himself for a year was hardly remarkable compared to the other things he'd done in his life. I trust you, and if you think it's necessary for me, I have no reason to doubt it. Kushina smiled at him proudly. I can do it now if you'd like. It's a relatively simple seal, and since you're already naked, it will be easier to perform the procedure without too much trouble. Naruto blushed at that, covering his crotch to Kushina's amusement, but nodded. He didn't take long to return with an inkwell and a paintbrush. Naruto simply stayed on the bathroom stool, waiting for her. When she approached him once more, he tried not to let her eyes wander again where they shouldn't. He failed. Luckily, Kushina didn't seem to notice. Or did she simply choose not to? The problem was that she didn't sit behind him like before. She took her stool and placed it to her right before sitting down there, so she could see him better. Turn towards me, son, so I can put it on, he said. Naruto did it reluctantly. Kushina began to dip the brush into the inkwell, but stopped, watching the moving appendage. Then she chuckled. Do you want to relieve yourself for the last time in a year first, son? Naruto's face was burning. How right now? Kushina set the brush and bottle aside. I can wash your forehead in the meantime. I've seen practically everything the world has to offer, so you shouldn't feel embarrassed. Naruto really thought that wouldn't make things any easier for him, but his mother just started using the bath towel to wash his chest, without a care in the world. So, then Naruto would have to move on. He began to touch himself, slowly before quickening his pace. He tried not to think about it, about the finest example of humanity in the world standing before him as she rubbed him, so close to him. Then Kushina abandoned the cloth she had used to clean it, thinking it was too rough, and used her delicate hands instead. My God, Why is she so calm? Her hands feel so wonderful. Then, those magical hands descended to his torso, making sure to cleanse his sides before moving down to his thighs. Along the way, their thumbs lightly grazed the edges of his manhood. Naruto almost lost control from the sensation. It was at that moment that Naruto noticed something. The bath towel Kushina was wearing was coming apart. As Kushina moved and bent her arms to wash it, the towel had become looser and looser and looser. Naruto's pumping rhythm had accelerated in anticipation. Then a miracle happened. The towel slipped. It slid open to reveal a strapless one-piece swimsuit. "Oh my God!" Kushina cried in surprise. "Ah, it's a good thing I put this on so I could bathe with you. Otherwise, you would have seen this old woman in a birthday dress." "You're not old. You're so ridiculously beautiful." Naruto didn't reply further, and as he watched Kushina, he blushed with embarrassment. The way her curves shifted as she moved, the wonderful shape of her hips, her plump thighs exposed through the tight fabric. More difficult than any other time in his life. Kushina barely flinched as a shower of liquid, one shower after another, rained down on her face, hair, and body. It was like a torrent that seemed endless. It lasted literally a minute, and all she could do was sit there and watch, stunned. When he finished, Naruto let out a sigh of satisfaction before realizing what he had just done. He looked mortified. "Oh, Kami, I'm so sorry," she squealed. Kushina was speechless, but a strangely curious thought invaded her mind. She licked her lips and processed the substance that had landed in her open mouth when she stared at him gaping during her peak of lust. Did it taste good? That was new. The taste of a man's seed like Minato's had only ever been tolerable for her. Naruto's seed, it tasted like her scent, like honey and apples, and it was amazingly delicious. Without thinking, he swallowed and then, with his hand, picked up a little of the seed that was still resting before putting it in his mouth and tasting it curiously. "He's an Uzumaki. That's fine, but I never knew we had something like that. It must be exclusive to Naruto." His son went into a supernova as blood rushed to his face. What are you doing?" That snapped Kushina out of her daze. "Oh, sorry, son. I was just curious and wanted to check if you were all right. I'm glad your Uzumaki vitality is working so well." Naruto swallowed hard as he watched her. Her crimson red hair, her porcelain face, her magnificent figure covered by a tight-fitting fabric. It was as if he had desecrated a goddess. A perfect face stained by his seed. I was practically eager to start over. But he held back. "I'm ready for the stamp now, Mom," he told her before it was too late. Kushina nodded and worked quickly, but, for some reason, she hadn't thought it appropriate to remove her seed from her body. It was as if she carried it with pride. "Oh, Kami, no." Kushina finished the seal just as she had regained her full mass, which happened about 15 seconds later. She had worked quickly, while Naruto watched the intricate seal resting where he had shaved, something he had made a habit of. "Oh, he wanted it so much." "Fuin," said Kushina. And suddenly, he felt as if all his lust, his passion, were channeled towards the seal, absorbing all the desire and carnal need that tormented him. "Ah, perhaps for you, I need an extra layer," Kushina said as she added another seal to the one she already had. "No one can say my son isn't a chakra monster, that's for sure." When the second layer was finished, his vigor was still at half strength, which was still more than enough to work for a normal person who wasn't an Uzumaki. Then another layer of seals was added. Well, Kushina remarked, laughing. "Needing 3 whole layers when one was more than enough to subdue even my father's lustful self. You must have incredible vitality, son." "I am sorry," Naruto apologized. Kushina shook her head. "There's nothing to regret. I know what it's like to be young and enthusiastic. Don't be ashamed. It's perfectly normal for an Uzumaki your age." Naruto simply nodded, but his attention returned to his mother. "Do you want me to clean you up? I can return the favor." Kushina smiled radiantly. "I would appreciate it." And so, Naruto did to her what she had done to him, washing every part uncovered by the swimsuit, taking the time and care to clean every part of her, mesmerized by how beautiful she was. Her lust reignited and immediately seeped into the seal. It was a strange sensation that gave her goosebumps. Kushina, meanwhile, remained calm throughout all of this. It's definitely going to take us a while to get used to this. After their bath, both Uzumaki lay down in their beds, or rather, in the same bed they had shared the day before. Naruto had felt relaxed after the bath, but he still hadn't gotten used to the sudden surge and subsequent decrease in his lust caused by the seal. However, it also comforted him, as if something were protecting him from losing control. Kushina sighed against his chest as she, too, felt the day's tension leave her. "You know, son?" Naruto replied. "Yes, Mom." Kushina chuckled at the title. "You know, after thinking about it, I think we were too quick to label ourselves as mother and son." Naruto tensed up. "What?" "Let me finish," Kushina interrupted. "I feel it's disrespectful to your real mother and my real son, who passed away, to replace them with alternate versions of themselves. Your real mother, according to your memories, gave her life to save yours, and my son disappeared from this world before I could even hold him. Furthermore, since the DNA tests proved we aren't related, I believe it's more appropriate for us to assume new roles for each other." Naruto's worries had calmed down a little after hearing her explanation. She was right, and he understood that his mother wasn't specifically her, not even genetically. "So, what do you want us to be?" Kushina smiled at him. "Just like before, but I'll be your adoptive mother. Your stepmother, so to speak. Is that all right with you? That way, we'll still be mother and son, but we'll honor the memory of our comrades, so we won't replace them, but rather be completely different people. People who seek an unbreakable bond." Naruto's smile could have lit up the entire night sky. "That would be perfect. So I can still call you Mom?" Kushina nodded, returning his smile. "Of course, and I'll continue to call you son, if you don't mind." "No," Naruto affirmed, and to her surprise, he hugged her. "I love you, Mom." Kushina felt her heart melt in her chest. "I love you too, son." They remained like that for a few minutes, before a reminder popped into Kushina's mind. "By the way." "Yes," said Naruto. "This year, I'll have much to teach you. From the secrets of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto nodded. "To Fuinjutsu." Naruto nodded again. "And the complexities of intimacy right now." Naruto nods. "Wait, what?" he asked foolishly. Kushina chuckled at his expression. "According to your memories, Jiraiya didn't teach you how to court a woman, except how to treat her in bed. You're going to be quite the object of desire, son, and if I don't teach you women's manners, anyone who dares to look at you will take you by the hand." "I'm not that bad," Naruto murmured. Kushina raised a delicate eyebrow. "Good." Kushina smiled contentedly. This, of course, would include courtesy, being a gentleman, building trust, flirting, teasing, recognizing a lady's tricks and signals, and of course, knowledge of safe intimacy, along with other Uzumaki specialties. Naruto swallowed hard. "That sounds complicated." Kushina just smiled more broadly. "That's right. And by the time your year of abstinence is over, you'll have all the necessary skills to gain practical experience in the real world by practicing the techniques you've learned. It's important, though, that the technique becomes a part of you and simply enhances your natural self, rather than being a temporary tool to seduce a woman. That would be a sham." Naruto could only nod, feeling his ears warm up again. Kushina chuckled and hugged him tighter. "Oh, you'll do very well, son. In fact, I think you'll be considered a prodigy at this."